We're in.
It doesn't say live on my end.
Give it a second. Oh, no. It won't say live on Discord. It will be live on
Oh,
YouTube.
okay, that's why. Oh,
You
so Manic, we're discussing topic numero uno, right?
Yes.
This issue of our warband brother Undead Chronic on his 14th channel. He's in YouTube jail right now, right? Obviously, Susan didn't get the dick pics, and you let me know that he was banned yet again, right? And here's what bothers me. I'm reading this first sentence. Our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, here's the key word. We think it violates our harassment, threats, and cyberbullying policy. We've removed the following content from YouTube. 36-year-old career woman sues dating agency for matching her with a man under 6 feet. I saw that video. And move myself up to the camera here. I saw that video. And shit, hold up. Of course, I pulled this thing on me. This fucking thing. Seriously? Where the hell's my name?
So, Drex, maybe we should introduce our guest.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. No, I accidentally disconnected my headphone when I leaned forward. I popped this thing out.
Oh, okay.
So
maybe we should introduce our guest first.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then a couple of programming announcements. Phil's late and gay, everyone. So I'm sure he'll join as soon as he wakes up. He must have fell asleep beside Penance or something.
So true.
We do have monetization back. I believe you guys are able to super chat now.
Oh shit! Susan got the picks.
Yeah, she got the pick. Joining us from the war band, Manic the Manic Mechanic. Jeez, your name's a tongue twister, man.
Yeah, we're discussing changing it, removing that second Manic. That's not going to change the lore, I should say. All right, I will still be a very manic mechanic. Don't worry.
You should tell everyone how you got that name. But yeah, we'll go through some of the UC garbage.
Okay.
Susan being Susan, you know.
Yeah.
I also wanted to make an announcement, and I was hoping. Oh, my audio is too low. Sorry, guys, my audio is too low. All right, that should be better. I was also going to make an announcement. We are launching an official Migtown merch store.
There it is. God, I'm trying to get this thing where I'm physically on camera. Shit.
And Phil bought the first shirt. Now it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. It's going to go out to Patreon and Subscribestar. They get the first crack at it. We're going to release with a t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt, and a hoodie. And they should ship all the way around the world. And there's our first super chat. Escamonofano says, nice. And look, we even get a pop-up now. Drex, you can't see that.
Oh, damn.
We get a little pop-up now when people...
Basin merch build.
So, go ahead, Drexel. Show's all yours, man, when Phil jumps in. Like I said, so I'm going to be on a pub crawl for the next 6 hours. Anyone, by the way, if RGE or Tug raid the chat, tell them to come into the Discord, man. They know how it works. It'll add them in automatically.
I will do that.
If Ken or Nick wants to drop in, I don't think Nick will be able to. He's busy.
That dude's got 5 kids, man. He ain't doing shit.
Yeah, these damn kids.
He's gonna be occupied with 5 kids. That is the consequence of having 5 kids.
Yeah. So I also have a new address for stream. So someone said I'd rather do Streamlabs. Yes. Tips.migtown.show will take you to our tip page. It's also up on top there. You see it across the top. We also have the voicemail number. Now, I'm still experimenting with the voicemail number, so I'm not going to be playing anything today on this stream. But I think for Canadian Thanksgiving, we'll invite Cress in and we'll do a call-in show. And you'll be able to call that 1-855 number, and we'll pipe you into the show. I'm just, like I said, I got to still experiment with it a little.
So you're able to like you said you're reading something that I don't see. I see premium, but you said it's not on Discord, right?
No, it
reading
won't be on
something else?
Discord.
Okay.
If you'll have to like pull the live stream up on your phone, but make
Oh.
sure you keep the sound turned down, or you'll get a feedback loop.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, I do that when I watch Tug's show. When I'm on Tug's show, I'm always, oh my god, I just saw something hideous. Wait, speaking of undead chronic, I literally pull up my phone and it says warning: War Pig versus Chronic's eyes. I don't know what this creature is, Manic. This is one of the most hideous chicks I've ever seen. You uploaded 1 hour ago.
Genuinely watch it. It's so funny.
Oh my god, dude.
We could super chat. Nice, says Chase the Train. Thanks for super chat. So like I said, I'll be jumping off here. It'll be you and Manic, and then when Phil gets his lazy ass out of bed, I hope everything's okay. I hope we're not shit talking him and there's actually something going on.
Goodness.
God damn super chats. But yeah, Drex, don't worry about the super chats. I'll wrap them up at the end of the show. Just send me a Discord message from your phone.
Oh yeah. Now I can see it.
When you're ready to wrap up, just send me a Discord message, and I'll be able to do everything.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah. What's blue and doesn't fit? A dead epileptic.
By the way, Canadian Thanksgiving is in October for those who don't know. So that's mid-October. I think it's October 10th. So I still got to talk to Cress about that. See if Cress is available.
I found that out by smashing a Canadian in Canada. That's how I learned about you guys' October. Thanksgiving is in October. Shout out to all my Canadian chicks, man.
Yeah. Inquisitor Seraph says, what's blue and doesn't fit? A dead epileptic.
That's brutal, man. That's harsh. Damn. I like it.
All right. I'll leave you guys to it. Manic, Drex, you guys have fun. Like I said, I'll be keeping an eye on everything, but you guys know how to holler at me.
Yeah. Go ahead and enjoy your crawl. Now, Manic, before I should actually move this back a little bit. Hold on. There we go. So Manic, before we had hopped on, we were discussing what happened with Chronic, right? That he's in Susan's jail yet again. And one of the things that I was saying is I looked at what you sent me, and those words are very disturbing to me, right? The very nature of that warning. You know what I'm saying? Because that doesn't really make sense. And it says, our team has reviewed your content and, unfortunately, we, big word here, think it violates our harassment, threats, and cyberbullying policy. We've removed the following content from YouTube, right? I keep going back to that word, we think, right? We think it violates. Now, Manic, let me ask you this. Could you imagine going into court and facing time in real prison because they said, hey, we think you broke the law, right? Could you imagine if law was subjective based on how someone felt that day? Like nothing's written down. Someone just, which is what Me Too is, right? And someone said, hey, man, we think you violated this law. And you're like, well, what law is that? We think you robbed somebody, right? Aggravated assault. You're like, well, I didn't. No, but we think you did. You'd be like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Oh yeah, you're going to jail now. You're gonna do the time because we think you did that. What do you think about that? Yeah. The very nature of someone saying we think you violated something.
Yeah, like it's very kangaroo court-esque, and I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't even like have a dude like going through your video, like checking for the problematic part that was flagged. I'm presuming it was flagged, or it might have just been a witch hunt by YouTube.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, the witch hunt part, because I'm sure you've seen those videos that dumps on, in particular, white men, right? Where there's kill all white men, kill all men. It's like, wait a minute. So this is not hate speech, right? And then when you ask someone, you say, okay, so what would you define this as? Have you ever heard the answers that you get when you ask that question?
It's been over a year since I've even like bothered debating people, because I'm just like, these people aren't worth my time.
Oh, absolutely.
They genuinely aren't.
Yeah, well, I've been asked to debate people on YouTube, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I'll ever do a debate again after the shit show that was the marriage debate that I did.
Oh.
I did a debate on a dude's show, a friend of Nick's, and he did some bitch made underhanded shit, right? Like actively during the stream, right? And I was like, okay, so
Oh.
here's the problem with debates. You're gonna have somebody who's gonna come on there and say, "Hey, man, I'm here to debate," and then you're gonna have someone on there who's like, "Oh, I'm here to dump on you." You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm sure, like you were saying, when you deal with these people, and they're always saying, "Oh, well, my side is right for these reasons." It'd be like this: what if you and I decide to debate someone on critical race theory, right?
Mhm.
Here's the thing: they don't care. Like, even when there's hypocrisy being shown, they'll just be sitting there like, "Well," and then
Yeah.
they'll try to flip it to something else, right?
Yeah, like that
Rather
the
than
Joy
admitting they're
Reid.
wrong. Yeah. Well, it's like Black Lives Matter, right? If someone came on and was screaming about BLM to me, I would say, let me get this straight. So you believe Black Lives Matter? Yes, Drix. Yes, police brutality. It's horrible. It's the worst thing ever. And police are killing black people. And then you show them actual statistics, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want anybody getting yeeted by cops who are the blue pill enforcement arm. Do you know that, I kid you not, Manic? Chronic is the only YouTuber I've seen that shares my view on police. Out of all the YouTubers out there, I'm not joking. He's the only one who shares my view. They are the
Okay.
first leg of the gynocentric enforcement arm. It's the cops, right?
Yeah,
When you get
basically.
Me Too'd, when you get divorce graped, guess who's taking you out of your house? Do you think it's, do you think it's the feds? No. Do you think it's the judge? No. It's the cops, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Drex.
Your wife said you did something, and then you got cops literally removing you by force from your home that you paid for. You're like, wait a minute, I didn't do it. No, it doesn't matter. She can call the cops right now, and who's the first? Who shows up to take you out of the house? The cops do. They're the blue pill enforcement arm of gynocentrism. It's the police. And if you look at like these whole Me Too cases, right? The cops aren't going to help you clear your name. You see what I'm saying? If you ask them to
Yeah.
testify on your behalf, like, look, I have all this proof that I didn't do whatever I'm being accused of doing. All right, I want you, i.e., the police, to show up in court and test. Nope, we don't do that. But if it's the other way around, yes, this guy's a monster. His name is Manic the Mechanic, and he's evil. Wait, so you're going to defend her with no evidence? Come on, man. Come
Hey,
on.
Drex.
It's starting
Drex,
to get silly.
I got the best super chat in the world for you.
What's that?
Cynthia has sent a super chat. Says, "You don't know what you're missing out on, Drex. You know you want some of this inside out human hot pocket poon yiti. Anytime you want, we will do the horizontal sword fight at our private room at Thad's.
Oh, man.
Call me at 1-800-TRAN-E, baby."
Hey, Manic, the best part is about the internet, man, is that it brings back those memories of the endless troll, right? When you were in
Oh
like
yeah.
middle school and high school, once you divulged something, you were trolled till the end of time, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
like that experience I had at Thad's with what we believe was a tranny, I'm gonna get trolled forever, right? And you accept that because it's part of what comes along with the territory, right? Like we can always have these self-deprecating kind of moments together where we laugh like, man, that was pretty messed up, right? Like, oh, that
Mhm.
sucked. And one of the things I find funny is that we, to kind of go back to Chronic's situation, we don't view any of this as cyberbullying or abuse. You see what I'm saying? Even if you were having the worst day of your life, if someone trolled you for something, in the past, like, yeah, I know, yep, the tranny at Thad's, we just laugh it off. You know what I'm saying? We're like, yeah, it is what it is, man. At least I didn't smash. But because that's the only thing you can say, right? If you end
Yeah.
up in a situation that is that's all sorts of fucked up, the one thing you can always say is like, "Hey man, at least I didn't smash." Because even if you do, you're kind of like, well, damn, man, I fucked up. I took that L. I gotta live with it. But yeah, we don't really do that, right? Like we don't do the whole, this is cyberbullying, right? You're an evil person for bringing this up, or no, it's like, yeah, dude, you're trolling me. I get it. It is funny,
Yeah.
right? I told my own story of how ridiculous it was on the 12 Days of Thoughtmas. But yeah, people have gotten weird. That's all I can say, man. A lot of people have gotten weird, brother.
Yeah, just is Punichi catching on with other channels?
I have only heard that between Chronic and Ribby. I'm sure it'll
Okay.
eventually start to pop off. Just like, I mean, everyone has their own things they say, right? Like
Yeah.
Coach Greg Adams, he has monkey double backflips. You have all these different guys say different things. One of the things that I find funny with Chronic is that when Chronic talks about these like all these women out here who are acting crazy and doing the most. How can anyone say that like Chronic hates women or you hate women, I hate women, when it's like they're literally like it speaks for itself, right? Like if you go on Reddit and just say dating over 30, dating over 40, you can't look at us and go, oh yeah, we're the bad guy. We're not putting it out there, right? Like, I've never written anything on Reddit saying I'm a 38-year-old woman and my dating options suck. No, it's women putting this out there. So I always find that to be hilarious.
Yeah, I like. There's definitely some dudes that like. I'm pretty sure I saw this one Reddit post where it's like his girlfriend is a cat girl, and she pisses and shits everywhere. Sorry, am I not supposed to curse
You
like
can say what
that?
the hell you want. I'm just discussing
Okay.
that's first of all, look, man, you know how I feel about cats. I'm allergic to them, but ugh.
Oh no! The only rule for what you can say here is just stuff, the gamer words, right? The stuff that'll get you
Yeah.
thrown off
Okay.
YouTube.
All right. I
So,
mean, I wasn't gonna touch that anyways.
couple of
The
chats.
gamer words. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
just saw one from Romer so pervy. Oh
yeah,
man,
for
I didn't know
69.
that.
What is that? Pounds or euros? I
That is
I don't.
six.
What is that
I
symbol?
don't know what the hell that is. Is that euro? That doesn't look. No, that's not a euro. That E. That looks a little weird. But 69 somethings. Iceland money. It says, "Hey man, wanted to update you on my current situation. I'm in Ireland, sadly. That is sad, but haven't taken the poison shot. Making some money now while laying low. Once they mandate the poison shot, I'm quitting and moving either to Florida or Mexico. Still alive. Yeah. Here's what I think is going to happen, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they're going to privatize this. Everything that you guys see with the jab and all that. This is the beta test for them to take the guns, right? So if I tell you, hey Manic, over a year ago, right, a year and a half ago, if I were to tell you, hey, you need to wear a mask, someone goes, I'm not going to wear a mask. Do you know how they block you from doing it? They just require a mask everywhere that you go, right? You see what I'm saying? Like if you say, I gotta go to the grocery store, you need a mask to go to the grocery store. Okay, I'm gonna go over. Every single place that you tried to go, they require masks, especially last year, right? Well,
Yeah.
eventually they're gonna do this with the jab. They're gonna go like this. Hey, Manic, you want to buy a new phone? Yeah. Well, you have to prove that you have the jab. It'll be no different than like a social security number, or you have the QR code, right? They're just gonna do it that way.
Mhm.
Like they can do it electronically and just say like, so even if you say, oh, I'll get groceries delivered to me. What if, in order to get groceries delivered, unless you have a neighbor who's gonna have the jab or something, they were like, oh no, you need to do this. You're gonna need the jab to travel. You're gonna need the jab to. They're just gonna eventually say to literally do anything, even though that's illegal. But they don't care about the Constitution or the law. It is what it is, and that's how they're gonna get you, man. Like little by little, you're starting to see it, right? Employers saying you need
Yeah.
to do this. Airlines saying you need to do this. Like eventually, literally everywhere you go, they're going to be like, you got to have the jab. It doesn't matter what. Even like you want to put your kid in daycare, you have to have the jab so that you don't infect the kids. You're gonna be like, wait, what? Even if I'm waiting in the car, my kid just walks. Like, yep. They'll just come up with anything, right? Schools, you're starting to hear things. Where do you see that going, Manic?
Okay, so let me just I believe it was Google, Apple, and Samsung. They're like testing out some like something developmental where it's like, oh, you're gonna have to show proof that you have the jab to or they might just lock your phone.
Mhm.
Dude, like that's
No, I can
scary.
see it.
God
I
damn.
can see it. I've been seeing that. I just saw a chat come in. I'll read it right there. Almond John 1 says, for $2, says, Drex, what food do you eat to assist in your workouts? I tend to be pretty balanced, although I eat too much sugar. I'll readily admit that. Usually it's always going to be a meat and a starch and a veggie is my norm. And I
So
like to do...
steak and potatoes with mushrooms.
No, never steak. I don't really like to do chicken. So I'll do chicken, broccoli, and then like I said, like normally even if I got time, I'll grab a naked juice if I'm in a rush. Otherwise, I'll actually eat the fruit. So I'll do like mango, cantaloupe, honeydew, things like that, pineapple. And once you have the fuel and you go in and get the workout, then I'll eat like, regular stuff after that. Like I'm not one of those guys who's like, I gotta watch every little calorie. Like for me, I'm just trying to get the calories. Like I'll update you guys. I'm going to the Minnesota State Fair on Monday, which is Labor Day. So everything there, of course, is deep fried and terrible, which is what I like to see because I don't like seeing healthy shit at fairs. So when I update you guys with that, you'll see. And then you just got to go and work it off because one of the things that I've seen far too often, especially in our culture at large, is that there are way too many people who like make excuses for being fat, right? Like, well, I mean, I'm just built that way. It's my genetics. It's like, wait a minute, man. Like, you can't just eat garbage and never work out, right? Because here's the thing: if you do that, that's okay. Just don't expect certain results, right? Like, I have a feeling that that's one of the things that I've noticed with like the incels. Not all of them, but like from what I've seen, you'll have a guy, especially if he's on the bigger side, right? He'll be like, well, I deserve, which just sounds like the feminazis, right? I deserve a woman who's X, Y, Z, but it's like, but they don't tend to like fat dudes, right? Like you got to get in shape because Chronic preaches about hitting the gym, right? Chronic and Ribby especially, right? He's always talking about, I gotta go grab a workout. Chronic talks about working out just as much as Simps and Cucks and Thots, right?
Basically.
So I can't knock Chronic because Chronic knows, dude, if you don't have the physical looks, you don't always have to, yeah, I get it. Not everybody is 6 foot. Only 15% of men on earth are 6 foot or taller. But what can you control? Dude, if you're 5'8", be the most ripped 5'8" dude literally ever. So when a chick sees you, she's like, yeah, he may be a little on the short side, but damn, look at that body.
Yeah.
Damn, look at his stroke game. This dude blew my look. In fact, Manic, I've actually had one of the girls on who has said, in her experience, more short dudes were packing than tall dudes. True story.
Whoa. Well,
like you think that, a guy who's
as a
6'4" would be packing?
as a 6'5" individual, okay, I don't appreciate you exposing our secret.
Yeah, she said it. She said a lot of, you'd be amazed. She was like, yo, Drex, a lot of these dudes, you're going in thinking like, oh yeah, this dude is big and tall and blah, blah, blah. She said, you pull out the dick and she's like, what the hell is it? Like, she's just disappointed, like, oh. Whereas the littler dudes, she's like, yo, there's dudes out there 5'6" packing. And I was like, okay, well, that's what it is, right? So, I wish guys would like not get so caught up on what they can't control. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no need, there's no reason to get caught. It's kind of like with women, Manic, especially you've seen this like in high school, right? Where there are women, young ladies out there in your case, where they like stress over like not having the biggest butt or the biggest boobs, right? And it's like, why stress about it? Like, look, you're gonna look like a clown if you are a woman who has a B cup and you go to double D's. You're gonna look stupid, right? Because then you got it artificially enhanced. And it's like, just wait, what can you control, right? For women, they can control their attitude, whether they can cook and clean, if they're nice, sweet, and submissive, they can control their body count, all the things that really matter. And man, I've talked about this before. Guys don't have the you're an ass man, right? But if you meet a girl who fits every single thing you have, right, all your requirements for a woman, but yet she doesn't have some gargantuan butt, you're not gonna be like, no, thanks, I'm good, right?
I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, a guy's gonna look and be like, well, I mean, she has literally 39 out of the 40 things I ever wanted in a woman. No dude is gonna see that and be like, nah, somewhere out there, there's gonna be, because what's gonna end up happening is that's what women do. And what they end up tending to do is they'll look for, there's a girl named Amarie who made a song called One Thing. It's actually a really catchy song. And the song was called One Thing. She talks about this, this one thing that the guy does, right? And a lot of women I've noticed search for that one thing. So like they'll meet a guy, and Cat Williams had that famous skit. He had that famous skit, right? The 98%, right? So a woman meets a guy who's 98% ideal, but because of the 2%, she wants to break it off, right? Like, he doesn't have this, he did that. So it's like, okay, so now you go chasing that, and Cat Williams said, because Cat Williams was basically referring to hypergamy. So what ends up happening is that these women will break off a relationship with the 98% dude, right? And then they get with a dude who has like the whatever she believes he's lacking. And she's like, yeah, well, he's got blank. And then all of a sudden, like 3 months in, she's like, wait a minute, he has this, but he lacks everything else, right? Well,
Yeah.
congratulations, bitch. You played yourself.
Yeah.
I do have a quick chat before we get in here. This is Alec for $20. Like I mentioned last summer on one of Nick's streams you were on, this reminds me of Revelation 13:17, and that no man may buy or sell, save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Yeah, the mark of the beast talk definitely has been popping up, and obviously with the globalist agenda. Manic, do any people in your age group talk about any of this where you're at?
Yeah, like obviously my generation isn't like as religious, but like when there's a very set amount of us. We call ourselves the forgotten gamers of America. We understand it. We understand what needs to be done. All right, and like we share around the religious exemption forums and stuff. It's like, yeah, and it's especially since I live on the West Coast, it's kind of like backs up against the wall. Yeah, I'm gonna move out probably in a year. Don't worry. Just as long.
The West Coast is done, man. I was every time I go out there, it feels a little more done than last time I was there. And I've got a question for you. What have you heard? Like either I don't know if it's like just your parents or other parents around you that they're just done with all of the whole West Coast ultra liberal mentality. Like what have you been hearing about that? Like the exodus.
So it's like I don't live in like a hyper progressive area. I think it's been lean blue since 2016, but that was kind of before I was really paying attention to local stuff. It's yeah, I mean people constantly complain about Inslee up here. It's uh I'm genuinely I actually genuinely had hope that the Republican candidate would win like last year. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I was too white pilled. Chronic says I snort that like like coke. It's like
Yeah,
yeah, it's like oh yeah, it's like we literally had an autonomous zone set up in Seattle.
Yep.
And nothing was done.
Nothing. The chance.
And it was rewarded. It was rewarded by voting Democrat again.
Dude, it was hilarious, man. Well, one of the things that's crazy is I remember when that was going on, right? And Nick and I just found it hilarious. So I decided to ask my people in Seattle what was going on. They were like, they're like, the media's blowing this out of proportion. It's only like, I think it wasn't even like a city block. It was like a small little, like, strip of land, right? Like in downtown-ish area, right? Like a small little piece that people were, doing whatever the hell they were doing. Yeah, people were singing Kumbaya and being silly and, crazy. But then once the grapes happened, right? Then I think someone wound up dead. I think if I recall, someone wound up dead, right?
They're getting, I think it was like a teenager.
Yeah.
I think
then it changed, right? It wasn't fun anymore. They're like, well, oops.
Yeah, and then some warlord like SoundCloud rapper took over.
Oh, I got someone, Clayton Bigsby for $5 put, what's the difference between the Holocaust and a cow? You can't milk a cow for 75 years. And from Salt Sparta, I think that might be euros for $2. I am from Malta. The stuff you talk about is global. You know what? That's something that needs to get discussed more, Manic, is the global mentality, right? This is global, right? Like when I first did the show and Tim was talking about metrics, this I may have not even been on for, I don't think I was on for like 2 or 3 months at this point, right? And he starts talking about that, our videos have been watched by people in 63 or 64 countries, right? And I'm like, they have? Because in my mind, I like I've traveled a lot, but like you know how it is, right? If you're out there and you're seeing what Seattle is like, you're kind of like, if you were making videos right now talking about culture, you would basically be talking about culture from the the West Coast perspective, right? Like you could see other things, be like, hey man, where I live, this is what they're teaching in class. Where I live, this is how the girls are acting, this is how the guys are acting, right? It'd be from your vantage point. And then what happens is you're thinking like, and this is one of the things I think needs to get discussed more. There are guys out there, especially like some of the older red pill channels. They start talking about get your passport, guys, get your passport. Yet if people from 64 different countries, which I'm sure is even more now, if they're telling you, bro, it's here too. Like, dude, feminism is cancer. It's everywhere. Like anywhere you go, people need to remember, female nature is universal. If you go anywhere in the world, and man, I know you know this, even though you're a younger guy, it's not like if someone said, show me the most attractive women in whatever country you're in, right? And if you were to ask any young boy, how do you get a woman like that? What do you think they're going to say, Manic? What's the first thing they're going to say?
Work out, get money, be
Money.
tall.
Yep. They're going to know. They're going to say money before they say anything. Even before they get to, your looks, I bet you your average boy is going to say money first. Like if he sees like some like supermodel, right? If you are out in Italy and there's a supermodel, right? And a young boy is asked the question, let's say he's 10 years old. Hey, how do you get a girl like that? They're like, you got to be rich and famous, I guess. So boys get it. Like, yeah, basically that in a sense that's pay to play, right? You're getting all these resources to attract these highly attractive women. That's global. It doesn't I mean, in the high school era, it manifests itself in a different way, right? That's why there's that old the captain of the football team, right? The quarterback. Why does he get laid so easily? Because he has the status, right?
Yeah.
It's status. Yes, he could be a very good looking dude, no doubt. But like when he walks around school, everyone, especially if you're in like a real football town, they're like, oh, that's the high school, that's the starting quarterback. He's the captain. He's the man. Okay, well, you don't have to be that handsome if you're that guy. And if you move on to the next level, of course, you have a new set of thoughts looking to leech off of the high value man. It just keeps, it never really stops, man.
Yeah. It's quite sad. I actually haven't been out of the West Coast. I've literally only been Washington, Oregon, California.
That's it?
You
stayed on the West Coast then. I'm going to tell you right now, man. All three of those places you just named, they suck. They have good things about them, right? But overall, they suck. Let me ask you this. When you're out there on the West Coast, what have you seen that, this is for all those guys out there that want us to always give them hope. I have people who always say like, red pill guys are too negative, show us the hope. Show us. What have you seen that makes you say, hey, here's a silver lining right here, right? What have you seen?
It's I don't want to be completely like when it comes to Washington, I'm black pilled on that basically. Like in that particular sense, it's always just the big cities that just become a huge tumor, and then their roots spread out to some other places, especially the suburbs. The suburbs are kind of screwed, which is weird because white women in the suburbs are literally voting against their own existence, basically.
Yep. Well, you know why that is, because female nature is universal. So have you ever actually asked them what they're voting for? Because I know they don't know, but like it's the guys that need to understand what women do, in particular white women, because they're the most coddled and privileged life forms on Earth in history. Your modern day Western white woman, especially if she's attractive, is by far the most privileged, right? What these people don't understand is that, there are guys out there like, I don't get it, Drex. They're out here saying open borders and this and that. And, I don't get it. I just don't understand. I go, dude, it's all for social credit. The same white chicks who are screaming BLM will be the first Karen to Me Too a black guy. You see what I'm saying? Oh my God. Yeah. I had to reach for my purse. I was so scared. See? Well, who do you think they vote for? You know what I'm saying? Like more often than not. So it's all based on social proof. Like if you can walk around and say, yo, man, look at me, I'm so woke. And that's why, I give a shout out to my man Undead Chronic, because he's one of those guys that figured it out, right? Where I don't know if you've seen this in your neck of the woods, but when you are around a bunch of woke females, right? If you show up in a MAGA hat, what's that?
I have to live in the swamps of woke white women. Okay.
I feel for you, but guess what? You can walk around with a MAGA hat and just slay. Just slay. Because here's the thing, you can't back down though. The moment they say something against you, just be unapologetically who you and what you are. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Chronic has talked about this. He was like, yo, go to these liberal colleges. Chronic says it all the time. He goes to the liberal colleges and just runs through them. Dude, I already know. It's literally shooting fish in a barrel because here's what happens. They're woke allies, i.e. male feminists. None of these guys get laid, bro. None. Zero. None of them get laid.
They have to be imposters to try to like get them cornered, and then you know, it's like the reset the clock meme.
Yeah.
It's like days since a male feminist has been abused or been an abuser or something.
Yep. Yeah, well, yeah, they're usually the bad guys because what it boils down to is that they just want their pee touch, right? That's all it's about.
Yeah.
So they truly believe that if they just sip a little harder, right? Man, I just gotta sip a little harder, and I can sniff some punit, right? They actually believe this. Like that's why, you know, yas queen, and like, dude, you really believe this? Like, so when women say stuff like, you know, like, okay, a feminist march, right? A bunch of women marching saying how much they hate men. How can a dude be like what kind of dude do you think goes to a feminist march? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, his balls must be like tied up by a lasso on a leash,
Dude,
with 40-pound plates.
Yeah. just literally getting pulled to the floor, right? Just Well, and the thing is though, is that when you tell them this, right? This is what bothers me, man. What used to bother me a lot more. Guys like me were trying to help them, right? And they would actually literally like want to, you know, almost physically want to fight you for trying to help them. You see what I'm saying? Like, yo, bro, don't be a simp. This is against your best interest. No! How dare you, Drex? You hate women. You're bad. You're toxic. And you're like, oh, like, dude, ugh. And they won't listen, man. So, I do see we got a super chat from Stegas here. For $5, as a resident of the greater Seattle area, stuff is effed here. When Nick was here, there was a street of homeless tents next to the bar we were at. You know, let me ask you this, Manic. What do you think about, you know, like I said, I've been out there, right? I've been out there to the greater Seattle area, and I didn't see lots of like tent camps per se, but under every overpass, right? I saw nothing but tents, bro. Same with Oregon.
Oh yeah.
And part of that is weather, but like, what do you think is gonna? What do you think that a lot of this is going in your opinion, right? Like, you know, you know, Seattle, the greater Seattle area, you know, you're living there at least for right now. Where do you see both the policies and the culture going from here?
Okay, so I believe in some like cancer research facility. I was passing Seattle. The last time was, I believe, a few weeks ago, because I wanted to support that Star Wars shop owner. So, you know, I bought some stuff from him. And then like passing by, there was just like, you know, love is love, Black Lives Matter on like this cancer research facility. It's like,
well, you know, it's funny you say that, dude. When I was out in Portland, I was going out to a place. There's a place for anyone out there who knows. It might even be in Seattle. I don't know if they're a chain or not. There's a place I like to visit called Waffle Window, right? So I go to visit the Waffle Window, and of course, you know, you go and park, and you go walk to the Waffle Window, and we park, and we start walking. It was about maybe half a block max. The amount of woke out there with all the like I said, the pride flags, the BLM, and even I kid you not, and I know you've seen this, right? You get ready to enter a restaurant. This is a restaurant. It says, you know, if you're a bigot or you hate, you know, these kinds of people, we don't want your money. I'm like, can you just shut up and just take the money for your service?
Yeah, I live somewhat far away, so it's not that woke, especially for businesses. But I will say I do see this on houses where it's like hate has no place here. I see that on teachers' doors, especially. That's the most prevalent place. Like schools just feel like a different country than the rest of the rest of the city, really.
Jesus.
Like, or rest of the town in my case.
See, yeah, like, when I was growing up, we didn't have it. Like, here's the thing: the wokeness wasn't fully in. There was still a strong hint of gynocentrism, right? Like,
Yeah.
like don't get me wrong, like they treated boys and girls relatively similar, right? However, even as a kid, and Tim talked about this, you could see the double standards, right? Like if a girl pushed you or smacked you and you're a boy and you hit her, everyone kind of knew what was going to happen. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
You're done, but she's not. If you were in gym class, girls always got straight. It's what actually caused me to leave gym. I left gym and stormed out because girls were getting straight A's when I'm not joking. When I say they didn't do anything, they didn't participate in literally anything, right? They just sat there in the corner and talked. And they were in, so you know how that happens, right? You don't know their grade until you know their grade, right? And when you see that they're getting A's in Phi Ed, you're like, wait a minute. I'm in Phi Ed with you. I got a B, right? Because we got S. S was the equivalent of a B and E was equivalent of an A, right? And I'm like, the best grade I ever got in gym ever was an S plus. I never, ever, ever once got an E in gym, right? And I'm like, but girls were getting E's. I said, wait a minute now. Wait a minute, this isn't fair. So a girl can get an E based on what? Just showing up? Because she has a vagina? Because here we are. We like in gym, we used to go balls to the wall, right? Capture the flag, volleyball, everything. Like here's the thing, even if you weren't good at that particular sport, you at least gave it your all, right? Like, because it was gym. You're like, oh man, I can burn some calories, right? Let out some aggression. Girls were sitting in the corner on volleyball. They were scared scared they were going to get hit by the volleyball, right? And they were getting straight A's. And I'm like, you know what, man, fuck this, man. And so when I go off, they looked at me like I was the one who was crazy, right? Drex is a malcontent. He's a problem child. I'm like, wait a minute. So even at that age, it was starting to creep in, right? These double standards, triple standards. And it seems that have gotten worse and worse. But like what you said earlier about the whole, that little tag about hate, I'm gonna be honest with you, Manic. On its own, that is actually a fair statement. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On its own. Just if you put that in a school, that's not a bad thing, right? Like hate has no place here. That's cool. Where the problem is, and I'm sure you noticed this relatively quickly, is that these people who say they're anti-hate seem to show a lot of hate towards someone who doesn't agree with them.
Oh yeah.
So that and I was one of those guys where look, I've been around people, I break bread with
They
people.
will literally subjugate you.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay? Like I've experienced it myself, and like it wasn't. I wasn't like dropping red pills. I wasn't being like two base. Like literally, this was the thing in class. It was it was the English teacher. It was getting ready for some book, and like of course it was like taking place in the South where there was a bunch of discrimination and stuff. So it had to, or it may have been slavery. So it was all about that. And there's four corners: disagree, heavily, very much disagree, whatever it was, like disagree more basically, agree, and then very much agree. And then there was a the one of the prompts were like something about jokes being too offensive. It was worded like jokes can't be too offensive, and it was me and one other person said very much agree. No one else. It was pretty even amongst the other three corners. And then she, like the teacher, what she did is made us go first, and then she allowed other people to interrupt us, and then gave us the least amount of time.
Yep. Yeah, you're not allowed to have that opinion, right? See, I'm going to tell you this right now, Manic. Never, ever, ever lose that. Okay. There's basically two choices you have to navigate this world, right? One of the other, unless you want to be a cuck, right? You have option A is to be unapologetically, openly brash about who you are, i.e., Donald J. Trump, right? Guys like that, Kanye, right? You just say whatever you want, right? And then there's option B. You just mute yourself, right? You don't. When people ask you, like, "Nah, I don't get involved. I don't get involved." And then you can let your voice, you can let your vote or your wallet do the talking, right? I'm one of those people, man. If you ask me a question, man, fuck you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like if someone says, "Hey, Drex, what do you think about BLM?" I'm not gonna be the guy who says, "No, I have no comment. That's just not my personality," right? I would tell you right to your face, "Fuck BLM," right? You see what I'm saying? Because if black abortions are, you got over 250,000 a year, that's far more than any cops have ever brutalized black people in any given year, right?
Yeah.
So when you talk about black abortion, German Shepherd women, because black women are the worst women on planet Earth by far, bar none. And when you say this, and people try to say that you're this bad guy, and you show them all the evidence, right? They're the least married demographic, highest rate of STDs, They send the most of their children to the prison system. You start naming off all the horrible things about them, right? Why do you hate black women? You just go, dude, whatever, man. Because they don't have anything. Everything in their life is binary, right? They always talk about non-binary. Their whole life is based on binary. Love, hate, right? You can't have any nuanced discussion, right? If I say, hey, Manic, Chronic made a video addressing that CME conference that I talked about, right? There were things Chronic said that I didn't agree with, right? That being said, that doesn't mean I'm suddenly anti-Undead Chronic. You see what I'm saying? Chronic says a couple things about Coach Greg Adams. I'm like, that's his opinion. I love CGA, right?
Oh yeah.
I love Undead Chronic. Like, I'm one of those dudes. Like there's nuance. It's like, and he was saying about Terrence Pop, but I was like, but look, we don't know all the details, right? Those guys could have gone there for whatever reason, right? And that's called nuance. Whereas what these people do is they go like this: anyone who goes to the CME is the bad guy, right? Or vice versa. Anyone who's against it is you see where you get into that weird space where people are like all or nothing. The only time you should be all or nothing is when someone starts doing bitch made cuck shit, right? When you start seeing actual cuckoldry, you got to say no, we're pedos and stuff. That's when we draw that hard line. Like, nah, we're not tolerating this. Anything else, I think you should at least be open for discussion. Oh, I do see a chat I missed here. Arc5 says, "Hey friends," just scroll down there. "Hey friends, I know it seems really scary right now, but remember, it's going to get a lot worse." All caps. It's not just going to get worse. It's going to get epically worse, Manic.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's going to get to that point, man, where already, you and I talked about, just how guys are in your school in the checkout. Chronic made a video. Obviously, I wanted Phil to be here to get his take on it, to see how they're doing in Britain. But he made the video that, I told you, that's the video I thought got him yeeted, right? Which was young Western men are basically rooting for what's happening over in Kabul, right?
Yeah.
And I want to touch on that because I thought that was one of Chronic's best and most savage videos to date, right? So it's shocking that that's not the video that got him yeeted. Like, that's why I was like, wait,
dude,
because
that was my first go-to. That was my first go-to.
Yeah, okay, you were convinced that was a video, right?
Yeah,
I bet you when Chronic said I got yeeted.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Talachads. That has to be it.
Talachad. Yep. I was convinced. I was like, oh, he's gonna get yeeted. And then you're like, no, it wasn't that. I'm like, wait a minute. So you know what's sad? I'm not joking. When you said that wasn't the video, my thought was it had to be something he said about women then. Because think about it. You can talk about Talachad. That doesn't get you yeeted. But you said, wait, what was the video? 36-year-old used up broad says, "I'm suing because I didn't get a 6-foot man." That gets you yeeted? That? Like,
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna piss real quick. Be right back.
Oh, go ahead. And while Manic is out, I'm gonna tell you guys this, man. One of the things I find funny about what happened in that situation with Chronic with Talachad is I have addressed it on this show and on Nick's show where I asked you guys a rhetorical question. For all of you guys who are in Western countries, my question to you is this: what is it that you're fighting for, bro? Like, why are you still patriotic? You're like, no, Drex, I love my country. What do you really love your dude? Your country does not love you. Wherever your country you're in, man. If you're in the West, let me start naming off these places in the West. Are you from New Zealand? Your government hates you. Are you in Italy? Your government hates you. Are you in America? Are you in Australia? Are you in England? You see what I'm saying? Are you in Canada? France? Spain? These people hate you. The feminist indoctrination of the children proves day in, day out, they fucking hate you. So I ask you guys yet again, what is it that makes you so patriotic? What is it that you're fighting for? All of you, I'm going to go down with the ship types. Will you just stop? So basically, I'm going to tell you guys this, man. That is actually being a simp, right? That's being a cuck, because a cuck tolerates anything from his woman, right? Anything from his woman, just so he can say, but she's going home to me. That's no different than being a simp for the West. Oh yeah, so Manic, I was telling these guys about why they still simping for their country that hates them, right? I do. You will never hear me talk about I wave a U.S. flag around and blah blah blah. No, that America is long dead, bro. You said it yourself. When you go into these schools, these public school indoctrination camps, right? Have you seen anything that makes you say that they're for you, a guy who looks like you?
No.
They're all against you, right? The principal's against you, the teachers are against you, the curriculum is against you. So I ask you, Manic, what is it that you believe makes these guys still simp for America?
I've been listening to a lot of Vince Dow recently because he's around my age, and he's like proper like nationalism Zoomer stuff. He says that a bunch of these people, it's like whenever they say like, oh, what's so great about America, it's like, oh, the economy and how you can like make your own living for yourself, pick yourself up by your, is very much like performative patriotism. And like how he described it is that he hates the state of America right now, but he loves it because as if it was his child. It's so it's very much I think there's that disconnect where it's the very much performative patriotism, which sometimes I would fall down that whole I can there was some girl in my class that would have a Black Lives Matter flag behind her, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy a blue line flag just to troll her, and I was like, do I really want one?
You're
No.
Right. Well, do you know what I think is really starting
funny.
to happen? I think what's starting to happen is a lot of these people are, what they love is the idea of America, or at least what it used to be, right? So when you hear them saying stuff like, I love this country, I'm loyal to this country, they're loyal to what it used to be, right? What it used to represent. And I keep telling people, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, dude, they want little boys in dresses, man. Okay? That's not the America that you should have been fighting and dying. Like, dude, I had uncles who served in war, right? I'm sure a lot of guys out here, it doesn't matter what color, what race, color, creed you're from. If you are an American, if you're in the West, I'm sure you had someone that in your family, a man, of course, who went and fought and probably died, right? Or was injured or was traumatized and was, got, benefits, right? They suffered. Yeah. So people suffered and died, and you go, okay, if you were to dig these people up from the grave, right? Guys who fought and died in World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War. If you were to dig these guys up, even Desert Storm, right? If you were to dig them up and show them what America is now and ask, hey man, you ready to go fight for this? They're like, wait a minute. They hate me for being heterosexual? Yep. They hate me for being, especially if you're a white guy. They hate me for being white? Yep. They hate me for being masculine? Yep. The family court destroys me even if I'm a veteran? Yep. All that money goes to single moms to raise more bastards to be indoctrinated and either be simps or thrown into the prison system. Yep. They're looking like, so what is it that I'm doing? And you go, okay, so guys fight and die for their woman, right? And they look over and they say, so what are the women doing? What are these young girls doing? Oh, they're twerking on tables inside of a damn restaurant, right? Isn't that where we're at now? Everyone's twerking.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting ran through. Okay, so that's where we're at. So what are you fighting for? Dude, every step of the way that you are born, if you have a dick between your legs, this country hates you. If you are a Western man and you look down, you go like this, hey, what's that? Shit, that's a penis. That means your country hates you, right? Let me, seriously, put it in the chat. Are you from New Zealand? Are you from Australia? Where are you from? France, right? Put it in the chat. Does your country show like open, are there laws that protect you? Do women get to just walk up and say "me too" and then your whole life is over? If you answer that question the right way, you'll know. Oh yeah, man, Drex, you're right. My country does hate me, right? They always brag about how many women are in STEM or how many women are in this. Dude, there are more women in college than men by a long shot, right? And yet you've never heard an article say, "Hey, maybe we should get this even." Remember, they always talk about equality, right? You know what they say, Manic? You men are so useless. You guys aren't as educated as we are, even though they hold all the debt, right? The majority of the debt is held by women. See, they don't talk about that part, right? The student loan debt is over $1.6 trillion, man, with a T. Trillion. They don't talk. These are they don't talk. They don't teach any of this anywhere you go, right? They just man bad. You're toxic. You're evil. You're the worst thing ever.
There is an optional financial literacy class. Optional, mind you. But like I'm in one of like the best. I was in like one of the best high schools in the state, I believe. So, I doubt it was everywhere. I'll say.
Oh, Manic, I do
My
got a question for you. Someone sent
all right.
Andrew Jackson sent in a chat for $4.99. Hey, do you play any racing games, Manic?
When the Crash Team Racing remake came out, I played a lot of that. I played way too much of that. I was just hyped to see Spyro in a racing game. Yeah, my go-to when friends are over is probably Mario Kart, and then I do own Garfield Kart. So,
oh, nice.
I have yet to play it though, but
oh, you know what's wild? Speaking of the Crash Team Racing, there was an article written about Conker's Bad Fur Day, right? Which is one of those one of the most infamous N64 games ever, if not the most infamous, right?
I've played it. I haven't completed it.
Oh, did you know that Conker is in Diddy Kong Racing?
Yeah, it was before Conker and Banjo were in Diddy Kong Racing before they got their own games.
That's right. And that was okay. So Conker was in that game back when Conker was supposed to be a cutesy character, not what he became. So when they redesigned the entire game from the ground up and made it all, rated, hard R, triple X, by that point they're like, well, too late to edit him out of Diddy Kong. You couldn't, there were no editing tools back then, right? Whatever the game shipped as, that was it. There's no mods, right? There was no, hey, we got a software patch, right? Yeah. So I find it hilarious that you can play Diddy Kong and be like, hey, look, it's Conker, knowing what he becomes later. It's like looking at Darth Vader. You're like, oh, look, there's little Anakin Skywalker. I love it, man. Oh, we got another chat here from Average Estonian. For it looks like €5. I'm assuming that this little crooked E is the euro. I swear that euro had a different sign, but for $5, Eastern Europe is not safe either. It's just a matter of time when this BS comes here. Yeah, dude, I keep telling you guys, man, female nature is undoubtedly universal. Okay, so stop believing and this is why for that same Estonian guy, man, if I were to ask him how many, especially simp Westerners, right, like Americans and New Zealanders, we got Aussies out here. How many of them come to Eastern Europe thinking they're going to get a bride and then she divorce rapes them, right? I bet you that number is pretty high, right? Same with the Asians,
especially
right?
when they bring them back.
Oh, never bring them back. Never. Man, one of the things that I don't think people understand, man, I've talked about it on Nick's show. I said, look, these girls want to be hoes. This is a hard, I don't know if that's a black pill or not, if it's red or black, but guys, you understand that they don't want to be good, right? Like when they wake up every day, they're like this. God, you know what I want to do? I want to go get ran through and take guys' money and their attention, right? And when people argue that, I go like this. Okay, so Manic, if that weren't true, then how could feminism take hold then, right? Because think about it. Feminism, what is it? All feminism is, when you actually break it down, it is female nature politicized, right? You don't see too many women who are up in arms about abortion. You don't see any women up in arms about the family court, right? Because it all benefits them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I isn't like half of women pro-life.
They say that. Trust me. If women wind up getting knocked up by a guy they don't want to have a baby by, what do you think they're going to do?
Okay. They're the ones with the flimsy.
I know at least one person that's already done that, where she was one of those people like, any woman who does that is blah blah blah. But what do you think happened? She was out there doing her thing. Oh, pregnant.
Oh no.
Oh, this is a bad time for him and for me because of our situation. Blah blah. And what did she do? Eat. See what I'm saying? I mean, I'll never reveal who it is.
Yeah.
But I just like, dude, I've seen it. And to be fair, I gotta be completely fair with this one. I'm not gonna just harp on women. A lot of guys would do the same thing. And here's what I mean by that. Okay, let's say you are a hard right guy, right? You're hard right. You are married to a wildebeest, right? Who wears Crocs and a fucking moo-moo, right? She ain't hot like she used to be anymore, right? You've seen Pierce Brosnan's wife, right?
I have.
The actor Pierce Brosnan is? Well, when he married her, she was like a model. Let's just say she looks, she's not Lizzo, but she's not that far behind, right? She's a porker now, right? So, Manic, let's say you're Pierce Brosnan and your wife gets fat on you, and you go have affairs with obviously younger, slimmer, more attractive women, right? One of your
Sure.
mistresses gets knocked up, i.e., Mel Gibson style, right? You think these guys who are hard right aren't going to say something? Hey, I don't want that baby. You better get rid of it. I'll pay you to get rid of it, right? Would you agree with that? Especially if they're married, especially if they're married and cheating, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have different like caricatures in our head when we like say far right. But like,
No, when I say far right, what I'm referring to is okay, like I've been everywhere. If I go to, let's say, rural Texas, right? Rural Texas,
mhm.
especially West Texas, you'll have a bunch of guys who are, Drex, I am a strong, staunch Republican. Okay, watch this. Redding, California, right? Redding is right. That is as right gets, right?
Okay.
You think if a guy in Redding, California knocked up a side chick, he's gonna be like, yeah, I'm all pro-life. Have this baby. You think he's gonna say that?
Doubt it.
Doubt it, right? So I gotta be fair. I'm fair to both sides. Like, and
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle, I think, talked about that once when he's like, yeah, look, man, a lot of people say that shit until they wind up, like you said, knocking up a mistress. Like Mel Gibson knocked up a mistress. That cost him millions. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So trust me. Don't think for a second that dudes aren't going to be hypergamous also, because they most certainly will. When something doesn't fit them, it is human nature to be like, well, let me
Mhm.
do a hard pivot. So that
Yeah.
part, it is what it is. Oh, I did see someone sent in a chat. Let me make sure I get it. This is a $5 super chat from Almond John 1. Remember the water buffaloes from the Flintstones. As a kid, it always made me happy that Fred and Barney had their sacred male space away from the wives. Yeah, it's funny you say that. Someone put Pierce Brosnan is secretly a feeder. What do you think about that regard, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be expected that, like, well, when you're married, you don't have it's not your entire life, like of every like single living moment. Like you should have your own little things apart, but then you live like say let's just say half to like 2/3 together.
Well, my personal opinion on this, obviously I'm not married, but being a side dude lets you understand quite a bit. And I truly believe that if you are married, you have to do these things. I have a box right here, right? And I'm going to divide the time into 4, right? All right. Us time. That is man and wife, right? Us
Hmm.
plus kids time. That's you and the kids, right? Then you have his time, her time. That's my box. That's how you guys can have a successful marriage. Take it from somebody who is a side dude and what these women tell me and what dudes tell me when they say, Drex, this is why I'm cheating and I'm looking to go smash some new puniti, right? This is what,
Okay.
dude, man, I want you to imagine being married, man. Imagine spending the damn near every waking hour like, let's go over here and go to IKEA. Look, you need away time, right? Like you want your time to go do what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
You're like, yo, look, let's say you're part of like a gamer community, right? Let's say you got a Magic the
Hmm.
Gathering crew, right? And that's just what you guys do. Let's say every Friday night or something, right? Or every Thursday night. If that's what you guys do every Thursday, then that's what you do. Do not bother me. Do not text me unless it is an absolute emergency with the kids. Don't bother me, right? And likewise,
Sounds
she should
fair.
have time to go, do whatever it is she does. The problem is in modern times, Manic, when you are leaving women alone, they're out there getting bunker busted, bro. They're swallowing salami. The infidelity has gotten completely
Hmm.
out of control, man. Like marriage vows don't mean anything. And let me ask you this: what do you think is the biggest reason why people don't really care much about vows anymore?
It's because like marriage is a religious institution, and then just like looking at statistics like church attendance that has gone way down. If you look, I would say past 2 decades. That's the main thing. I would say like less religiosity. Like these people looking just if you just look at the mainstream like entertainment and mainstream news, you'd assume we're satanic.
Oh, agreed. Well, here's the thing. Well, now, I will say this though, sensationalism is a thing because it's a driving point and it is a selling point. So The news is not going to show you and I helping an old lady get her groceries into her car, right? It's not going to show that. It's going to show young Thots twerking on a man's restaurant table, right? Because that's more salacious. It's going to sell more, right? So you tend to only see the bad. So like if you look at mainstream media, it's designed to lull you into a sense of like the world is bad. I need more security, thus more government control. And then also, this is how I need to act. I need to conform, right? Because the government doesn't tell you to think for yourself because that's not in their best interest, right? And this is why the indoctrination is real. I was told by someone earlier today, they are indoctrinating these kids as early as 4 years old, talking about they can choose their gender at age 4, bro.
Yeah,
4.
like I'm pretty sure in this state you can like if you're like middle school age or above, you can like get a sex change without the parents knowing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, without the like behind your
shit.
parents' backs.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because shout out to our man Ken Jennings. He and I see completely not eye to eye on this at all, right? Ken Jennings has come on here. Subscribe to Ken's I always get ready to say casting couch instead of counseling couch. Ken's counseling couch. Shout out to our man Ken, friend of the show. He and I disagree strongly because here's the thing. He keeps saying like, "Oh, Drex, it's against the law." I'm like, Ken, I don't know. Maybe you're only looking at Florida law. I'm telling you, man. I keep hearing stories of, usually what I hear is like, it's the mom, right? The mom putting the boy on, and it's always the boy. You ever notice that they're always going after the boy? They never go after the girls, right?
Yeah, no, like schools for the most part are the ones that go after the girls.
Agreed.
To becoming like more masculine.
Yep. But you look at media and all that, right? Well, here's the thing. One of the goals of feminism, in order to create this disharmony between the genders, you need to make the females masculine and the males feminine, right?
Yep.
Once you do this, here's the great irony. Both of them become easier to control based on male versus female nature. And that's why, if you notice, the voices that they tend to want to silence are, you want to beat out masculinity. That's why the food is cuck food, right? The music is cuck music. It's simp music, right? Look at everything around you. TV shows, simps and cucks, right? How does the father portray? How are males portrayed?
Deadbeat dads.
Deadbeat dads. The woman has to fix everything. Even though if you were to go around and be like, look, when we look at the single motherhood, like I said, look at the Black community. For everyone out there who's not Black, especially in the West, the Black community is your ultimate fate, which is total gynocentrism, right? Total feminism won in the Black community. Dude, it won 100 to nothing, right? The Black community, man, is a 100% fucking matriarchy, right? Matriarchy.
Yeah, really?
It's done. Dude, the Black community's done. No chance. So what you're starting to see now, though, and this is why this is so important to observe. What you're starting to see is more and more Black guys. That's why, I don't know if you've noticed this. A lot of red pill channels happen to be Black dudes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially if you come from like inner city. Have you noticed that there's kind of there's like, okay, there's not that many Black males in America, right? Like it's like 6%, right? But if you were to go in the manosphere, you're like, there seems to be a lot of red pill Black guy channels, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever wonder why that is? Like, why is there a disproportionate amount? It's because as the beta test of feminism, Black dudes, we're talking modern feminism, Black guys were affected the hardest and the earliest, right? So now here we are generations later, they've been in that matriarchy, right? It's a shit show. Nothing but simps, cucks, stepdads stepping up, which is the most ridiculous saying ever, right? Then you've got all these dudes talking about some yas queen. Go in the Black community, you see nothing but simps, bro. There are nothing but simps. Look, they will sit there and Kevin Durant, right? MVP award. Mama, you the real MVP. It's like, oh, like, dude.
Did he really say that?
Yeah, he called his mom the MVP. Yeah, he doesn't believe that he deserves the MVP award, bro. She's the real MVP. Dude, I want you to imagine growing up seeing this kind of shit, right? Imagine growing up and seeing teammates of yours, right? I played ball in the inner cities, but lived in the burbs, right? And these inner city Black dudes were the biggest simps for their mom. And I'm like looking at them like, you do know. So I'll give a prime example. We started taking in foster kids in 1993, right? Manic. I'm not joking. The first 2 foster kids we took in, brothers, right? Each one of them in their family had a different father. And I want to say there was 8 or 9 children, right? Let that sink in. One woman had children by 8 to 9 different men, right? But she's a queen. Here's the thing. How do you think they viewed their mother? Oh, and I forgot to tell you, their mother. Oh, you probably wonder, how did all the kids wind up in foster care? Yeah, drugs and alcohol, right?
Of course.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think they ever really took her kids away permanently? You think the state ever said, you never get to see these kids again? Yes or no?
No way.
No. Whenever they want to see them, she can see them. And do you know what they said? As soon as she completes all of her, treatment, take a guess what her reward was after completing treatment. Just take a guess.
What?
Take a random guess. What do you think happened? She completes her treatment. What do you think happened?
Financial incentive or like something like that.
Yep. She gets free housing and gets all of her kids back. No questions asked.
What?
No lie. No lie. Yep. Dude, I was a licensed foster care provider through Family Alternatives right here in Minnesota. I'm not bullshitting, man. Whereas, what do you think about fathers? Dude, if you think fathers are going to get their kids, when I finally do the show about what happened to me in family court, one of the biggest points I think to prove is you have to understand this, man. I want you to let this sink in to show you how corrupt the system is. The state pays for all these single moms and their bastards, right? I'm trying to be a father to my daughter, right? And the state does everything in their power to keep me from being with her, right? But they want me to pay money, right? Conversely, this is how insane this is. The state, through Family Alternatives, paid me $56 per overnight per foster kid. So I want you to let this sink in. This is tax-free. So let this sink in. That means over $1,500 per month, right? Per month, by keeping a child that's not mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so $56 a day times 30 days a month, right?
Yeah.
Okay, contrast that with me. I am the biological father to my own daughter, trying to get custody of my daughter. They do everything they can to keep my own flesh and blood away from me, but want me to pay to not see my own kid. Let that sink in. You will give me money, tax-free, and a free attorney for the foster kids, and free everything, right? Their health care is free. Everything is free for foster kids, right? They're wards of the state. But yet when it's your own flesh and blood, they try to keep you away, man. True story.
Yeah,
True story, man.
Yeah, like about the Black community, it's very noticeable that they've successfully probably feminized the white dudes in most mass media. So now it's like they're going on to the Black dudes with Lil Nas X and the new Cinderella movie.
Oh yeah, Billy Porter.
Like
Yeah, dude, the emasculation of the Black male has been going on for so long, and one of the things that has always bothered me, man, is it bothers me when a lot of these red pill channels, they stick on the color thing as a divider, not a unifier, right?
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
it bothers me. Like I hear red pill channels like, oh, they're trying to erase white people. I'm like, will you stop with this fucking white people shit? Stop. It's everybody, right? If you were to look around right now, right? Like, look around. Tell me a type of man right now. Hold on. Heterosexual man that's being propped up. Can you name any ethnic group being propped up right now in mainstream media?
A heterosexual man?
Heterosexual. So you can't say, oh, well, they prop up gay guys who are, black or white. No. Heterosexual men who are propped up in mainstream media. Name an ethnic group that's propped up. Go on, think hard. Can you think of anybody? Because it's nobody. That's the answer, man.
Yeah.
They don't prop up any masculine heterosexual men. You see how that works? So the same people who are, like I said, these red pill guys who, these like white nationalist dudes who are all my white babies. I'm like, will you just stop with the race thing? Stop. Fuck. Like, why is this so hard for you to understand? They're going after everybody, dude. Black, white, Asian, Latino, Indian. It doesn't matter where. Dude, if you have a dick between your legs, especially if you are heterosexual, they are going after you full fucking force, right?
Yeah.
And these guys, oh man, they keep going on with this color shit. It's like, God.
Yeah, I'd say the only reason is that, like, I'd say the main reason behind the white focus, like both for and against the white, is that people say a lot of weird, it's like what was the wasn't MTV back in like 2017? It was like New Year's for white people.
That's
That was just
so
like
bogus. It's just
an
it's a way to
open.
divide. It's a way
Yeah,
to divide. Dude, if
basically.
people would just stop fault, like I've always no, man, like, this has been a belief of mine since I was real young. When I started seeing all this indoctrination, I said to myself, I said, one of the easiest ways to know who your real enemy, if you're confused, like, Drex, I don't know. I don't know who my enemy is, right? I get all these messages from all these different sources. I said the easiest way to determine who is the real enemy, look at who someone is telling you to dislike, right? And then join forces with them and see who gets mad, right? So if you're a white guy and you're saying, I mean, Drex, I don't know if I like black people or Latino people or whoever, right? Okay, that's fine, but just humor yourself, right? Humor yourself. Go like this. I'm just going to go out on a random limb and I'm just going to start joining forces and creating a coalition with the people I'm told to hate, right? So if you're a heterosexual guy, join forces with gay people, join forces with trans people, join forces with black people, and see where all the vitriol comes from, right? And then that's who your real enemy is. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like the BLM thing, right? Because, like, you hear them talk about some white people are evil, BLM, we support BLM. We support Black Lives Matter. But as soon as a black guy, have you noticed this, Manic, does not support BLM, what do they do to him? Do they say Black Lives Matter or do they go after the guy?
Yeah, I would say it's either they're like indoctrinated by whiteness. It's like the multiracial whiteness article, or it's the C word, which I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to say, and
wait, coon?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, really? You're not allowed to say that?
You know what I mean? I don't know if that was considered a gamer word or not.
No, man. Look, I call out coons, real coons. I didn't know that is that one of the words? I didn't know, man. Coons and cucks, they represent the same thing to me.
Yeah, it's just like basically, you're a traitor to the quote unquote black race or the movement or the cause or whatever.
Well, you know what though, Manic, you also see this with feminism, right? Ladies, you can be whatever you want. We support your freedom to choose, right? Is that what they say?
Yeah.
What happens as soon as women say, I want to be a stay-at-home housewife who serves my husband and children? What do they say?
It's this Marxist theory that the oppressed victim doesn't see herself as oppressed because she doesn't know.
Yeah.
So it's like,
they're gonna shame you, right? They're gonna shame and shun you. I keep telling women, ladies, feminism does not have your best interests at heart. I go, everything feminism preaches is gonna hurt you in the long run, right? All right, sexual liberation, that's gonna hurt you. Aborting a bunch of babies, that's gonna hurt you. Competing against men, thinking that men are your adversary, that's gonna hurt you. Look, chopping off your hair, that's gonna there's tattooing your body showing how strong and independent you are. I said, when you wind up being on a Reddit post in your 30s and 40s, miserable, right? Like Candace Bushnell, shout out to that used up, weather beaten fucking trollop who led millions of women astray. Writer of Sex and the City, by the way. Candace Bushnell has led all these women astray, right? Look where these women are at now, drinking boxed wine, saying, "But I had my career." Yeah, and how's that working out for you? I'm lonely, Drex.
Yeah.
I'm sad, Manic. Manic, I wanted family, and I froze my eggs. Is that gonna work? No, honey. No. Those
freezing
used up,
failed.
dried up. Yeah, it failed, right? Like, dude, have you actually seen the percentage of success stories from that? How like minuscule it is?
How minuscule?
If I recall, one of you guys can tell me in the premium chat. I'm not joking, man. I think it's 10%. It's around 10%. And that's a bet. Like that just means you had a baby. I didn't say a healthy baby. I said you had a baby, right?
Yeah, and that's with multiple eggs freezing, right?
Multiple, bro. It's so bad, man. Well, what is it? What is the statistic, you guys? Is it 95% or 90% of women's eggs are dead by the time they hit like 30? Is it 30 or 35? I believe. Dude, they're done, man. And I did miss a couple of chats. I want to make sure I get them before they disappear on me. I got a couple of chats here. Let me make sure I get to them. From Nick's Hex for $2. TV dads are the epitome of happy wife, happy life. Those are pure facts. Karn for $5. If you watch One Piece, the black community is essentially the Big Mom pirate crew. The hood is Whole Cake Island. Think about it. From Frederick Little for $5. Hey guys, glad to see another Migtown live stream. Much appreciated. We love doing them. For Almond John 1, $5. I think schools are one of the main problems, regardless of PC culture or not, because I don't think males are psychologically designed to sit in classrooms. You know, I've addressed this on numerous occasions, and I want you to think about this, Manic. If you could have an environment, if you were in charge of schools, right? The public schools. Let's say public school for boys. What kind of environment would you have them in?
It'd be very much like open and not like static. Like there would have to be something to like keep their attention. And then also I'd be very understanding that, they're a little jittery, they're a little hyperactive sometimes. So, you have to take that into account when designing it. It's like basically make every class gym class or like auto shop or whatever.
Oh, absolutely. Well, here's the thing. If you look at what let's look at retention, right? Retention. Do you know what boys tend to retain the most, Manic? I'm sure you've noticed this in your own life. You tend to really retain the things that obviously everyone retains the stuff that interests them the most, right? It's stuff that you actually do, right? If someone shows you how to build a computer, do you know why you never forget that? It's because you physically did it. It's tactile, right?
Yeah.
That's how boys like to engage with the world. Like we like going out there doing stuff. Even speaking. Guys like speaking with dudes who have different ideas and seeing other things, other viewpoints, and adapting it to their own, right? Like that's how guys are. Like if Chronic is telling you something and Ribby's telling you something, Hammerhand's telling you something, you like to talk to these guys to share experiences. This is why male-only spaces are important, because guys like to know what's what to adapt, right?
Yeah.
Because let's say a guy in Eastern Europe tells you, yo, Manic man, if you come to Russia, if you come to Latvia, if you come to some of these countries, right? Romania, here's what to watch out for, right? Once a guy tells you that, you're like, especially if you're an American, you come over there and like you can see it, right? Like you start to sit around, you're like, wait a minute, this looks familiar. Oh, that's right. I had some Russian guy tell me that these Russian women are going to say and do X, Y, and Z. So then you would just go like this. Okay, I'll play along. And when she thinks like, Manic, you're so sexy, you'd be like, yeah, but you're not getting a green card, right? I'm not taking you home with me. I'm just going to smash and dash. You see what I'm saying? Like, use it to your advantage. You let them think they're going to get something from you, and then you hit them with that strong no. N-O, right? And
I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah. Talking about like different ideas. I would personally consider that immoral because you're basically like setting her up for becoming either a single mom or just, no eggs, empty egg carton, basically.
Oh, absolutely, man. Well, I told, oh God, I didn't realize someone posted Pierce Brosnan's wife in the
Yeah, I saw
Jesus
that.
Christ. Bro, wait, dude, you have to see what she used to look like though, man.
She looks like that one. She looks like that one chick from Thunder Force, Megan McCarthy.
Melissa McCarthy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh God. Well, one of the things I've talked about that came true. I shit you not. I literally just talked about it, and then it happened. So it was posted within this past week. Mercedes Moore got yeeted. She's one of these IG chicks, right? She got yeeted by her sugar daddy, right? And there was a case of a girl who, I think she was in Utah. I'm not joking, man. I think we're going to see a lot more of that. What do you think about that? Where, this pay to play, a lot of these guys are simps, right? How many of these pay to play guys do you think are going to put on the hockey mask and yeet the chicks that they simp for?
Wait. Okay, like I don't think I'm aware of the story. So
let me give you a quick synopsis. An IG Thot was using a guy, sugar daddy relationship, right? Sugar daddy, sugar baby, right? The dude got her information, got through her gated community, and yeeted her and himself. Right? Like, my queen, what do you mean that this isn't your real name and you have a boyfriend and see? Right? Dude, I've always maintained this, Manic. When you guys hear about the hockey mask, right? These are blue pill guys who go to black pill. They aren't red pill guys because, okay, War Machine, right? I'm sure you're fully aware of the War Machine Christy Mack situation that happened years ago.
You might need to re-describe it to me.
Oh, well, I don't know what your browser history looks like, but there was a porn star named Christy Mack.
I don't know who that is.
I ain't gonna lie, man. For what she is, she has like that skank look, but she was hot. She was hot. Christy Mack was was, and she's still alive, don't worry. So was a porn star who she was doing her thing, got with a guy who was an actual UFC fighter, right? War Machine. Yes, that's his legal name now. He changed it, right? So if a guy changes his name to War Machine, you should probably imagine what his mental state is, right?
Yeah.
They're dating, they're doing their thing. I don't know if they were broken up or separate, whatever the case may be, right? She's smashing a dude at her place, but yet texts War Machine and, like, hey, you want this, baby? And he's like, oh, I'm on my way, right? War Machine shows up. If I got the story right, War Machine shows up to another man smashing Christy Mack. And you can imagine a dude who has beta male rage, he goes ape shit, right?
Yeah.
He almost yeets the dude, right? And the dude escapes, like, bro, like, how was I supposed to know that, right? Like, you're just there, right? He then turned, so this guy escaped, right? And this guy, I think he turned out to be like a multi-millionaire, a multi-billionaire, no lie. Then War Machine turns his attention to Christy Mack, right? And let me tell you, man, he went ham, bro. When I tell you he went ham, I want you to imagine this. A porn star who may weigh 110 pounds, right? Went against a guy named fucking War Machine, who's a professional MMA fighter. What do you think happened? If you were a betting man, who would you bet on?
War Machine.
Yeah, don't worry. War Machine won, bro. Like, don't worry. Christy Mack didn't score a single point in any round, right? Dude, she got all of her teeth, but all of them busted out.
Oh.
Her ribs were broken. I think it was like her spleen or like something like that was perforated and torn and ripped and shit. Dude, it was, when I say savage, it was pure savage. In fact, one of his comments that he made was, he said something about like, he told her to wait here while he goes to get the knife to finish the job, right? Because he was beating her, but she still wasn't dying, right? So he's basically like, well, you wait right here while I go finish. I gotta go look for something to eat you with, right? And that's when she escaped to a neighbor's house, right?
Is the image in premium chat the side by side by both of them?
Oh shit! Hold on, let me see. Let's take a look. Oh, dude, here's the thing. That's after she's been fixed up. So that picture that you see, that I'm not joking, dude. That her like whole face was destroyed, bro. That's her fixed up. So if you just look up Christy Mack on Pornhub, you'll see what she looks like. That is psychotic War Machine right there, bro. Like, bruh. Like, look, dude, if you could actually, if you can Google her images from the, like her actual hospital images, and they will show what Christy Mack looked like in the hospital bed, bro. All of her teeth are gone. Her face was fractured. Her nose was broken. Like I said, ribs. I'm talking, like, dude, it was like a full body beat down, right? And my thing is this, though. This is the whole point, though, Manic. How much more do you think we're going to see of this going forward? Because as you know, there's a lot of guys on OnlyFans, right? A lot of guys simping for e-thots. How many of these guys do you think are going to have beta male rage when the loneliness gets to them, right? And they start saying, why isn't Amaranth sending me something? I sent her $200. Oh, yeah, there's the pictures, bro.
Oh, yeah.
No teeth, no face. Oh, so put Lizzo there.
No hair.
Oh, yeah, she had shaved. Dude, she was done, man. She had like skull fractures, you name it. She had it, bro. But this is the problem, though. So what we're going to see going forward is it's going to be very toxic, where you're going to, like, I think you mentioned that already, right? Like at school, there's a fine line, a fine divide between basically simps and guys who are just like kind of like done with the thottery, right? Like they're just kind of like, dude, I don't do this shit. I'm done. Like, there's would you argue there's a finally like distinct line? Like women know the guys that women, these young girls, do they fully understand the guys that they can use, right? Like the simps, right? I'm sure that even at that teenage age, these girls know the guys they can use, right?
There are dudes who will call it out and dudes who are submissive to it.
Oh yeah, War Machine got married, by the way. That is actually the definition of hybristophilia, if you guys want to know. Hybristophilia is women attracted to these bad boy thugs who have done unspeakable crimes against whoever. Women don't care. They don't possess the ability to have discernment over character.
Yeah, like I remember that one like Reddit experiment. It was like
I know that one you're talking about. The dating app. It was a Tinder experiment, right?
The Chads on Tinder, but like, I've committed these crimes.
Yep, and they didn't care.
Like abuse children.
Yep, they had all kinds of. Now, man, here's what's crazy, man. I've seen that in real life, bro. I've seen dudes like, I'm talking the worst of the worst, and people are like, yo, what the hell are you doing? Don't do this. And these girls will, they will fight to the death to be hugged up with this guy who's an actual thug, gangbanger. He's done things to kids, dude. I'll say something that you see that's actually very common in the Black community. A lot of these women will defend the guys who show up in their life, the boyfriend, when the boyfriend is doing things to the daughter. I'm not joking. They take the guy's side, bro. They do not take their daughter's side. They take the guy's side. And the daughter's like, yo, he's been sticking in my room. And I'm not joking, dude. There are videos, right? There's endless articles in the videos of the moms, the ratchet single moms, especially in the Black community, berating the daughter for even bringing this up. Like, how dare you say something bad about the guy? But mom, he's touching me. He's doing things to me. Shut up. Look how you're dressed. You're just a whore. But dude, I can't make this up, man.
Is this a stepdad or like biological for the
No, this is typically the boyfriend. Oh, this is the boyfriend. So this is the guy who shows up. Yeah, Sophie Long. Yeah, dude, it's getting out of control. I do see a couple of chats. I want to make sure I get to them. Let me make sure I go back. Yeah, Epic Yosh for $2. As soon as I say that, it says, Drex, you are wrong. Just kidding. Keep speaking the truth always. We got the 4s for $5. Simps will continuously 404 these 304s out the matrix. Great content, Drex. Some just need to see the machine to red pill. Others need to be shaken by it. For Joel Reese for €5. Been listening to stuff from your channel and your old podcast with Nick. Keep up the great work. Thank you, sir. From Joe Dirt, $5. Drex, good to hear another stream. I work alongside 2 simps. One paints his nails. Wait, what the fuck? It befuddles the mind. Bro, you know what, man? Yeah. P. Smith, the daughter is always competition, bro. You know what? Here's one of the big issues I have with a lot of this, man. Is that, man, I addressed this to Nick, and I said, Nick, the actual problem that we see, where all the problems are coming from, there's guys going, Drex, I don't get it. Why are things so imbalanced? It comes from a very, very specific place. The system as it is currently constructed is abusing the best parts of what male nature is, right? Which is, remember, simping is part of what male nature is, right? Sacrifice, right? While simultaneously, it is rewarding the worst parts of female nature, right? Which is unchecked hypergamy, deception, deceit, lying. It rewards everything bad that women can do, right? It rewards them. Everything good men can do, it punishes them. That's where the problem is. That's why simping is so wrong. Dude, man, what people don't understand is that simping, I've always said this, simping is not bad, right? Simping is how we got everything that we see today, right? It came from simps, right? The problem is this.
Yeah.
If you have a system that rewards simping, society recalibrates back to normalcy, right? Because watch this. What is chivalry? Chivalry is only simping when it's done in a society where the women don't respect that and don't, they treat that with contempt, right? Or usury.
Yeah.
So if you were to go back to, let's say, 1915, right? And a guy opens up a door for a lady and he's taking her on dates, it's because she wasn't in the workforce also, right? Now, by modern standards, we'd say that that's simping, but it's like, no. Back then, that's just what he did because, hey, let's face it. If women wanted to have a life of, relative luxury, even though they called it oppression, they would have hitched their wagon to a man, right? They got married, they had kids, that was that, and they moved forward. Now where we're at is these chicks are, hookup culture. And, I'm sure you've seen Chronic's videos in Ribby, where they talk about the effects of hookup culture, right? And it's starting to really catch up. And you're at an age, and this is what's beautiful about your age, Manic. You are at the age right now where you're about to see it really kick off. Dude, I kid you not, man. If you think these hoes are something in high school, wait till they hit college and right after college. I'm not joking, dude. You're gonna see chicks hit body counts in the triple and quadruple digits, man.
Yeah, like I remember I'd like watch like mostly Taylor the Fiend is like, oh, I'm not kidding you when I say these people are legit like triple digit body counts. It's like that just feels impossible to me. But like obviously when you're like 30, it's like okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. We did the math, right? I've had guys who have criticized me on Nick's show about that, right? They're like, no, Drex, that's stupid. Okay, so here's the thing. That Tinder experiment, right? Clearly, all these chicks were looking for Chad, right? It is what it is. Chad, Tyrone, Akmir, Jose. It doesn't matter, right? If you were to ask yourself this question, Manic, do the math. Like we did it with our show with you, right? Type into your calculator how many dudes, remember, average woman, just your regular looking chick, right? How many dicks do you think she can get thrown at her per month, right? So X amount, like I said, even if you said two, even if you said just 2 dudes per month, right? That's one every 15 days, right? Add that up over the course of years, bro. Look, let's be conservative. How about one a month? How about let's say one a month, right? That means 12 dicks per year she takes, right? And remember, some months she takes 2, some she takes none. So let's just say an average of 12 per
12
month,
per month.
or 12 per year. So the one per month, that means 12 per year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, guess what? You and I both know what's the earliest that you've heard a girl starting to be sexually active in modern times?
The earliest 13.
And what's the latest? Like in general, you think that most girls have probably done something by you would argue by senior year, most of these chicks have already been smashed, right?
I want probably most, but it's kind of like the majority. I don't know. It's definitely a majority, but it's not like overwhelming, like 90%.
So you're thinking it's closer to like a 70-30 split, like an 80-20. What do you think the split would be?
I'm gonna be obviously, last senior year was a lockdown, so my gauge of this is kind of off. I'm gonna recalibrate it throughout the next year, but don't. I'm gonna say it's probably like, let's just be generous, say 30% are still virgins by the beginning of senior year. Let's just say
So
that.
beginning of senior year, they're looking forward to 9 months from now. They're going to graduate, and 30% are still not getting ran through. Right now,
Yeah.
I promise you, Manic, watch that number, bro. I know you talked to Chronic. He's told you about these colleges, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not joking, man. Trains, bro. In fact, look, I'm actually going to have one of my guys on. Dude worked as a cop and actually worked for the Fed, right?
Oh.
Dude told me he knew a dude, his wife, he couldn't find his wife. He found her in, dude, I can't make this up. Pissed drunk, passed out in a bathroom stall. 30 dudes, 30 Marines, bro. Ran a train,
No.
30, one night. Oh, shit.
No.
Is that a man, Phil?
Hey.
Phil, you're alive. Yeah, you're all good, man. What is up, Phil?
I was told this was going to be Monday.
Dude,
Apologies for getting the wrong day.
No, look, we're going to blame Tim, especially because he's not here to defend himself. Phil, we're just going to go ahead and bash Tim. So, you look, man, I need a new producer. He's horrible. He doesn't even get days right. So, Phil, we were talking about some things before you got here, obviously. And, we were talking about the censorship, like Undead Chronic. And there was an article that Chronic made. I want your take on this from the UK. Phil, have you been seeing more dudes either apathetic when it comes to what's going on in Kabul, or even praising what's going on in Kabul in terms of how they're treating the women?
It's a weird one in the UK because we're kind of used to, as you might perhaps expect, of the US kind of being the world's police, which is fine. Then all of a sudden, there's this absolute fucking debacle of a withdrawal from Afghanistan. And it's as though it's getting to the point now, a lot of people, I think, are starting to say this. I've heard this amongst my friends, but I can't speak for everyone. Was this deliberately done bad, just to, like, for the optics? Because no one does this deliberately. That's the thing.
Oh, so they're actually giving credit, like they don't think they're this incompetent, right? They're like, you can't be this incompetent.
No, I mean, because we know in the UK, like you might be able to remember when we had the Northern Ireland problems with the IRA. We deliberately did that. So our army, as such, not so much the Navy or the Air Force, but the army were always battle trained, and they were used to going into hot areas where they could be killed at any time. And this is very good for a working army. Now, Afghanistan was this for the US Armed Forces. So to all of a sudden just become incredibly incompetent and just like put everyone at risk by just pulling out overnight without telling everyone had to be a deliberate act. Someone knew what they were doing. Now, you could say this is Biden. Now, even if Biden said, right, just everyone out, I'm too stupid to know what I'm doing, even the generals would say, well, look, there's a few things that we have to do to make sure everyone's safe. Someone made a decision to make sure that this was a very dangerous thing to do. That's the way we see it in the UK.
Okay, and
go ahead, man.
Yeah, just notice how the Warhawk Republicans are trying to like go back into the discourse. Like they've become irrelevant because Trump was like relatively isolationist, anti-war. Like Dan Crenshaw has basically been politically irrelevant for like the past year or so, but now he's trying to go back into the discourse saying how Biden screwed this up.
I can see that. Oh, I quick super chats I saw here. We got from Darth Lightskin 1999. Drain these simps of hope. Keep your pimp hand strong with a big fist always. From Almond John 1, $5. Drex, remember when Bulma and Chi-Chi yelled at Piccolo for going hard on Trunks and Goten's training, and then he said, "Never train sons when moms are around." Yeah, dude, that is so true. There was actually a video. I don't know if you guys remember this. It happened about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, where there was a black chick, of course, German Shepherd, who got mad at the football coach for how he was yelling at the kids, right? And here's the thing. They're feminizing everything, bro. The army is feminized. They're going to sports continues to be feminized. Shout out to my girl, NCAA Cat. She was talking about this where there was a guy who actually came on and talked about the helmets in football. It's like they basically do nothing. It's like the concussions are from your brain. It's the shift, right? So you can have the best helmet in the world. That doesn't stop you from getting clapped when you hit full speed against a guy who's 270 pounds, right? And the reason why I bring this up with the what's happening in Kabul, Phil, is I'm being completely honest, man. Phil, I see it. You and I have talked about how when guys, they start off life, a lot of guys start off life being blue pill simps because they're conditioned to be. And then they slowly discover the red pill. Phil, I'm seeing these dudes, especially young guys. I loved Chronic's video because I think that's his top 5 videos, is that he was responding to an article. Phil, these dudes don't care, bro. They're actively rooting for them. They're like, yeah, I don't care about these. And I believe this is a good thing because guys should not be patriotic toward a country that has open contempt and hatred for them and views them as disposable. So now they're actually rooting in a true twist of fate. I'm seeing young guys look at what's happening in Kabul, Phil, and just being like, oh, well, right? Like, oh, look what happened to feminism. If you start been hearing that, Phil, like guys looking at like, oh, look, where's your feminism?
If you wanted to go along those routes, and I've got no real argument against any of that. But if you were somebody, let's say you're the premier of Iran or something like that, and you hate America, this is exactly the seeds of dissent that I would want to sow within America. And this is what I would want Americans to be doing to begin the downfall of America itself. Because for someone who, I'll speak for the British Empire. We did it before you guys. We were the effective police of the world before the American Empire came about. And there were a lot of wars and a lot of conflicts that didn't come about because somebody else had their pimp hand out, right? Now, there's an awful lot of shit that's going to go down really quickly if the police of the world aren't there, right? Mm-hmm. And someone wants you guys out of the way. And that's why this, like sowing these seeds of dissent of all of this, like gay is the best of everything. To be trans is fantastic. To be stupid is amazing. To be disabled is better than to be enabled. And I just want to know who this person is so I can take them out myself.
Oh, it's not just a person, sir. It's persons. That may come from a place in the deep state isn't real. And I find this all to be funny because you know what, Phil? My thing is this. If you want something and you push for it and you enable it, you deserve exactly what you fucking get, right? Like here's the thing, so Phil, you can't walk around going like this. I want to defund the police, right? I hate the police. Defund them. Get rid of them. And then when the police leave, right, Phil, they leave, and then what happens? Oh shit, Phil, help!
I need some police.
Phil, help! I'm getting robbed. I'm getting shot. Where's the police? And it's like, uh-oh. And see, Phil, live with it. This is the reason why, like, Phil, I love feminism, man. I love feminism. It freed men. It allowed men to finally realize that they were getting used, that none of these women ever loved them. And I do mean none of them, not even your mom. Yeah, for anyone out there who believes that their mom loves them, let me give you guys a black pill. If you believe your mom loves you, I want you guys to go do this right now. Any simp out there who's like, no, Drex, my mom is different. Go ask your mother what you should do as a man and listen to what she says. She wants you to get fucking used, bro.
Get into a discussion with your mother, right? Between you and a blue pill simp, and she will side with the blue pill simp every day, right? Because she wants you to be that guy who will just do whatever that she says. And again, it comes down to protection, right? Because she's got like this wall of simps who will do whatever that she wants all around her, and then you all of a sudden happen to be this guy. She said, no, you enjoyed the fucking vote, didn't you? Stand on your own 2 feet.
Yep.
Fucking women. And I've seen my mother just look at me and she's like, don't you ever speak to me like that again. I said, then don't behave like that ever again. And I'm the only guy in my mother's life who's ever stood up to her. Not even my father did that. He ended up divorcing and then just walking away because he didn't have the spine to stand up to a woman.
Yeah.
And he's doing it the second time around on his second time marriage. Lord knows what he's thinking.
Phil, these guys need to understand. Oh, I do have Obi-Wan sent us something. He asked if you had seen this. And Manic, you're going to get a kick out of this. It reads, I work as a lab tech in a women's clinic in the Midwest. I am the guy that looks through the microscope at your pap smear. 1 in 200, 300 pap smears have canine semen on them. This is how I was introduced to this wonderful subject. Yep, we're going there. It reads, women are told not to have sex for 2 days before their exam. They believe they are all cleaned out. The fact is they are not. Even human sperm can last 4 days. And if you have had sex with different men, we can tell. Different men's sperm look and act different. Canine sperm has a second bulge in the tail used for energy to get through a bitch's long, harsh uterine tract. If you read my post about canine semen working like a form of birth control for women, you know that the dose sperm, the dog sperm, can and will live up to 9 days inside of this biatch. If you have had a pap smear during that time, then they saw the canine semen and documented it in your chart, K9+. Your thoughts?
All I can say is, whoever you are, and you know who you are, who posted this, right? You're going to have to do a YouTube video on this. You're going to go viral because everyone needs to hear this.
Everybody. No, hold on, Phil. What do you know about white girls and dogs?
There's a very close relationship, shall we say.
So now, Phil, I tell young guys things like this because I've been knowing for a while, and a young guy like Manic, let me give you a word of advice. If you meet a girl in the next 5 years and you go to her apartment or something, and she has jars of peanut butter, and you go, where's the jelly? Where's the jam? Where's the bread? Oh, right? Hey, Phil, jars of peanut butter, but you don't see any peanut butter jelly? No jam,
I'd
no
be
bread.
Expecting to see calluses around either side of her vagina.
That's right. Dude. Look, Manic, here's one of the harshest things for simps to understand. Every aspect of their life was a lie, right? Not some of it, and it's not just about women either. Every last aspect of your life is a lie. It's a bold-faced lie, bro. And you know what? Actually, Phil, I don't know if you watched this video. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams for making it. He had a video that he just released a couple of days ago called The 5 Things Married People Don't Tell You, right? And
give us the TLDR on that one, because I haven't watched it.
Oh, Phil, it was great. So what ends up happening is he starts telling you like when you're on the outside looking in, right? A lot of married couples always pretend that everything is honky dory, right? Oh, we've been married for 30 years. It's I mean, it has its ups and downs, but I mean, marriage is a good thing to do, and blah blah blah. You don't know the ins and outs of someone's marriage. That's why if you've ever watched that show Snapped, when they start talking about all the things that have happened, you're like, wait a minute. She had a hitman set this guy up because she was Phil, you heard about that story, right? The surgeon, the Asian dude. He was a surgeon, manic, married to Miss Connecticut, found out she was a damn high-end escort and prostitute.
Oh yeah,
You
I
can't
remember
make this
that.
up. And this is common. Like people think that this is like some like, oh no, Drex, that's so unreal. Phil, we've talked about infidelity, right? We've talked about, it's rampant. Gambling addictions, you name it, right?
Does this like hark at the old meme that we've all seen? Guy and a girl, they've obviously had sex, they're in bed. He's flat out, sparked out, just blowing Z's into the air. And she's kind of just on the edge of the bed thinking, even though it's got like the Superman costume just on the chair, just by the side of the bed, is this the best I can get?
Yep.
And this is like every woman thinks, it's like, oh, could I get better? It's without thinking. This is the ultimate in masculinity. This is the best a man can be. She doesn't think that. She thinks, can I not get better? As though there's always something better to be had. And
there's insatiable.
Yeah, I just wondered, do they actually know what the end of the line is? And I don't think they've even got a concept of this.
No.
Because it goes into female psyche, if you like, that there's always something better to be had. And that, okay, I'm never going to get the best that I can get, but I'm always going to reach for the stars. Now, I get that. But like you still have to have a line in the sand yourself to say, well, look, if I cross this line in the sand, I am definitely happy. I've gotten more than my fair share. But a woman never thinks like that, does she?
Never. And that's the thing, guys that Manic has seen in school. He said there's guys that are starting to call this out. And let me ask you this, Manic. How are the guys that call out this simp behavior, how are they treated by women?
I mean, it depends on like the body type or the status, really. If it's some like dude in a like there'd be this autistic kid that was like calling this out, and like he was funny because he was so like brash about it. He would just go up to your face, and then like people try to get him arrested. But when he's like, when this dude is like on the football team or something like that, it's like they don't really think of it. They'll probably try to cancel him, but it's
half-heartedly. Half-heartedly.
Yeah.
Like here's the thing. They'll always say you're an asshole publicly and then drop their panties privately.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Always. Yeah. I do have couple quick super chats to get to from Anime Mun for $5. They want to make it to where next forever war they wage at our expense that the American people won't ask to end it next time. It's a scam, Drex. Absolutely.
Yep.
I don't support any of these people. And from Anime Mun again, my mom stole from my unborn kid. Glad she's gone. Damn, that's savage. I like it. I want people to stop saying things like, don't say something bad about your mom. Don't say something bad about your baby mama. No, fuck that bitch. If she was a horrible cunt, then just say it. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead, Phil.
Is this being brought about by the whole idea, which has been very topical at the minute with Texas bringing about that anti-abortion law? And all of a sudden, all of the leftists have come out of the woodwork to say, oh no. And what they mean is, they're not saying this, but what they mean is, I want the right to be able to kill my child when and where I please. Now, this shows me just what kind of people these are. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're calling this the heartbeat bill. If the child has a heartbeat, it's considered to be a human life. So therefore, we're going to give it some credence in that it is alive, and therefore we will not kill it. Who in their right minds wants to turn against this law? Just a thought, just to put it out there.
Well, you see who it is. I mean, you see the biggest opposition.
I'll tell you why. It's because leftism, liberalism, whatever you want to call it, it's about subverting human nature. or so subverting Mother Nature really is just like believing like you can transcend gender, and this is basically the same thing. Like, what is the ultimate transcending nature than to be able to kill something living inside you that is dependent on you?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Manic, because I'll tell you another lie that needs to get finally dispelled. I'm going to dispel this shit right here because I'm tired of listening to it. When I start hearing this phrase, women only love, and they say stuff like themselves or blah, blah, blah. And they always say this, Phil, their kids. That is bullshit. Women do not love their children.
No.
Stop. I'm tired of hearing that.
If you take away the audience, right? No one's watching them. And it comes down to it's me or them, right? Every father will say, you take me, and that's a fucking order. You leave my kids alone. Yep. Every woman will, at the very least, think about it. If you take away the audience, no one's going to feel bad about her, say bad things about her. She'll think, well, I'm more important than the children because I can have more children. And that's the way women think. Exactly.
I've talked about this with, I can't remember who it was. I believe it was TFM. Yeah. I talked about this with TFM. If you ever wanted to torture men, if I want to torture Dollhouse Phil, and I want to really break him, the way that you break men, Phil, is that you tie them to a chair and start torturing them. And what is it that you're threatening? What is the ultimate threat to a man?
They'll do this to their children.
Someone that they love, right? That's what breaks men. Now, same scenario. How do you break women, Phil?
I'll do this to you.
I'll do this to you. They are totally selfish, bro. It will break men. When you go think about any time you've ever, any story you've ever heard. What is it that ultimately gets men to crack, right? Why do men go down a certain path?
Even with this, if you tie the man to the chair and say, like, I'm going to do this to you, to your children, and I'm going to tell everyone that you if you allow me to do this to you, so I'm going to torture you, not your children, but I'm going to tell everyone that you allowed your child to be tortured. He will see through that. So, look, I can deal with all the shit that goes on as long as you don't hurt my children. Now, if you do that to a woman, all sorts of things can happen. If I tell everyone that, like, you allowed this to happen, she will fold like a house of cards. That's the thing with women. Everything that they do is based on the other people's opinion of them, whereas men can get past that.
Yeah. The opinion is matter. Like, dude, we can take it. Like when we get called scumbags and we're bad, or you're toxic and everything, and that's why dudes will kind of like look at you like, yeah, sure, I'm toxic, and that's why when you start to see guys clap back, they clap back with what they've done that makes them not toxic. Like, well, hey, I could have, done what you told me to do, and that would have gotten a whole lot of people killed. That's why I didn't do it. I can't believe you said that. Whereas women will do something like, oh yeah, well, what do you want me to do? I mean, I do what I had to do.
It wasn't my fault.
It wasn't my fault. I had to do it. I mean, what was I supposed to do? I mean, I just had to. I had no other choice. And dude, there's no accountability ever. And we need to stop using these old, tired adages about, women love their kids. They don't love their kids, bro. If they love their kids, here's a prime example about love. Because if you were to ask me, Phil, what is love? The very first tenet of love is sacrifice. How much are you willing to sacrifice, right? If you have someone who's incapable, it's all of it, right? So if you have somebody who's not willing to sacrifice anything, you're like, okay, so how is that love then? Like, and here's another thing we need to say. We have to stop saying stuff like this. Women love differently. No. They don't love at all. We need to stop saying women love differently. Okay, transactional is not love, right? Saying, hey, Phil, I'll love you as long as you provide these things for me, right? That's not love. Dude, Phil, have you think about all your male friends, right? Have any of your male friends ever said, Phil, I'll only be your friend on the condition that you continue to have the dollhouse, you make good money, you continue to look good, and they have like a long list.
Of all those things, I know exactly what you mean. Another way to look at it is you do a quick phone call to a friend, right? And this is how you know they're a friend. Dude, there are people bursting their way into my apartment right now. I've got the gun ready, but I don't think I'm going to make it. Can you help? A friend drops everything that he's doing and he comes straight over to your place to help. That does not happen with women. They call police. They get a man to do that shit.
That's right. That's right. Well, and they get a man to yeet somebody. Manic, if I'm a female and there's an issue, I don't attack you directly. I go find a simp to do it. And that's what the cops are. I want you to know is that is their role, right? The shit, this button here. This damn thing. Oh, hold on. Wait, can you guys hear me? All right, now you can hear me.
Yeah, it's better.
I can hear you.
My microphone just did something stupid again. No, the thing is that they're always going to go look for someone else. And Phil, you know this in the UK better than anybody because you guys are completely cucked. The cops are the first line of defense for gynocentrism.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it is, but the way she thinks about it, and I'm talking in the royal she, it's she as in all of the women, that as long as there's a man who will do what I want and when I want it, then it's okay. Then I am everything that a man could ever want to be. I'm equal to a man, as long as a man is actually providing that equality. Now, just how berserk does that sound?
Yeah, it's insane. Some said they're gonna tell their mom on me. Yeah, it's hilarious, man. Like there are so many things, Phil, that have kind of like just changed in the landscape. And I think as a culture, I believe one of the first things that needs to be done, because you can't save what's coming, right? You can't alter what's coming. But what you can do is be ready for it and adapt. First things first, Phil. Male only schools. First things first.
Yeah,
and only male teachers.
Now, I have some experience of this. I went to a mixed school up until, God, what would it be, like 15, 16? Now, usually everyone in the UK kind of leaves school and you'll go into the workplace and stuff. Now, if you want to go to college/university, you have to do a couple of extra years to prove your worth to be able to get into university. And that's what I did. But I had to change schools. And I went to an only male school. Now, because there was an only male school, literally half a mile down the road, there was the only female school because they were both Catholic, right? And surprise, surprise, if you were into the arts, you did your studies at the female school. If you're into sciences, you went to the male school. So we had a couple of girls in our physics class, and everything worked so very well. I mean, there would be a little bit of hijinks if the teacher allowed the guys to get a little bit like off-piste kind of thing like that, but he would deal with them because, I mean, you could literally beat the shit out of the guys. They could like punch and say, "Get back in line, boy." And like guys was, "All right, okay." The girls never ever needed it because you can just shout at them and they're done. But to be honest, segregating the learning institutions into boys and girls, it works so much better. You end up with much better people at the end of it. Now, I'm talking for only 2 years worth of experience of this, but I watched people get right out of hand, and the teachers, it wasn't so much a fucking kicking, but they would make a show of you. Whether they would say, right, hand out, and you would put your hand out expecting to get hit with the ruler or whatever it was, and they say, no, turn your hand around, and your hand had to go like that, and they would hit the back of your hand with the ruler. And motherfucker, did that hurt.
The back,
and they made a show out of it.
Oh yeah. Well, you need that shame. And I mean, one of the beauties of talking to young guys like Manic is that he's in the opposite boat. He's in the West Coast, Phil, which is the most liberal shit show you can imagine. And Manic is living on the polar opposite end, bro. And it's like, Manic, what do you think about that? What do you think about the idea of gender segregated schools?
Yeah, unironically, I would be for that.
Yeah, and I've said that in the workforce too. Well, here's the thing. One of the reasons I talked to Phil about this once, and I said, Phil, I want you to imagine this. Imagine if, RPM talks about this, right? You agree and amplify. I believe RPM is onto something, because if women keep saying that men are so toxic and so bad, you agree with them. Don't get mad. I'm going like this. You're right. Damn right, men are toxic and they need to be. Yes, you're right, Queen. What we need to do is make sure that there are no women around.
When they come on to me, I've had women, because you're just talking in a societal area or something like that, and you're not necessarily trying to get in each other's underwear, kind of idea, but you're just talking. And I've had women try to correct my thinking And like, oh, Phil, like this, I introduce a soft idea of Migtown to them and say, look, you know, I'm getting on a bit. I've been on my own for quite a while. I chose to be on my own. I'm not one of those incels or anything like that. So I just think it's just better off for everyone if I'm on my own. And women will try and correct me and say, oh, no, there's always a woman out there for you. And they try to rearrange your thinking on this as though like you're not capable of making your own thoughts and decisions. And it's not just like one woman. I would say it's most women like to think like this because they think collectively that some woman will benefit from me paying for everything, right?
Yep.
The kind of idea. So with that, I'm not trying to prove you wrong. But then I do sort of, well, why are you thinking like this? Well, what is it that's making you want me to be open to a woman's life kind of idea? Because surely for someone who is as misogynist as myself,
right.
Surely I should be better on my own, right? And they just won't have it because it's, whether it's that money or it's that care or something like that, or even if it's just, because a lot of women will operate on this one. Even if you're a bad guy, you know, the guy that like beats his wife up and stuff like that, that woman goes back to him because it's better to have a husband than not have a husband amongst other women.
Yep.
That kind of idea. Now, just how fucked is that thinking, right? And this is women today.
Oh, absolutely. Well, here's one of the things that I find to be hilarious, right? And it's like when these women, they chose government, especially black women, they did it first. They chose government over the black man, right? And what ended up happening is they started to realize, wait a minute, there's a lot of things government won't do. Like, that's why you see that whole hashtag, right? Protect black women. And I find it hilarious though, Phil, because I'm like, you used to have protection. You remember those guys that you discarded that you said you hate them so much? Well, they used to protect you. They don't anymore. You see what I'm saying? So one of the beauties of that, Phil, is I always tell them, man, you got daddy government. You don't need me. Remember, you said I'm toxic. Phil, I embrace all of these labels that are thrust upon me, right? Misogynist, chauvinist, asshole. I can always show my face on camera because I'm always like this off camera. And I tell people, I go, if you meet me in public, I am no different. I wonder if Drex really believes it. Yep.
Well, this is where I was going with that point. It's like, but like, if men are such assholes, then why are you working so hard to bring me around to being in some woman's life? Not your own, but like some other woman's life. Why do you want that? And I'm not arguing that. Okay, my mistake. Where are you going with this point then? And she's got nowhere to go. She's just like, maybe I was thinking, all these other things.
I feel that's when they usually feel. I just feel, man. I just feel that men are happier when they're married. Listen, I can assure you. In fact, Manic, I don't know if you know this. I know Phil knows about this. There was an article written, and a lot of guys did a screenshot of it. There was a survey, Manic, of guys who are a little older. I want to say like 35 plus. They would rather watch the movie Predator than be with a woman. Do you remember that one, Phil? You remember that men chose Predator over women? Do you remember that?
Now, the thing is, right, they chose this movie well, right? Because when you see that mouth open of the Predator and everyone thinks, that looks like the last vagina I was just going for.
Yep.
And that's why they all say, like, it's the Predator.
Yep.
Wait, like it's like they'd like marry the Predator over?
No. They chose the movie, so they didn't want an actual Predator. They would choose, because what ends up happening is this. You'll start to see this as you get older, and I'm sure you've seen this, like maybe with your dad or your uncles or something. How many times have you seen them just want to watch a game or watch a movie, just basically just do anything that involves them relaxing and just being content, right? Who breaks that up? Who stops them from enjoying their life?
So in my household, it was mostly like it's like somebody would come over, which would be family, like mostly like an aunt or something.
Who invited
would come over and break that up? The mom.
It's always mom. It's always mom.
She just walks in and go, hold on, I've got a room full of men here enjoying themselves. I, as a woman, feel it is my duty to break this shit up.
Yep.
And stop this.
You guys can't be out here having fun. Phil, what the hell are you doing having fun?
Exactly.
You guys, I need attention. And you're just like,
and I would see men get really upset with me when I go, look, see, this is a room full of men enjoying themselves. Get out. You don't have the authority to be in here. And I'd see men go, oh, Phil, you can't speak to a woman like that. Watch how quickly this shit gets sorted out. Get out.
Get out.
But get out. And she gets out and everything goes back to normal. Everyone's happy. And all the men are like, you know what? That was the right thing to do.
Well, you know what makes that funny, though, is that when you look at women's hobbies, and I want Manic, and I want you and your guys to really, really understand this, man. Because I look at you guys who are younger than me as like I truly feel like an obligation to give you guys literally every ounce of knowledge I have of what's happened, because I don't want any of you guys to get fucked over, man, with what's coming and what I've been through, what Phil's been through. We know it, right? I'm going to tell you right now, man. Manic, you're going to start seeing some things within, like I said, within the next 5 to 10 years. You're going to see this huge shift. And one of the things that you're going to know, women don't have hobbies, bro. I don't know if you know this or not. They don't possess a single fucking hobby.
Indeed, anything that they can do to spend time on that they just makes them happy. I mean, I'll choose like an absurd one just to make the point. It's somewhat hyperbolic, but stamp collecting. Some guy goes, this is a really unusual stamp, and he'll sit there and he'll tell you 15 minutes worth of information about this stamp. But he's cool about this, and he's got that, and he's put it into his collection book, and he's really cool about it. And all things like are just like happy for this guy, that the sun is shining for this guy. Whereas a woman, unless she's fucking up some guy's shit, she's not happy. And that's the difference.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that you'll learn, and Phil, you know this, men get the most the gratification that a man can feel is not success. It's not. Because here's the thing, yes, a narcissist or an egomaniac will be like, yes, look at me. But we're saying the vast majority of guys, you know what guys get the most pleasure from, Phil? Seeing they helped someone else succeed is what men get the most pleasure from.
To accomplish something.
Yep. Yeah. Like, okay, here's a prime example. Ask a coach, what gives you more joy? You leading these young men to live successful lives, or were you happier in your playing days? You'll hear a lot of coaches go, I enjoy coaching more than I ever enjoyed playing. Have you ever heard a coach say they enjoy playing more than coaching? I never have. Never. So Phil, what is it they're getting out of coaching that they didn't get playing? What is the main thing that they're getting?
That they're making a difference, as I say, accomplishing something, but to prove that they were not there. If that coach was not there, things would have gone to shit. The fact that the coach was there, he made the difference, and that makes life worth living for a man.
Yep. Yeah, he saw. But here's the thing: you can see it. Like if I'm sitting there, let's say, you and I are coaches, and I'm like, hey, Phil, Manic is one of our players. He's got the war band. We're the war banders. You know what I'm saying? We're out here. We're doing our thing. You know what I'm saying? We're over here. We're against the power bottoms, right? We're against the leftist power bottoms over there. And these fuckers got the praline, was it the Prancing Elite? I don't know if you ever seen that from Atlanta. The Prancing Elite for cheerleaders. Phil, if you want to see something disturbing, and I know you do, I want you to just pull up videos of Prancing Elite. You will see, for all you guys out here listening to this, man, the Prancing Elite was, they were actually on a show, right? They're on a show. They are highly effeminate, gay, black dudes, all raised by German Shepherd single moms, right? Who wear makeup and stuff. And I'm not joking about this, guys. They wear booty shorts and cheer at male events. I want you to imagine that.
Speaking of which, this may hark right into your point. The Chinese government have just kind of outlawed effeminate men on TV. Is this the same thing that we're talking about?
Yep. Yeah. I meant to get to that article too, which is, Manic, did you hear about this article?
Yes,
that China, dude, they're even banning. They're banning like lots of. They're banning, what is it? Skinny jeans.
I mean, to be fair, that bearing in mind there's like billions of Chinese people, so like whatever we can do, they can do it sort of like almost 10 times harder and on steroids. But when you see their effeminate men, you see some examples of them, you're like, oh Jesus, I could almost fuck that myself. It's that effeminate.
Oh,
go on, dude. What do you think?
Oh, 1 second. I
Yeah.
got a super chat from Forrest. The Forrest for $5. I worked as a tech in the family court building in NYC. I have watched women train their kids with a counselor. Women don't love kids; they are tools. Yeah, they're just accessories. Like, kids are just accessories, man, to extract resources and attention.
They always have been in, and I'm not trying to be like this, like Uber MGTOW or anything like that, but like I've kind of seen it. If the children don't speak in a certain way, they don't look in a certain way, they don't act in a certain way, they're not her children. She'll disown them in a heartbeat. That's the thing. And it's when you see this, that's when you realize there is, I mean, a female's heart might beat, but there's no blood going through that heart kind of thing. There's no love in that heart. Like, whereas when a man's heart beats, there's all the love in the world going on there. And this is what makes the world like the beautiful place that it is. That men love, men are the romanticists and all the rest of these sorts of things. Without that, it would be a cold, gray Microsoft world.
It would. I mean, hey, Manic, you're in high school. Out there, what do girls do for their man on Valentine's Day? Anything special?
I mean, you'd probably get the obligatory like posts on Instagram, Snapchat. Nothing more like showing outwardly, but it's mostly like simp fest for the chick, like, you know, the dudes simping for the chicks.
Mm-hmm. So tell me what the guys do. They give them presents and stuff. Tell me what the guys do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most valuable one is just like basically like promoting her basically on his Instagram or his Snapchat, basically just like because it's basically attention for her. It's
so to give her kudos, as it were, within her own female friendship.
Yeah, basically, you know, of course, some people have like extravagant like flowers, chocolates, stuff like that.
I was very lucky, I must admit, at one point, because I was working in the pub trade for a while. So you can imagine the Valentine's Day, everyone was out having a meal, taking their girl out and stuff like that. So me and my girlfriend, who were the management, we couldn't get out. So what that meant was, you know, whether it was a day before, the day after, you know, you get any restaurant that you wanted a day before, the day after, because they were empty those days. And it made everything an awful lot cheaper. And it also meant that anything that you did on those days was taken for the gesture that it was. Whereas had I been Joe Public and been taking my girl out on February 14th, it's expected that we're going to go to a nice restaurant. There's going to be something clever that's going to be done to make her feel good and look good in front of everyone else. That's the most important thing. But because we worked on that night, it took all of that away. And then therefore I mean, I didn't do this, but to be honest, let's say I got her a McDonald's cheeseburger, but like I had a rose just put on the top of the wrapped cheeseburger. That would have been seen as something, and she would have taken that nicely because it wasn't on Valentine's Day. Yep. And then when you have all of this stupid shit that goes on, it's expected that you're going to go to a haute cuisine restaurant, you're going to spend like $300 for the two of you, stuff like that. And then you have to do something on top of that. I was just like, you know what? Fuck off. No. Even if I was that guy who wasn't working on Valentine's Day, I would just be, no, let's not do this. Let's go out 2 days hence, right? And that will mean more to us.
I got to piss. Be right back.
Oh, go ahead, Manic. Phil, I'm about to drop a major red pill on you, bro.
Go on, then.
As the side chick king, I'm going to tell all you guys out there in the world, man. Valentine's Day is a great day for hookup culture. Phil, it is one of the absolute. I would argue the only day bigger than Valentine's Day for hookup culture is Father's Day, right? Because these single moms, the kids with dad, so they're free. They're free that weekend. He has the kid all weekend, and I just want to go out and just get frisky. Good. Valentine's Day, because most of these chicks are single, right? Very few women actually have a man, Phil. A man, not dealing with multiple men.
I know what you mean, but then again, for those girls out there who actually do have a man, you're one of those guys that would break that down as well, though, aren't you, Drax?
No, here's the thing. No, Phil, here's the thing. I've always promoted people who are in healthy relationships, right? What I've always said is that very few relationships are actually healthy, right? And indeed. I'm the guy who goes like this, Phil. And I was actually having this conversation because I have a buddy of mine, good friend of mine, and my man Phoenix is I showed him that video. I can't remember if you saw it. It's actually from England, Phil. It's a video of a guy literally jumping out of a window because the crazy husband arrives and catches his wife cheating, right? So my man Phoenix was saying, you should break the guy's legs and arms and stuff, because that man is a scumbag.
Oh, God,
and I said,
people.
And I go, hold on now. I go, think about it. And I explained to him in my perspective. I said, hold on now. These women go to the dudes, right? Because Phil, a lot of times the guy, okay, because I told him, I said, what if you went to a girl's place right now and you thought she was single and a guy shows up and she goes, oh my God, quick, go out the window. You're like, what the fuck? Like, you didn't know that, right? I go, so is that fair? And then he goes, well, yeah, that sucks, but it is what it is. I go, but Phoenix, think about it. We have to get away from putting the onus on the third party.
Indeed. Yeah, I've said this enough times myself. If I come home and some guy's like tapping my girl kind of idea, I'm one of those girl guys, and it'd be like, right, you out. And he fucks off and said, now we're going to go full fucking saw on your ass, girl. Because it's just beginning for you.
I think it hurts more when you are totally apathetic. You're like, oh, that's cool. And you just like, dude, I've never been in that position and I've never been cheated on to my knowledge. If I was, oh, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. But I will say this, though. Apathy hurts far more than passion, right? Yelling, screaming.
It's when they feel that they can't do anything. Like my dad's generation would feel like a woman could be caught knife deep, knifing the children. And you might be able to call the police, but you couldn't do anything to a woman. Mm-hmm. That woman would have seconds to live if she was my woman. I swear to God. And like a lot of men I know, they're just like, oh, well, what can you do? It's a woman. You can't raise your hand to a woman. That's bitch thinking. That was your mother talking. Mm-hmm. Your father would never speak like that.
See, I've always
there's a lot of men who just don't get this.
See, Phil, what I believe is the greater solution to this problem is, as you know, I'm anti-relationship, right? I keep telling guys, look, I want you guys to imagine a world where none of this exists. A lot of the usury exists because guys are allowing themselves to be used, right? You're allowing yourself to be a foodie call. You're allowing yourself to get divorce raped. You're allowing yourself
to have dictated to. This is what you must do. That's the problem. Now, like as you say in nature, take all of this away. Now, how are you going to act? There's no police. There's no nothing. There's no like society. And she did that to you. I swear you will break her into pieces.
Oh, yeah.
That will stop any other woman from doing that again because they told.
I agree 100%. In a lawless, governmentless society, yes, that would be the most appropriate thing because now word spreads quick, right? And people go, okay, this is the consequence. Because if you just walked away.
Well, this is where father comes from. Like when you're marrying his daughter and saying, I trust you're never going to have to raise your hand to my girl. Mm-hmm. Now, back in the day, this was because, she might get a little bit out of hand, but threaten her, but don't break her face because I know she can be a little bit out of hand. But that's how I command her. And she's in line. Whereas today, it's taken as gospel. It doesn't matter what she does. You never raise your hand to a woman. It's like, that is the wrong way to do it.
Now I will say this though, and this Manic has talked about some of the simps and cucks in his school, and I'm going to tell you right now, I talked to Manic about this when we did a show this week, Phil. I said, the future of relationships is going to be polyamory, bro. You're going to see like hideous looking females with.
Well, with that, what do you mean exactly by polyamory? Because there's the old school polyamory, and I think there's new school polyamory. And I don't.
I'm saying new school, as in one woman having multiple simps, and that's going on. Like, here's the thing, Manic. They are openly encouraging men to get pegged, openly encouraging men to be cuckolds and let their wife just do whatever the hell they want. This is open, Phil. This is no longer like, oh, I found it on some back page website that no one's heard of, or it was a Reddit forum. It was on Craigslist. No.
Well,
it is.
If
open.
that happens, though, the man, and I think this is perhaps where your point is coming from, the man should step back. Like if somebody starts to raise the hand towards their woman, it's like, well, you're a strong, independent woman. You can sort this shit out. I'm not your guy to protect you. And stuff.
Absolutely.
I'm just one of many, right?
Oh wait, one
was...
quick second. We got a super chat from Frederick Little, $10. We need a T-shirt available from the Migtown store that's coming, which lists all of Drex's commandments, such as 1, don't get married; 2, don't dip your pen in company ink; 3, never simply, etc. Yeah, like, dude, all of this needs
my
to
first
be
one. Thou shalt not simp, and it's on its way to the UK right now.
Special shout out to Phil, who's already here physically and in spirit, for buying the first one. The simping's getting out of control, but go ahead, man. You're about to say something?
Oh yeah, what was that one website that promoted that like 5 soy boys, one with the Star Wars shirt with this one girl? All of them looked ugly, and then it turns out like she had a kid with one of them. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, one of them. And you know what's funny? I will never forget that, because Nick was the one that told. Nick is the one that shows me all this internet stuff, because like I don't live in the internet world. So when Nick shows me stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, what is this grotesque creature with these 5 simps? And Nick goes, yeah, Drex, this is how bad it's gotten, man. This is the chick. And I was like, okay. Later on, Phil, Nick goes, one of them was busted for abusing a child. Which one do you think? Phil, I'm not joking. I took one look at the picture and went, that guy. Of course I was right. And Manic, you know the picture, right? Like where you see him, he's the one that looks the most like.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember the infamous photo with all of them.
You remember he was clearly the one that looked like he was having the least amount of fun, right?
Yeah,
he was the one that you would make a meme out of. That guy.
I mean, it's so.
There was a lot. There was a lot seeming they did not enjoy their time there.
No, wouldn't it be cool though if we could have actually had all of those guys on the show and just said like, can we just question what you were thinking at the time and how you feel now? Because I'll bet their attitudes have changed. I will bet you.
Well, I'll tell you something that I've always maintained, Phil, is one of the things that when it comes to shame, right? Is that a lot of the first shame. No one wants to understand this or admit this. The first shame comes from self. We are very self-aware of what we are doing in life. And it is for that reason that's why we don't discuss certain things publicly. So I'll give you an example, Phil. Mm-hmm. I am a dude who is an oral bottom and gets pegged at swinger parties. If a dude said that, right, he's not going to say that publicly, right? You see where I'm going with this, Phil? But here's what I mean, though, man.
He'd have a euphemism for that. He wouldn't say that,
he would never, like, dude, a guy would not say that. He wouldn't be like, oh, yeah, my wife pegs me every night. The reason he doesn't say that publicly is that he knows the amount of shame that will come, because he's self-aware. He knows, dude, I'm a simp, I'm a cuck, I'm a lame, he knows, dude, if you're a man and you say, honey, it's our anniversary, I got you a present, and she goes like this, oh, what did you get? And you goes, I got an even bigger dildo. And a dude bends over on all fours, bro, while she's over there just clapping you from the back. Like, a dude knows he's not a man, right, Phil? Like, he knows that he's bitch made. Like, because he would never.
He's not even a woman. It's like
he's not even a woman. He's beneath, dude. And this is why it's so important. Is we were talking to one of the guys in the Discord. He's from the UK, Phil. He was even on a show, crazy enough, and he told us. He's like, yo, yeah, I'm disabled and stuff. So we asked him, I'm like, okay, well, can you give us an idea of what disabled women? Huh?
Was this Richard that we were talking about?
It is Richard, yeah. Oh, Phil, he told us disabled chicks have insane standards. It's over.
Of course they do.
Manic, do you know what do you think is the first rule that what is the first preference of a disabled chick? What do you think her first preference is for the man?
Let's say rich.
He has to be able. Height and able. He can't just be tall, Phil. He has to be able to use his body, right? I'm disabled, but he has to be able to use his body.
Not just to be able to stand up like erect, like I cannot, but like he has to be able to do it more and better than anyone else. That's the thing. Because I am worth it. Right?
I'm worth it.
Like, are you out of your fucking mind?
Yes, Phil. They are out of their fucking mind. Yes. Well, and you know what the wildest thing is, man? Shout out to Cress from Knuckleheads. So Cress just sent me a thing earlier, and we've all seen this. We're all fully aware of this. This is one of the most hideous standards ever, right? And she sent me a screen grab. It says, plus size women admit they aren't attracted to overweight men.
Yeah.
We've all known this.
Bullshit. I call bullshit. They're not attracted to plus weight men. No, they're not.
No. It says they're not. No, we know that,
they're
right?
Not. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not attracted because
look at the language.
Yeah. Dude, if we ask anybody, we can walk up to a bunch of, let's say, women who are size. What's a good size to say, like, oh yeah, this is clearly a plump girl? How about 16? So size 16 and bigger, right? So that is BBW up to SS BBW, right? And we walk up to these big chicks, these hefty heifers, and we ask them, hey, what about this guy right here? Man, he seems like a nice guy. He seems like a good, he's fat.
I love that one because and coming from a fatty herself, and they hate it when I say this.
Yep.
Oh, I'm not fat. You're size fucking 16. I can fit 2 of me into your clothes.
I'm thick. I'm big boned. You don't know. You just don't like curvy women. I'm sure. What are all the things that?
I just usually retort with, "You're a fat fuck. Just accept it."
Accept it.
How dare you?
Manic. Do you ever just tell fat chicks that they're fat? Do you ever just try to go, "You're a fat chick"?
I didn't quite have those balls on me like before quarantine started, but if it was probably nowadays, maybe. If it obviously if she was annoying me, I wouldn't do it unprompted. But or actually I did do it once in I think freshman year. We were in Spanish class and we were learning the word fat, right?
Gordo.
And, yeah, gorda or gorda. Yep. And so I looked at the chick next to me and it was like said her name in the sense S Gorda.
Yep.
And then she of course went to all her friends about it.
Yep. Yeah, you're a scumbag, right? Well, okay. Now here's the saddest thing.
She actually had a sense of humor about it.
Oh, did she? Oh, okay. Well, at least she had that. Now here's. Let me show you female nature in a nutshell. This is what's great. If you fit the physical of what she's looking for, this is how great it is to understand female nature. You can call a fat chick fat. She gets mad at you, right? And then you're saying, hey, I was only saying fat because I want you to work off those calories on this D. The same chick, I'm not joking, the same chick who you just berated and belittled will jump on the D. I shit you. That is female nature in a nutshell.
I've had that where I've
let's just say she wanted to.
Size.
Oh, wait, what did you say, man?
Let's just say she wanted to.
Oh! I called it, dude.
You've been vindicated.
It happens every time. I mean, I've called a girl out actually on being fat, and she was like all out rage and all the rest of it, and then she came around, and then she ended up getting the D later on. They always use every opportunity that's open to them, and it's he's interested in me. Whether that's positive or negative.
Yeah, attention is the currency. So Phil, we've talked about this, right? Attention is their currency. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. Dude, this is the reason why there were endless Reddit forums of leftist women wanting Donald Trump to smash them. That's why. Yeah. Endless. Dude, it was endless.
They just wanted a guy who didn't listen or take their shit and just do that shit and put the D in and just, you're going to enjoy it, babe. And because she just wants that just at least once, instead of some guys going like, I'm going to touch your thigh. Is that okay? I'm going to touch your breast. Is that okay? And then because every woman who I've ever known, whether they're leftist or rightist or whatever, doesn't like that shit. They want to be dominated by a guy. Yep. That's the whole idea of masculinity.
Oh my God, Phil, this was crazy, you guys. I'm gonna have to find this this girl's dating profile. I'm not joking. It is in the top dating profiles in history, and her profile addresses. She actually addressed. I'm not joking. I can't make this up. Her screen name was Femme Libtard. I'm not joking. And I think there's like a number attached to it. Yeah, dude. And here's the thing. So Phil, here's what's funny. I saw this and I'm like, you can't help it, right? She's a chubby chick, right? You're looking like, no, right? So I clicked it, and I'm reading, and you're reading through the profile. And it actually says in parentheses, right, what she's looking for. It says MAGA is okay. Now,
yeah.
during I kid you not, Manic, in the profile, right? In the profile, it says I want basically, like I said, the alpha MAGA dude, right? To come and here was the quote that really like sold it for me. It said to fuck the stupid out of me and put me in my place. I'm not
Yeah,
joking. That is it.
Now, normally, for a woman, you would have to read between the lines to get that, but she's actually put it in the lines because obviously it's not worked for her. So I just want a guy to just dick me down good and hard and tell me what I should be doing, and then make a fucking sandwich for him afterwards.
Yeah.
Kind of idea. And any bet she will feel loved when that happens.
Oh, dude, it's great. This is why when I laugh when Chronic talks about smashing these leftist chicks. I was like, look, dude. And I was confessing this on numerous occasions. I said, look, I can't help myself. If you put me around a feminist, something just my heart beats a little faster. Phil. It goes from like, boom, like, I have a cold black dead heart, Phil. And someone goes, Drex, what makes your heart race? Obviously, things that I'm interested in, right? Like certain video games, this, that, like topics I like to talk about. But there's just one thing, Phil. One thing, Manic. That just it beats a little fat. Boom, 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 boom. It's when you put me near a feminist. Phil, I'm not joking. I have literally looked down at my own dick and going, "What? God damn it! Again!" I can't help myself. I have to smash them. I'm literally incapable of listening to a feminist go.
Well, you said
attractive
that
ones,
though.
attractive ones.
But no. Well, let's even suggest that there weren't. It doesn't really matter. I think the point here is you're a tall, ripped, good-looking black guy. So like you've kind of got the pick. So you could pick your girls if you wanted to. But you'll say, oh, what again? I've done this again. It's the leftist girls who are going for you, not the other way around. Let's be fair.
Yeah. So what ends up happening is getting girls was always easy, right? It didn't take much effort for me. And so what ended up happening is back in the day, Phil, and so I've heard lots of red pill guys, get harp on guys for getting with older women, blah, 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 right? But see, I saw it from a different way. When I was growing up, getting girls my own age was easy, right? I was homecoming king, I was an athlete, blah, blah, blah. So that was easy. There was no effort, none, zero, right? So someone said, well, Drex, what turned you on? I said, what turned me on back then, it was older women. And they said, well, why? I said, you had to do, because older women, what they would do, Phil, is that when
it took work, right?
It took work because I couldn't just show up to a chick. Okay, if a chick was like, let's say a cougar, she's 35, and I was, let's say, 20, I couldn't just walk up to her and be like, yo, what's up? You've heard these stories, Phil, where they go like this, look, you're old enough to be my son, or you're my son. They will say things to try to chop you down, right? So now you had to out alpha them, right? Because they were trying to show that they were the, I'm the boss, I'm mama bear. No, you're not. You're going to submit the way they all do, right? And when it comes to these leftists in particular, if you put me near a leftist, Phil, I have told you time and again, you're right, they all fall in line. When you blow their back out and tell them exactly what's what, and I have done this numerous times, Phil, you can literally slap them on this ass and say, now go make me a sandwich. Phil, what will they do every single time?
They will at least do that, and they'll do something else as well. They'll bring a cup of tea or coffee with it.
Yep. Manic. This is why I get so pissed at these modern dudes. I go, when and how has simping ever worked for you, right? All that simping you've been doing, right? We're talking about the modern guy.
It's nothing. It's never done anything thus far.
It's
and
never
we're talking
worked.
decades of time for all of these people. I've been simping for such a long time, and soon I'll get my reward. It's like, dude, no, there's no reward. It never happens. It just doesn't happen. Show me the guy who did this before you where he got his reward, because he's still fucking waiting and he's got his pension now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, Manic. What is the biggest gap you see in the mentality of younger guys in your age bracket and guys in my bracket, which I'm 38, and then guys in Phil's bracket who've crossed 50? Like, what is like the mindset that you've seen in your own life, right? Like that'd be like, guys your dad's age, or maybe an older uncle, and then like maybe like the guys who are, maybe you have like an older brother or something like that. Like just the different gaps in age. What have you noticed in the different mentalities?
Yeah, so I have a personal trainer. I think he just turned 35, and he legit told me that like simping works. And then I said no. Okay, that's stupid. But by the way, he later then broke up with his baby mama. Uh,
Did
and
he
then
break
he
up with
got
her, or did she break up with him?
Oh, one quick
I
second, Manic. One quick chat, just in case I don't lose it. From that silencer, $10 super chat. Drex, has Phil seen the Feminist Boys School video that Nick showed you? Would love to see Phil's facial reaction. Thanks for such an amazing podcast. Phil, I pray you haven't seen this. Please say no.
It's not ringing a bell, to be fair.
Phil.
Oh no.
Phil. Oh, Manic, you've seen it, haven't you?
Is it going to happen?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, so Manic, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst thing since the bubonic plague, where does Feminist Boys rate?
Okay, I can't have it 10 because it doesn't have Desmond is amazing on it.
Oh yeah.
So maybe an 8. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Trust me, it's even worse now. No matter when you saw it, it's going to look even worse now.
Does it age probably over time?
Oh, okay. You want actually remember that like fuck hate one from like 2016 when it was like a bunch of like a little girls that they got to like recite feminist talking points.
I remember.
Yeah, well, like would you say that's worse or better than that? That's
I'm glad I never saw that one.
I thought that was child abuse myself, but you know.
Wait, no, what is it called?
I know it's by this like organization or whatever called fuck hate, and like hate is spelled with the H8.
Okay, so yep. So
and in the video it's like one they count the like kids in there, and like one of them is like, which one of us is gonna get raped?
What? Oh god, I got so that's the video.
Like,
okay, he says it's about 4 years ago, right?
Yeah, 2016.
Yeah, few years old now. Yeah,
4 or 5 years ago. Okay, so it's okay. I'll pull it up now. You were saying something earlier, man. Like, what were you saying?
Oh yeah, have you seen that one? Like it's a pretty infamous Reddit post. I've seen it like reposted many times, where it's like is on r/dirty confessions, and it's like the title of the post is like age whatever with a really embarrassing kink, and she talks about how she really wants to be fucked by far right Republicans and become a MAGA slut.
Yep.
And then there's a comment agreeing with her.
Dude,
they all want the same thing. To be fair,
all want it.
Because if guys on the left, and I suspect they secretly want to do this, but they just don't have the stones to do it, to just like dick down the girl and go, this is how we do it, they would actually be somewhat satisfied. But they know it's the guys on the right who have all of the conservatism and like all of the MAGA and all the rest of it, who are just going to like give them the capital D and do it properly, and this is how it's meant to be, and then be like, oh, that's fantastic, I can go back to being a feminist now.
Yep.
And that's what they'll do.
Well, they're all chameleons, and that's the reason why I've seen some channels. I like to click on women's channels to kind of see, because you like to know what are they saying, right? And one of the things that's very disturbing, Phil, and I want your take on this, you and Manic, is what do you feel about when you see a woman's channel where she says, I was a former feminist, right? Like whether she's married now or not, when she goes, I was a former feminist, and feminism is a lie, and women need to get away from this. What do you feel about that?
I tend to think I was a feminist means I was looking for attention before and it didn't work, so I'm going to try the other way. So are you going to give me attention now? That's what that speaks to me.
How about you, Manic? You're in the younger brackets. I don't know if you see it as much, but have you seen that? Like where women flip?
I don't think I really like experienced a huge flip yet. It's either they're too scared to like say they're not because they'll get canceled by all their friends. So it's like mostly like private, I would say. So like I'm pretty sure the lines are drawn and barely anybody's crossed them, I'd say. But like when I see it like on YouTube, like I don't know, would you say like the walk away videos, something like that?
Yeah, walk away from the left. I think her name is it like Rebecca Barrett or something? She says that she's a former feminist, and she basically says no to everything about feminism. Yet she still has the feminist haircut, and that's disturbing to me, right? You know, I see things. I'm like, yeah.
How old is
like,
she? If you don't
I think
mind me
she's like
asking.
30. She's somewhere between like 30 and 33. She's on Fresh and Fit podcast also.
Okay, because the reason I ask, generally, like, if you want to be the feminist and you want to be like, the purple head screaming TW4T, you're generally a younger girl. Now, once you hit 40, then I understand when women go like, oh, I don't want feminism's got nothing for me. It's like, yeah, it doesn't like old women. It only likes young women.
Yeah. So when you get old as if you're a female and you get old and you're wondering, where is my feminism? I'll tell you what. Here's the thing, though, Phil. It's still there for them, right? It just morphs. And someone goes, what does it morph into? Here's what feminism morphs into when you get older as a woman. It morphs into hate the men more, but hate the women, the young women, even more than you hate the men.
Oh God, yes.
Do you notice that?
The jealousy of
look at these
older
young
women.
thotties with these old men with money and resources, and they're handsome, and they're checking out these. You heard that? I don't know if you heard about this. There's a girl that says that they should make the age of consent 25. Have you heard about that? Now, Phil, did she want that when she was 18? Yes or no?
Oh God, no. She wanted that reduced to about 14, so she could get that male attention when she was 14. Yep. To be honest, it's got nothing to do with inappropriateness or anything like that. She just wanted what she could get as soon as she could get it. And now that she's old, it's like, oh no, I want to change the rules now. And all the young women are going, no, it doesn't work like that. We are in control.
Yep,
that's the thing. This is great. That's why the older women say feminism's got nothing for us now that we're over 40.
Yep,
nothing. It's over. You are forgotten. No one cares for you, least of all the women. That's the thing.
And you know what the beauty of that is that, do you know what feminism actually tells older women? Even more than just hatred. It tells them to double and triple down. Go focus more on your career, right? It doesn't tell women to focus less on their career. It says focus more. Go get more educated, because then you'll be a bigger catch for men. And some women are dumb enough to do it.
They're all dumb enough to do it. I mean, to be honest, let's be honest. There's like a lot of guys who will be told stuff that like, oh, just get married and have kids. It's going to be fantastic. And all these guys are, oh, yeah, okay, I'll do that. And you ask them, why did you do it? Because that's what we do. There's no reasoning behind it. But women more so than men. Yeah. But but with women, they get really resentful when they get older. And, like when there's nothing for them, and say, well, what did you think was actually going to be there for you as an older woman?
Well,
because feminism has never spoken about the older woman ever in its history.
Never does. Now, hold on now. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Now, I know this is going to be crazy, especially for the 4 female viewers who may watch this. I know this is going to be insane. Let me ask you ladies a question. This is for all you young ladies out there who are going to one day hit the wall hard, right? I want you to ask this question. Hey, ladies, if you are between the ages of 16 to say 26, right? I want you to ask yourself this question. How are the women looking in their 40s, right? When you go out and about, how are they looking? How are they acting? If you're a 22-year-old female and you're hot and you're out at a bar or something, especially pre-COVID, right? You're out at the bar. What did the old women look like? Did they look happy? Were they with a man? Did you see any joy coming from you? And your friends were happy because, like you said, Phil, they were getting all the attention, all the resources, all the wedding proposals. They got everything, right? How did those women in their 40s look? Okay, now ask yourself this question. Do you believe, unless there is some tragic accident, that you are going to live to be at least their age, which would be 46, right? If you ask most women, they'll say, yeah, well, unless I, get yeeted in a car accident or some stray bullet, I expect to live a long life. Okay, now follow this train of thought. If you are in your 20s and you are looking at a woman in the bar, or God forbid the clubs, and she's in her 40s looking horrible, right? Ask yourself this question. If you carry on the path that you're carrying on, where do you think you're going to be? Right, Phil?
I know, but they're all going to say that won't happen to me.
It won't be me. Manic, what is the expectation of the girls in your school? Because right now they're preaching man hate, blah, blah, blah. Yet they always say that they want a man, right? They hate men, but they want to get married and have kids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever heard a girl who says, I'm sure you've gotten this, right? I don't want to get married and have kids. I don't want to do that, right?
What is the expectation of women your age? Do they tell you? or do you not know?
Oh, they you know, they obviously there's some like hypocrisy with the like, oh yeah, they're very willing to submit, but they'll go out and protest or whatever. They'll like literally I saw like, but like sometimes like girls just have like basically like dudes on leashes they can control like as boyfriends. And it's just like, why would you subject yourself to this? That's like all I ask, and like
Is
they get
it
defensive.
is it one of those things where it depends how the wind is blowing, how the reaction is going to be? I always found this with women, but like I'm a generation removed from you. They will say whatever gives them the best response from the people who are listening. And it's almost as though women have no opinion of their own. It's whatever the crowd wants them to say is how they will react.
A part of that may be true. There's a part of me is I don't know. It's like yeah, there's definitely like some women that well like let's just say when George Floyd, that incident happened, like like a bunch of girls that were like never political, they were doing the march. We talked about this on either the Thot Girl Summer or the last podcast episode. It was like they were talking about how like rape is bad, then literally the next day they're talking about how Jacob Blake was innocent.
Of course.
So
Of course.
it's whatever gives them the most kudos at the time.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, I'd say
Dude,
that, or it's just like,
well,
So
look at Me Too. I mean, Phil, look at Me Too. Every chick who's Me Tooing somebody right now, always ask them, go back in time and see what they were doing, right? So Bob Dylan got Me Too'd after 56 years, right? Go look at all the dudes who got Me Too'd. Manic, I promise you, the same girls who are saying Me Too were on casting couches. They were getting trains run on them. They were the turbo thots. That's because they were winning at the time. By the time they get older and their money is done, right? They have no more resources to suck. What they're gonna do is they're gonna go like this. Let me look backwards. Let me see who in my past has resources now that I can go after.
Well, indeed. So I would say the woman hasn't changed, but
Nope.
that's why I asked the question: are they phrasing it differently as younger women as they were? Let's say in my generation, older women. I don't think there's much difference, but there'd be a slight phraseology of difference.
Yeah, it's definitely, basically the general corrosion of the culture. I think you can see how that affects my generation. It's more just like blatantly, I don't want to say like misandrist, like that, it's
Well, there's nothing wrong with that if that's what it is.
Well, I
Yeah,
prefer blatant rather than covert. I do have a question for you though, Manic. When it comes to what they're saying, is there any slut shaming from other women now, or is it just like don't slut shame? That's wrong.
okay. There's only slut shaming when it's like they have a beef with her, like when like some girl was like, George Floyd overdose, I have evidence, and then like people are like, oh well, she sent nudes to this person. It's like that's the only context
So
I've
is that
heard
woman
it
to
in.
woman, but there's no man to woman slut shaming?
It's let me there. I'm pretty sure from what I remember, there was definitely some man. Yeah, there was definitely some man to woman. Like what we would we would like I remember I was in a conversation with a bunch of guys. They were stereotypical chads for the most part, or like they're more sporty than I, and like I was basically there because I'm much better at doing homework than they were. But he like they basically we're all talking about like this one chick and how like she's like a whore basically, and how like you hit her up once and then like she would sleep with you.
Yep. It's so easy, man.
We've all been there, to be fair.
Well, Phil, God bless women's sexual liberation if you're a dude. I mean, seriously, like.
Well, to be fair though, but women's liberation only meant that they were actually going to be a bit more outward about sleeping with other people. They always did.
Yep.
It didn't change anything really, to be honest.
Yeah, like, that's why they wanted to
All
remove shame.
all of these men's wives were fucking all of these people all of the time. It's that
Agreed.
we talk about the pill and stuff like that. It just gives them a little bit more confidence that they could do it. They were still fucking people all the time.
Yeah,
anyway.
well, Phil, I'm glad you brought that up because the day will come on this show where I bring in Vic Mignogna's mom, right? So we're gonna bring on Mama Vic, and we already chatted with her for a couple of hours, right? And I saw her in person when I went to Anime Matsuri, right? And I said, one of the things that I can't wait, she's gonna be the ultimate black pill for all these simps. Because remember, when I say it, I'm the bad guy, right? I'm a hater. I'm I'm pessimistic. I asked her, right? Because my Mama Vic and I talk virtually every day, right? And I asked her straight up. I said, "Can you give me an idea about what was going on in the 1950s? Because all these guys keep thinking that these women were like these perfect angels." She said, "Oh no, they were hoes then." Like, Phil, I don't know, because you know what it is? These guys have bought into the conditioning of Leave It to Beaver and all these shows where the women, Little House on the Prairie. She said the women of the 50s were hoes.
Does it not make sense though? I mean, if you think about a woman, the one superhero thing that she's got is the vagina. She's not going to use that. She's going to sit there and be like the conservative woman? No, she's not. She's going to use that to her best ability and get as much as she possibly can. And it's never changed throughout history, even though Christianity tried to rein in women from their hoedom. They couldn't do it. If the Catholic Church couldn't do it, what do you think the 50s is going to do? Nothing.
Well, and the thing is that, we had Amr on from Alpha Male Lifestyle. And Amr talked about, in the Muslim countries, right? In the Muslim world, people think, oh, yeah, they got their pimp hand strong, Drex. Nope. They're hoes dude. Phil, when I was in Canada, right? When I was in Canada to smash that Indian chick, she talked about how, she comes from a very, conservative family, right? Did that stop her from what she wanted?
Absolutely not. Not 1 second.
Phil, now shout out to this girl because she's a lovely lady. Right, Phil. Her fantasy request that she gave to me was that she wanted to be on a casting couch, right? And she wanted the team to come through, and I quote, she goes, "Turn me into a cum dumpster." That's what she wanted. So this is your conservative girl, and remember, I don't shame her at all. We had a great time. She's cool. Look, Phil, if she asks, "Yo, you want to hang out and watch a movie?" Sure. Because it was like you said about with the streetwalkers over there, Phil. They're the only honest ones. Look, people can say if they want. Phil, you said it yourself. Go to Amsterdam right now. Obviously, when Amsterdam was real Amsterdam, not what it's become. Before the bug, right? If you went to the red light district, yes or no, were they the most honest women in all of Amsterdam?
There was never a lie told. There was never any reason for a lie to be told, and that's the thing. That's why I like them.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I was gonna ask you this like earlier in the stream. It's like, is this female nature, or is this just how the media and culture like conditions us?
In which regard? You mean being a hoe?
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that.
Oh no, that's female nature.
Yeah, there's also like a prolonged attack on delayed gratification. And just like, oh, we just need everything now. So do you think that would like amplifies it?
It's like everything has amplified their nature while nullifying what male nature is. That's why if you notice, they try to shame dudes if they want to go out and do what they want to do, right? Everything that guys want to do, right? Like, look, my prime example, a guy wants to sit around and consume porn. He's bad for that, right? He's objectifying women. Okay, so I'm objectifying her by looking at this porn. Okay, let's flip the script. She's making porn. Oh my God. Stunning and brave. Yeah. You're so empowered. You slay, queen. Wait a minute. Both of these can't be true.
If we take the money away from it, and there's no one making money out of that woman doing her thing, then I don't think people will care so much.
I agree.
Because there's so much money to be made out of women doing whatever the hell it is that you want, whether it's being a wife, whether it's being a hoe or anything. Notice women are generally always in control of spending because they've got men's money.
That's why the ads are like targeting them.
Yep. You take that away and all that shit goes away.
Yeah. Look, you can't listen. I don't blame any of these companies. I'm investing heavily in the next 5 years, Phil, in the she economy, right? The she economy is going to be beautiful. Okay. When you get the box wine, the cats, you invest in Purina,
are we
fertility
already
clinics.
there? Because I've noticed this, certainly in the UK. I don't know if this has happened in the US. We've had like massive department stores go bust. They've been around for like a couple of 100 years.
That's here too.
Idea, right?
Yep.
So that's all been going. And I've been saying this for almost 20 years now, that back when they were around, I'd say, like, I don't understand why these department stores are there, because back in the day, she would spend his money, right? And we're all talking about like a wife, husband, right? Relationship. So she would go and she would get all of the things that needed to be bought. So she would go for convenience. So she would go into the department store where she could get everything, right? And there would be toilets, there would be like cafeteria and stuff like that. So you could get some food and stuff. She can do all of that. Now that all of that's been taken away and women are spending their own money, they're going to specialist stores where they can get the most effective use out of their cash, right?
That's right.
And all of these department stores are crashing out and they're going bankrupt and all the rest of it. As soon as a woman is responsible for her own money, it's like, oh, fuck this. I'm not spending stupidly like I used to do.
I don't want new blinds. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. When you hear women say, hey, Manic, babe, I want to remodel. Oh my God, this room just looks so, we got to repaint it. That's with your money. When it's her own money, she will. I promise you, whatever it is what it is. She will spend it on sex toys.
She won't give a shit about that.
Dude,
does the room work? Does the room work? Walls and a roof?
Yeah,
dude. She will become more manly. She'll become more functional because she's like this. Because here's the thing: that shit is expensive, bro. Okay, it's dude. Okay, if you have a carpet right now, right? And I've seen this happen to guys. I know Phil has seen it even more than me. You have carpet or some old flooring. You know what she says? I want hardwood floors. I want them to sparkle. I want marble. I want the. Do you know how much that shit costs, bro?
A lot.
Do you have any idea how much it costs to get hardwood floors in a house?
I mean, wood costs a lot right now.
$15,000, bro. $15,000. Now, like Phil said, she says that she wants it, or babe, we need it, until it's her money because she's single. All of a sudden, nope.
See, married men get this one wrong. It's like they're just like, oh, okay, I'll just pay for it. And like I was like in the infancy of my long-term relationships, I would break this one down. I'll say, okay, so normally we break things down between the two of us, but you can't afford this. So there's going to be an awful lot of pussy involved in this. How much pussy have you got? Or are we going like 2-3 years in the future, like 3, 4, 5 times a day? Just me, just banging that shit into your pussy and then rolling over and going to sleep. No hugging, no kissing, nothing like that. And then you can just watch her go, oh no, we don't need the hardwood floor.
Like, well, okay, if you look at money, how money is spent, period, right? I've talked about this with Phil on an older stream. We had this conversation, Phil, where we were looking at what was going out of business. Manic, you're out there in the Pacific Northwest. Have you noticed particularly what stores have gone out of business? Have you really noticed? Have you really gave it some thought and seen what stores are going out of business, Manic? It's the stores that are centered around family or something in regards to the woman controlling the money, right? Mattress Firm, Home Depot, Lowe's, all that. See, this is where normally she's going, we need to redo this room. We need to get this. We need to, but once there's not that, because men and women are completely segregated now, right? Men are in their own worlds, women are in their own worlds. Who's going to spend that money? Dude, how many guys do you know who live alone say, man, I can't wait to spend 15 grand getting hardwood floors? Have you ever heard that in your life?
No, last year I actually got hardwood floors for my room. But thing is, like, those were bought like before I was born. We just had those in the garage forever.
The question would be, did you get an erection and say to your girlfriend, we really need some hardwood floors? I need this right now. And she went, oh, we must buy that because you got an erection. That never happened, did it?
It's never happened, bro. Like, I tell these guys, man, when you guys are out here simping, spending money and all this stuff, there is no reward at the end of the tunnel. I promise you. So Manic, this is where guys like me need to really get the ear of the simp, right? Here's what I tell these guys. As the side chick king, let me tell you this. I don't have to pay for anything. I don't take these hoes to Lowe's. I don't take them out to dinners. There's nothing extravagant that I do. It is so the same guy that pays for all this stuff, right? Thousands upon thousands of dollars. And he's the guy that says he doesn't get his pee-pee touched by his wife, right, Phil? The guy who simps is the guy who's
always the case.
Man, I don't even get sex. I mean, if I'm lucky, I get an occasional BJ and steak and a BJ for my birthday. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, guess what, Manic? I tell Phil about the texts that I get. I think I might have sent Phil some of these texts. These chicks show up. They are never wearing Crocs. They're never wearing sweats. They never have baby puke on them. They show up to me in lingerie. See the difference? Why would you want to be the guy who's paying all this money? What are you paying for? You see what I'm saying? This is what the young guys need to understand. When you are that guy, right? When you're that guy or you choose to be that guy, you don't have to pay for any of this. And, Manic, you're going to see guys in your grade in the next 5 to 10 years make a critical life ruining choice, which is, you know what? Manic, I want you to come to my wedding. You're cordially invited, right? 25 years old, 28 years old. He's getting married. He's just out of school. I can assure you, you will see misery in this man's eyes while you are running around living your life to the fullest and you are happy and you are doing your thing. You will, I don't know if you see it now. Obviously, you're younger. You'd have to see it from an older guy. Have you ever been around someone, whether it be your uncles or something, and just seen them have those dead eyes? Have you ever looked in their eyes and just seen them?
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. What do they tell you? Like when do you ever like actually sit down and ask them hard questions? Like, what do they actually tell you? Like, do they ever say like, "Don't ever do this," or "It is what it is"? They're kind of like relegated to their fate, right?
Yeah.
You know that's all you can be is relegated to your fate once you sign that contract. I mean, look at the terms and conditions. Like, you know what? I truly believe this though. Bring people to a lawyer, to a divorce lawyer, for a 1-hour consultation. Just start asking them, dude. I tell you, it will change your life, man. Just go to a divorce lawyer and be like, yo, you got a free hour consultation. You can bring literally all your friends with you and be like, give it to us raw, and just watch how he breaks it down, man. I mean, thankfully you're not in California, right? I mean, if you were in California, I promise you, your life would be fucking done, bro. I know you've heard about the lifetime alimony. It's over.
Oh, really?
Lifetime. Yeah, lifetime alimony in California. And in fact, if you live in Italy, if you're married 10 years in California, right? On 10 years and 1 day, she's entitled to lifetime alimony. That's it. Game over. You heard about what happened to Dr. Dre, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's forever, bro. Forever. That's not for the next 6 months. No, forever. And Phil and I have talked about this. You're going to start to see this, man. When you see chicks win settlements like $300,000 a month, right? I promise you, she's not going to remarry. You see how that works? These are the same people that always tell you, you need to be in love and you need to, marriage is it's not real if it's not married, blah, blah, blah. But as soon as they get that cash settlement from a divorce grape, they don't seem to be talking about love much anymore, right? They sort of say the same thing guys say. I mean, what does a paper mean? I mean, I can love anybody. We don't have to live together. See, they're saying all the things dudes say because they won financially. Yeah, talk to guys out there in California, man. Ask them about what the divorce laws are like. You will be shocked.
Yeah.
Hell, yeah, in Italy, you're paying for kids that are over the age of 18, bro. If they stay in the marital house, a kid can be 25, 26, you still pay for them. True story.
At this point, I'm not even surprised that like California and Italy are so cucked.
Well, I'm curious. But Drex, you need to be in love. Well, yeah, PJ Washington. I'm sure you heard about what happened to PJ Washington, right? With Brittany Renner, the IG thought.
Who's that? I don't know.
He's a pro basketball player. He's 22. She's 29, going on 30, hitting the wall. She even made videos about how to fleece pro athletes. And now he got fleeced by having a kid with this broad. and she's allegedly trying to get 200 racks a month from him. It's over, bro. And one of the things. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, there's chicks that just like basically make their living just like DMing dudes from a basketball or a football team, and then hit up the entire team and just get knocked up.
Oh yeah, dude, it's common. Please tell me you saw that video with the girl in Adam 22. She was I forgot. God, if any of you guys remember that Thot's name, she slurped up the whole Suns team, right? Half the Suns team. She's a Mormon girl, and you got goddamn. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna type in oral sex Suns players. Oral sex with Suns players. I forgot this girl's name. Let me see it. Oh yeah, here it is. IG model who claimed to give oral sex to 7 Suns players sees mega surge to her OnlyFans account. Can't make this up, bro. Can't make this up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is what it is, man. Like, oh yeah, she goes by the name Eliza, right? Yeah, she told the No Jumper podcast. Yeah, that is Adam 22. You can't make this up. Manic, this is the future, man. This is the future. Total monetization and transactional relations between the genders. That's it. Resources exchanged for sexual access. That's it. And I mean, as for you, let me ask you this. What do your parents see? Like, do your parents ever get on you for, like not being in a relationship or not being married or wanting marriage? Do your parents ever say anything?
I mean, I told you about this one story where like my mom was like, "Is she a feminist?"
Yeah.
Because like she didn't want me to be with the feminists. Which I appreciate her looking out for me.
That's very rare,
But,
man. Like most moms that you show up with
Yeah.
that chick, they'll be like, "Oh, she seems like a nice girl. She has tattoos everywhere and shit." And
I
it's
mean, this was before we could get tattoos.
oh
This
man.
is-
Oh,
we
poor
were
Phil's
that young.
rebooting. Yeah, it's one of the things that I find really crazy is, I've witnessed the non-divorce, right? When people don't get divorced, but they stay in that relationship. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. In some ways, man, that's worse, right? Like if a guy and a girl break up, I mean that sucks, right? It's like, oh man, that really sucks. But when you see a guy who's literally just like a lifeless, soulless, just vessel, it's a lot sadder, man. Because you're like, God, like just dead man walking, man. He's just like I said that when I asked earlier, the dead eyes. You can just see the joy stripped from him. Eliza Jane, that's her name. Yeah, dude, these 304s are something else, bro. They really are. And the thing is that I've found that is really like the antidote. You and I were talking about gaming when we had you on, and the need for having hobbies for guys to like avoid like this toxic culture, this misandric culture, is so important. And it's like, we talk about how games that you like and stuff. I saw a comment from that video that we did that someone talked about how they don't like the online experience just due to all the fucktards, right? People trying to basically rather than play the game, they play to ruin it, right?
Oh yeah.
And are most of your games, do you like to play online, or do you like playing like single player campaign type stuff?
Yeah, I definitely, I'd say it just single player games just tend to be higher quality in my opinion. But there's just sometimes just hopping on like say Call of Duty with some friends sounds very appealing. It's I'd say this is why multiplayer games have kind of eclipsed single player games for the most part, is that like oh yeah, like you have to recommend this to a friend so to like have someone else to play it with you basically.
Well, the one big flaw with single player is that a single player game is a campaign, right? It has to have a beginning, middle, end. A multiplayer game does not have an end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like because every time that you play, it's a new experience. When you play a single player game, the basic experience doesn't actually change, right? So even if it's the best game you've ever played, you're like, oh my God, I have so much fun playing this game. This is, let's say like Resident Evil 4 is your game, right? Every time you pop in Resident Evil 4, it's the exact same game, right?
Yeah.
The single player, it's exactly the same.
The
Now,
enemies will behave the same depending on
they're going to
how
behave
your
the
skill
same.
level is.
They're bots, right? Like, so here you have just the enemy, the CPU controls these enemies, and they're going to do the same thing. You know, the guy, the chainsaw guy, is going to be around that corner. Everything is what it is. The beauty of online, of course, is that by having extra guys in there, it changes that, because now you have that new element. Oh shit! I see my man RPM. I just hopped in.
RPM's in the house.
RPM, what up, man?
Oh, same old. Just got back in from work.
How's the
There we
BSAC
go.
going?
Oh, well, doing my thing and still laughing at these brain dead idiots out here in California.
Yeah, we've been berating your shitty state all stream, because you guys are done. And RPM, I addressed something that I think you have addressed in the past, which is what has happened to the black family, the black community. Is coming for everybody, and we see that now. And I told them it's over. Like, anyone out there saying no, there's still hope. Oh no, RPM, let them know what's coming. Right, you're in California, you know what's spreading. Tell them how done it is, man.
As Aaron Clary would say, enjoy the decline. It's a done deal.
Done deal, fam. Done deal. I mean, man, I genuinely feel for guys like you, because you get to grow up in literally the worst possible time, man. Like
the collapse,
like public school. Yeah. You're in the collapse. Like you're in the absolute last stages, right? And like if I ask, that's why, if you notice, if I ask RPM's experience in public school versus Phil's experience in public school, and then you see mine, you can see a steady decline, but it was never as bad as where it's at now with you, because now you're 20 years younger than me. Yeah. If this country lasts another 20 years, and that's a big if you think it's bad, like look at where you're at now. How much worse do you think it can be?
It's it's pretty much very hard thing. It could get any worse. But like I would say definitely 2022 is going to be a very struggling time. Possibly your Bitcoin's going to get taxed. Wood's going to be hella expensive. What else? Like, how else could it get worse? But I think
they're going to start requiring dudes to get dresses. I don't know if you heard about this.
Requiring.
Phil, yeah. So Phil is out in Europe. Phil, you've heard about this in Spain, right? They want to castrate 80% of the boys, right, from Spain.
There was a school teacher who said it will kind of reboot the whole system if we cut the balls off young boys, so boys will be the same as girls. Yep. Now, not looking further down the line here, you're just taking away all of the, shall we say, the professionalism of men. Men are no longer going to be the romanticists that they were. They're no longer going to be the artists. They're not going to see the beauty in life. We're just going to be as shit as women, and everyone is just going to want to take from the state. And that is exactly what she wants.
Yep. Because
she wants to feel as good as men by pulling men down, rather than elevating women to men's level and doing what men do. And that's where she's going wrong.
I think it's great. It's a great shit test. Like I said, listen, I love feminism. I love it, because how do you know if somebody is a simp or a cuck, right? Or a true Sigma male? How do you know? Phil, we talked about this. When you put an attractive woman around, most dudes start fucking simping, right?
Oh, God. The behavior changes. You don't even need to listen to the words. Before anything's said, there's an atmospheric change.
Yep.
And guys just change, and it's just not good.
It's not good. In RPM, this is a topic I want you to touch on, because I touched on it earlier, but you're the expert. I don't know if you heard about that IG model, Mercedes, whatever her name is, that got yeeted by her sugar daddy, right?
You know what? I was going to make that into an HMT video. However, she's completely unworthy of it.
I know. Look, IG thoughts aren't people. However, RPM, I do want your take on this, because I asked the question. What do you see is going to happen in the future when it comes to these sugar daddy, sugar baby relationships? How do you see HMT evolving in the future?
If I'm still around, I'll be chopping at the bits because I know I'm gonna have a lot of material. Dudes are snapping out. Dudes are snapping out and whooping ass every day now.
Yep.
Yo, Drex.
Yo.
We want to do a birthday boy check-in there.
Oh, a birthday boy check-in. Whose birthday is it?
Yeah. Well, it's my buddy's birthday. He's a big fan of yours. Want you to wish him a happy birthday on stream.
Oh, snap. Well, give us a fake name or whatever we're going to name him.
Yeah. You know what? We're going to call him Bindu.
All right. So, wait, is it Bindu? So, yeah, well, special happy birthday
let me
to
put
you.
you on speaker. Hey, Drex, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man? It's your birthday? You're going bar crawling with this bum?
Yep.
Oh, that's good shit, man. So, look, it's your birthday. Let us give us a state of the union. What's going on right now where you're at, man? How's it looking?
Not much. I mean, we're just doing great, man. Here we're having some beers and having a good time. Not much to say.
You know what? I know why you're having a good time. Phil knows why you're having a good time. It's because you don't have a harpy near you right now, right? How many harpies are with you guys?
0.
Trollop free.
Absolute 0.
So stay away from the women.
Stay away.
Have a good time. Just make it male only, and you'll have a great evening.
That is
Exactly.
the beautiful shit that I love hearing, man. Like, because it resonates with guys no matter if you're in Canada, America, Europe, Australia, fucking Afghanistan. There's only one group that is constantly taking away your fun. And I'm glad you guys are having a great time, man. Enjoy your birthday.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Drex. You have a great day, man.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, same with you, Dollhouse Phil. You have a great day too, man.
You too, man. And just keep on doing the male thing because you're doing it right.
Thanks,
Phil
man.
can't have a bad day. When you have penance, you can't have a bad day.
Exactly.
Well,
Thanks,
I
guys.
do
I'm going to hand you back to Tim now.
All
Thanks.
right, have a
Thanks
good one.
lot.
I hate the Antichrist.
Yeah. I do have a question for
All right,
Manic.
guys. I'll mute myself.
All right, peace out, Tim. I do have a question for Manic. Manic, have you heard any guys in your age group talking about dolls?
Like dolls? What?
So Dollhouse Phil gets the name because he's got the basically photorealistic dolls, and they're doing their damn thing. RPM knows that the dolls are the future, man. The lover dolls.
I've got one for you, actually. Next time that I'm online with you, I'm going to have this girl sat next to me like Penance did, and Penance has her thing. She looks okay. But you would look at her and say, that's a doll, right? This one, you're going to look and go, holy shit, that's real. That's fun.
Man,
so
hilarious.
just prepare yourself for the next one.
I'm bracing myself. Well, here's why I'm bracing myself. Manic, I was talking to our friend here, NCAA Cat, and she and I were having this conversation. And this goes back to RPM's video that he did, and Undead Chronic did also, where the guy just chose the doll over the woman. Mm-hmm. Women admit they can't compete against dolls, bro. She admitted, she's like, yeah, I see why a guy would just go like, you know what, yeah, fuck it, I got this doll. And women know that, like let that sink in. You've been outdone by an inanimate object, right? You can't even beat it. Like Phil, have you noticed men have never felt that way?
That doesn't do shit, is better.
Yeah, like literally, it doesn't cook, it doesn't clean, it doesn't. Phil, it doesn't have any conversation, and that's a positive.
We know where we're going with this, don't we? Because that's just better all round. But but that's it. Even with that, I know I've had this conversation with women. Said, look. Just stop bitching on at your man just for one day, and he will notice the difference. He will start showing you love.
Yeah, just start sucking more dick. That's what I tell them all. Just put a dick in your mouth. Every time you open your mouth to a bitch, you go, and RPM. Oh wait, hold on. That's it. Every single time you get ready to start complaining, this is for all the ladies out there. Every time you want to say something negative, kill the man's dreams, tell him not to start that business, just put a dick in your mouth. You'll be happier. Now, RPM, back to you. So, the evolution of HMT, along with these, let's call them cyber simps, right? Violent cyber simps. What do you see that's going to happen with that, with all the IG and OnlyFans and all that? Where do you see that going?
like I said, I'm going to have a whole lot more material because men are snapping out. Men are starting to treat women just like other men. They're not seeing the biological difference. It's, oh, you're strong, you're independent, you can do everything that a man can do. Guess what? You can take a punch like a man. And guess what? Women brought this on themselves. So should I feel bad? Nope, I don't. I'm just going to sit back in the cut and wait for the articles to start rolling in. And I'm chopping at the bits.
Yo, I saw Raging Golden Eagle in chat.
Stand by for tomorrow's video because you guys are going to love this one. Did you guys hear about Bette Midler talking about?
Yeah, the sex strike, dude.
That's
I want your take on this.
That is a perfect promotion for a doll.
For the doll. Phil, she literally, Bette Midler just literally gift wrapped you a promo. Dude, this is how bad it is. Manic. This has happened throughout history, right? I don't know if you know this, but this is nothing new. And this goes to show you just how little value they have. I'm looking at the thing right here. Coach Greg Adams posted this, right? On a holiday weekend, I think not 304s will be in full effect. This is what Bette Midler said. Bette Midler sex strike. All women refuse to have sex with men over Texas abortion law, right? Now, this is why this is important, Manic. For all the guys out there, especially the younger bucks, right? This is their only play, bro. Phil, you know this. Yeah. They literally have no other, there's no other angle. It's one thing, right? Like, that's it.
It's not like they're going to take a day off work.
Yeah, but that's it. Here's the thing. They can't, watch this.
If that's all that they're going to do, if that's all that you can take away from me, I'm not going to notice. Now, what else have you got?
Yep.
That's the thing.
That's it. So I want you to think about this for a second, right? Let's go down the line, guys. Okay, let's pretend Bette Midler said one of the following. Ladies, Texas abortion, let's have a strike on cooking. Oh wait, they don't do that anymore, right, Phil? Ladies, let's not
can't
clean.
even spell cooking.
They can't even spell it. So they don't cook, they don't clean. Watch this. Ladies, let's stop bitching. Oh, wait, no, that's all they do, right? Okay, so they're not going to stop that. We all know that, right? So as we go down the line, Phil, they don't cook, they don't clean, they don't stop bitching, they don't stop nagging. Watch this. Ladies, we're going to stop spending money on our men because remember, we have careers, we're strong and independent, right? Oh, wait, Phil, they don't spend money on dudes, right?
Oh, yeah, that's never happened.
So they got careers. They don't spend money on you. Like look, when women call into Kevin Samuel's show and they talk about something, well, Kevin, I make X amount. Do you know what Kevin always says? Is that our money? How much money are you going to spend on us? None. Okay, so they don't spend money on you.
It was the late Paul Proteus who put that one very succinctly. There's no doctorate or master's degree that'll get a guy's dick hard.
None. Zero. And I know. I've had chicks tell me about their level of education or their profession, and you know what the best part is? They always give you this quick moment where they're waiting for you to be impressed, right? And the most I give them is, oh, cool. I'm not joking. I literally just give like a head nod, like, oh, okay, yeah. And they have this look like, you're not impressed? Like, no, I'm not impressed. I don't care.
Yeah. And
well, man, I mean, would you care if a woman came up to you and said, I have 2 PhDs, right? Would you care?
No.
Want to get away from my ass.
Yeah, you're like, oh, God, you're going to be toxic.
You know what my first question would be? Was one of them in women's studies? And was the other one in gender studies? You know, I really don't care. Now,
African dance
as a STEM graduate, if you're actually going to graduate in something, I want to be impressed by it, but it's going to take a lot to impress me because I had to share a building when I was doing pharmacology with the psychologists, and what a fucking waste of space those people are. So, you know, I'm just saying it takes a lot to impress me.
Oh, we got a quick super chat here from Wolfgang Deo, $5. Oh, hell no, women are not men, so I treat them like the women they are and ignore the hell out of them. I ain't getting no Me Too. Yeah, Me Too changed the game forever. And, you know, RPM, you talked about the evolution of Me Too in New York, where you said the pickup game is dead. It's over.
Oh yeah, basically what the law or the bill, because it hasn't been made into law yet, stated that any deceptive practices to get a woman to have sex with you will qualify as a misdemeanor.
Against the law. Now watch this. Hey, RPM. If a woman deceives a man, does she get any time? Is that a misdemeanor for her?
Yeah, I think that'll happen the day that I sprout wings and fly.
That's right. Now, the prostitution bill, right? So they decriminalized prostitution. But guess what, Manic? This is gynocentrism in a nutshell. It is decriminalized, right? You don't criminalize and penalize women for prostituting, right? However, if you buy the services of a prostitute, that's illegal. Let that sink in. I want you to really think about that. It is legal for her to do what she wants with her body by getting money by being a prostitute, but it is illegal for a man to buy her services. Does that make any sense to you?
It does not.
Because that's impossible, right? In order for her to get money, someone has to be buying the services, right? So if you say we decriminalize the prostitution half, then that means you have to also decriminalize the buyer, right? There's a buyer and there's a seller. Insanity. Pure insanity.
Oh, you think that's bad?
Yeah.
In Texas, now solicitation of pay to play, 2-year felony.
Oof.
Oh shit. Where's my Roblox sound effect? Oof. That shit's whack. Wait, 2 years? Hey, you know the best part is, RPM? This is why I love you, man. You didn't just give us the law. You gave us the state, Texas. See, for all you simps, you red state simps, you right-leaning simps, this is Texas. I thought Texas was so red. Oh, no. Gynocentrism goes both party lines. Democrat, Republican. They're flip sides of the same coin. Both of them are all about milady. Phil has noticed this, right? Phil, you've talked about when you're around guys who claim to be conservative, they claim to be, but when it comes time, they start doing some simp shit.
159,000 of them. Oh, shit. 69 million.
For those on the left, we know how bad they are. Because anything that is pro-vice that is female is fine. But anything pro-vice that is male, not fine. Anything that is on the other side of the political fence, anything sexual is so anyone who's self, you have to political middle. And there's no centrist anymore. You've noticed. It's
Phil, you're a robot.
Hasn't it?
Sorry, now I can hear you. Oh no, you roboted for a few seconds there. Okay, now you're
sorry, but like the idea is that there's no such thing as centrist anymore. I don't know if you've noticed, like, for a long time, you can't be neither one nor the other.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of things need to be situational. Like, I mean, you can say one thing about this law, that law with this political lean, and then another case be like, oh no, I'm pro this or anti that. So it's like, I'm not one all or the other, right? Like when someone says, well, Drex, I'm going to go party line. I'm going to tell you guys the danger of going party lines. The danger with a party line is that you basically remove your own autonomy, right? So if someone says, I'm Republican, what happens when Republicans do something that you don't like, right? You're looking at a bill like think about it. If someone says, we are going to criminalize men for, watching porn, and you're like, man, I don't really agree with that. You can't say, well, I'm going to agree with it just because I that's what my party voted. No. You stop that. You say,
well, I have this on my court case coming up where I'm fighting a case for a customer of mine. He's bought a doll, and the UK establishment said that it looks like a child. I'm saying, well, the fact it's got big breasts, it's got childbearing hips, I would question that. Now, the left would just tend to say, oh, it's male enjoyment, therefore it's wrong. The right would say, oh, it's deviant, therefore we can't have that. So I need in the middle. Now, what's the chances that's going to happen? I'm going to have to hope to all the way down to my roots, that I've got a Freemason judge, and I can start throwing some Freemasonry words in there, and hopefully he will see my way.
Yep. I mean, that's all you can hope for.
That's the best I've got.
That's the best anybody's got. And I look at what some of the things that RPM talks about on his channel when he's like, "Well, gents, this is the live report from California." So it's like, RPM, what have you been seeing in California in regards to the pushback against the Gavin Newsoms of the world?
Oh my God. We can make an entire stream just on how just completely off the rails these people are. They are so brainwashed. It's you got literally people out here saying, well, it doesn't matter what he's done. He's the best governor for the state. It's like, wow. It's like I'm talking to a brick wall. I better stop beating my head against this wall because it's getting bloody. So you know what?
Yeah.
Do you? Okay, just do you.
Well, a lot of them are too far gone, and okay. So the Gavin Newsom thing. I'll tell you one of the craziest things I've seen, and Manic and I talked about this earlier when it comes to the BLM versus a black man who doesn't support BLM, a black man in particular. Larry Elder, I don't know if you heard about this, Manic. Phil,
the black
Larry
face
Elder,
of white supremacy.
Yeah, Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. I can't make this up, bro.
Yo, Drex.
They call him the real life Clayton Bigsby.
Yes.
Yo, I got a Streamlabs chat that I think you missed.
Oh, what's that?
Can I go ahead and do it?
Go ahead.
All right. It's from Koopa. Fucking Koopa. Here we go. He says, tipping my favorite mayor of Migtown. Don't forget, gentlemen, I'm not a monster when I go after goblins. I'm just ahead of the curve.
We do goblin dolls here at the dollhouse. You can get them here. I'm just saying.
Phil, don't tell Koopa, man. Look, we love Koopa, but we make sure we keep him outside. But you know when you had that person that like whenever like respectable people came over, you made sure you shuffled them out of the back door. The mayor's coming over. We got to make sure we get this crazy out of here.
We have a special seat in the dollhouse for Koopa.
Look, Koopa and his goblins. Look, you're gonna give this guy way too many ideas. And you know that's the beauty is that, Phil, I talked about this once where I said, if you look at and shout out to my man Austria Dick for also saying the same thing, which is men have fluid interest in what we find physically attractive for that time, right? That's why if you go through a man's browser history, one day it could be Latinas, one day it could be, ebony, one day it could be, pogs, one day it could be petite spinners and muscle-bound chicks, female bodybuilders. It could be whatever RPMs man was talking about with Brazilian fart porn. Don't ask. And it changes. Like dudes don't have like Phil. Have you ever met a man in your life that has one type? He just goes, no, this is my one type. This is all I'll do.
I've met every guy who says he has a type, and then that changes. What women have spoken to him and stuff. It's all fluid, and all men are the same.
All look. You know what I find great is that I look at guys in high school, college, and stuff, and that's where it really. I'm gonna be honest. You can really see it come out there. Like even a guy like Manic, if you were to look at guys in your grade, Manic, have guys ever told you what kind of girl they're into? Right? Dark hair, light hair, a certain eye color. They say all that, right? Have you ever seen in your own time a guy who says, "No, man, she's gotta be blonde," and then you saw him get with a redhead or a brunette? And you did you ever question like, yo, what? I thought you only like blondes. What did he say?
No, I remember in middle school, I had this friend. He was like, "Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to date a virgin. I want a girl with experience." And then I was on the other side of that, and I properly pressed him for that. But then in high school, he was with the like Christian girl that like was very shy.
He better be, dude. If you're a guy, you get a girl with quote unquote experience, it's gonna be awful, bro. Oh yeah. Someone. You know what, Phil? I forgot to address this. This is posted on Reddit. Transparent trans kid, right? I don't know if you heard about this. It says, anyone else having trouble convincing your teen kids to continue transitioning? My 14-year-old daughter. It says AMAB, so I'm assuming what does that mean? Must have been born a boy, right? Born a male. Is that right? 14-year-old daughter. AMAB, I don't know what that stands for. Has started refusing her estradiol, whatever that must be the pill. So I've been crushing the pills and putting it in her cereal in the morning. I'm just not sure why she doesn't want to take her pills anymore. I saw Phil put G's. Yeah, dude, this is the crazy that it's gotten, man. This is where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Always the case. I mean, like the fact that we're going to allow children to kind of do this, it tells you something about the parents themselves. I mean, are they looking for kudos from their like girlfriends and stuff like that just for doing this, just to wreck someone's life?
Oh yeah, assigned male at birth. Yeah, that's what I figured. I assumed that was male to female. Yeah, assigned male at birth. So that's what AMAB means. Thanks,
so we got
Ken.
in the hat.
Yeah. So I assumed, and when they start using terms like assigned and all this stuff, no, you aren't assigned a male at birth. You are a fucking dude. Okay. We said, like I said, I'm putting an end to all this fuck shit language. Okay, all this assigned male. But listen, the biggest problem I have with this is that there's no refuge for these kids because I mean, imagine this, right? Imagine RPM is a young dude. And he has a mother like this. What do? Right? You can try to seek emancipation, and the court says, no, she knows what's in your best interest, right? Best interest of the child. And you're stuck with a crazy mom. What do?
Yeah. Imagine if you're the kid and both parents are crazy.
Yeah. What do you do? What do you do when you're the logical one as a child and you have crazy, insane, far left liberal parents? Dude, you're done. I mean, dude, even if you run away, they'll send you back to your parents. Or it would be safer to be in a juvenile detention center, in all honesty. It would actually be safer. Giving kids hormones?
That's
at 14. RPM, how much of this are you seeing out in California? Because that's in California is where we seem to be seeing a lot of this trans agenda. What are you seeing out there?
It's not as out in the open as people would think it is, as the media would try to portray it. A lot of these people are doing this behind closed doors. But then again, California is the ultimate victim state. You're black, you're a victim. You're white, you're a victim. Well, you're a white female, you're a victim. You're black, you're a victim. You're gay, you're a victim. You're a lesbian, you're a victim. Everybody has to have some sort of victim point assigned to them. It's like, I'm telling you, it's the victimhood Olympics out here 24/7. Hell, shit's exhausting.
Should I try this? As a straight white guy, can I ever GoFundMe to just try and see if
because you're so offended? Start a GoFundMe to get Koopa his amputee goblin girl. I just find it funny that. Oh yeah, right. Well, one of the things I find funny about all of this agenda pushing is, there are the people that say they're against it, yet I've always had an issue with people not actively doing something against something they say that they're against, right? Phil talked about this. Women are always looking for that social credit. That's why they'll say, "Oh, I'm against feminism." And Manic, you just addressed that, right? You said there are girls who are against it, but I'm afraid of being canceled.
Oh yeah.
See, you don't see dudes saying, don't get me wrong, bitch made dudes say that. But you ever notice, Manic, the only people who I'm talking actively, openly say something against all this, they're always male, right? You ever notice that?
Yeah.
I'm talking like over the like I said, I'm talking like Donald Trump over the top kind of personality.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
A girl may say, "Well, I don't want to be a feminist," and or it's okay if you feel that way, but I want to be a wife. But it's okay. They always want to make sure that they appease the other feelings, right?
Yeah. Okay, this is literally what they do. They always I'm pretty sure. like whenever a woman tries to like disagree with like the liberal orthodoxy, they always have to they always have to add a ton of qualifiers.
Yep. Oh, and that
Like,
includes that Rebecca Barrett chick. Like, dude, she
Yeah.
made that video, the 4 or 5 biggest lies that feminism has told women. How do you think the video starts? Manic, without even seeing the video, what do you think the video starts with?
This isn't to make you feel bad if you aren't the stereotypical housewife.
Yep. Yep. Dude, look, I shit you not. That is basically word for word what she says. She goes into, I want to say it's about a minute of basically qualifying, right? She's constantly, no, this is not, I mean, everyone has their own choices. And for women who, want to do this and sleep around, it's always a qualifier. Whereas instead of just being like, yo, man, this shit's whack. Like, if you ask a dude a video about, 4 reasons why you shouldn't be a simp, a dude doesn't get on there saying, I'm not saying it's bad if you're a simp. No, he's like this. Yo, man, you're bitch made, man. If you're out here spending money on these hoes, you're X, Y, Z. See, we don't give qualifiers. We just say, look, I have had to check people on time and time again, man. I do not support simping. Like, and one of the things that I will say this, though, I called out some of the, like I told you, Manic, there's a lot of issues I have with the manosphere. And I've been I talk about this very openly. There's a lot of hypocrisy in the manosphere, a lot of bitch-made attitudes in the manosphere, and there's a lot of stuff that if you look just beneath the surface, you'll start to realize a lot of these dudes are just unsuccessful simps, and they're just bitter and hurt. Okay, just say it like that. A lot of these, look, RPM, in the manosphere, what are some of the biggest lies you've heard?
Shit. The biggest one that comes to mind that I find outright hilarious is maintain frame.
Yep. That's a lie.
I just fall over laughing. It's like, really? Maintain frame. Okay, no matter how much frame you maintain, Big Daddy government has a way bigger dick that he's willing to fuck you with.
That's right. Yeah, all that maintain frame and all this, that, and the other. Or here's another big lie. Stay on your purpose, stay on your grind, man. These women are going to be chasing after you when you're, blah, blah, blah age. You have all these resources. What, to be a bigger target? Right? To get divorced? Great.
I always had one from the women. I will always love you.
Yeah.
And I knew that, oh, fuck.
You knew it was BS. Well, in RPM, I was addressing this with Phil earlier. I think Manic was using the bathroom real quick. One of the biggest issues that I have is when they keep talking about the 1950s, when most of these dudes never slept one day, they never walked in the shoes of anybody in 1950, right? Most of the guys who talk about the 1950s housewife, they never lived one day in 1950 to 1959, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, guess what, RPM? When you ask people who are old enough to remember the 1950s, they will, like Phil said, they will tell you to your face they were hoes back then too, right? They were doing the same thing. It just was kept under wraps, and there was no internet, no TikTok, no social media, no YouTube to see it. That's the only difference. No, 1950s and men and women everything was peaches and cream. No, it wasn't. It wasn't peaches and cream. It sucked. In fact, if you don't believe me, go listen to any old song, and what do you hear? Hey, RPM, how about Lead Belly, right? Where did you sleep last night? Jimi Hendrix's first album, Joe, right?
Songs.
Dude, go listen to any of these old songs. You know what you're going to find, Manic? The same shit was happening, bro. Cheating. Look, go look at any religious
Everyone
book.
was fucking everyone else back in the day. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I would say that's when the ball started rolling, and we're just way further down that hill now.
Oh, absolutely. And like the issue that I have is like, why is it so hard to be honest, right? Like it seems it should be simple, right? You just go like this, yo, as a general rule of thumb, do women love men? No, women don't love men. They just use men. Okay, that's it. They use you for your resources, like for provision and protection. That's it. They manipulate and deceive to extract resources. That's it. Here's the thing: if people weren't social, if you look at the animal kingdom, right? And TFM did a video about this. where the female lioness was sitting there just getting bunker busted by 2 male lions, right? And now neither lion knows the paternity of the child, so both of them protected the female, right? Because because there's no paternity test for lions, right? So guess what? She got her provider and protectors, 2 of them, right? That is no different than what happens in the community right now. It is what it is, man. And I just wish more people would just admit, go ahead and admit this. But these red pill guys keep lying to y'all, simping, lying, and lying some more, saying, no, man, maintain frame. And here's the one thing. Ihu, the young Migtown, said for $2 says, what should we do as young Migtown to stay sane? I would always suggest doing whatever you can to have the most hobbies, friends that you guys enjoy being around, things of that nature, and enjoying your life, man. Because one of the biggest, and that's another thing. Here's another lie that I hear told very often, and Kevin Samuels perpetuates this lie. Men and women are better together than apart. That's a lie. Men are better alone. Men are better alone. And I got a super chat, Joshua Ventrin for $20. Weird question for our man Phil. So you sell goblins, but do you think I could find an android girl stylized to be less ... fleshy and external appearance somewhere? For visual examples, search D2 Ada-1 or Exo Stanger. Have you ever heard of that, Phil?
That's not ringing a bell, but it sounds like some of the marketing stuff that Gynoid have done, where they've done almost like a how would you say, Terminator type of girl. She kind of looks really good, and then you've taken some of the skin off and you can see like the Terminator underneath. Is that the kind of thing that you're talking about? Because that's been done. It's not really up for sale, but I'm sure I could organize that with Gynoid if that's what you want.
Phil, how often do you get questions about android looking dolls?
All the fucking time. Everybody wants something.
So do you feel that there's more guys out there that are looking for the android look or the humanoid look?
Well, I'm looking beyond that, because what I see when I hear the question of this, I want something better than is currently out there. And that's what most guys are looking for when they look for a doll. Because, I mean, if you just think of the doll, it does all of the sexual things that the woman does, but it doesn't say anything. It doesn't bitch on like a motherfucker, right? So immediately it's better. This kind of idea. So when I hear the android kind of idea, or gyndroid, as it would be correctly called, they want something beyond that which is a woman. Now, the fact that men are reaching out for that, I think we're on the cusp of on the new age. Because if men are asking for that, you know what the open market is like. We will provide that which has a demand. And as soon as that happens, as soon as the be they Chinese, European, or American, provide that service, women are done. They're not even fighting uphill anymore. It's like, no, we've closed the door. You're fucked. You're done.
Yeah, it's. Well, one of the things that I see with dolls is, and I think that the whole doll thing shows, it's like a litmus test, right? It shows how far women have fallen. Because if guys can say, the doll gives me everything I need, and someone goes, well, what do you need? It's like Phil said. Phil, men have domesticated themselves. They know how to cook now. They know how to clean. They know how to, so they have all the skills that women used to have that they didn't have to have. Now they have those, and they look around and like, okay, so if I can do all these things and I got to work anyway, and I got my money and I got my place, what do I need you for? If the only thing you're offering now is just peace leave, but yet it comes, like you said, Phil, it comes attached to all this nonsense, this BS, this constant incessant bitching, which is what RPM has touched on. The doll never bitches. The doll never Me Too's you. The doll can't have an STD.
No.
Oh, say it again. You roboted.
Oh, I said the thing that modern women want to try to bank on is the whole "don't you want kids" card. Yep. Don't you want kids? Not with you.
Not with you. Look, look, man. I'll tell you something that a lot of people don't want to admit. RPM, and this is another hard truth. Kids aren't that great, man. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I'm tired of people lying about this and telling you that kids are perfect. Most people don't actually spend that much time with their kids, and when you become older, you don't spend that much time with your parents, right? Phil, how often do you talk to your parents? In all honesty, Phil.
My mother calls me about twice a week. I accept about once a week, so it'll be a once a week I have to speak. And to be honest, she calls me up and there's nothing to talk about because she hasn't done anything. Because she's an old person, she doesn't do anything. And so what did you do at work? And I'll just tell her, and 5 minutes later we're done. And it's like, oh, I just wanted to hear your voice. And so, well, that's great. I mean, I can just call you for 5 seconds to do that. We don't have to talk stupid shit over this, but
Yeah, I just think it's hilarious, man, because, dog review. Well, one of the things that I find that's really misguided, and I've talked about this before, which is it is the very issue of fatherhood, right? Most fathers don't actually spend that much time with their children because if you're out working, right? Most guys don't work from home like Nick, right? Most guys are going to spend only a matter of time, a small amount, like maybe I would say 2 hours would be the max time that a man can spend with his children for the most part would be somewhere around 2 hours. Like, think about it. You're okay. There's 24 hours in a day. You sleep for X amount of time. You wake up and go to work, right? You got to go through traffic. We're talking about most guys out there, right? And then you eat dinner, assumably with your family if you're lucky, right? And then the kids got to get ready. We're talking about during the school year. Then the kids got to get ready for bed. Like, how much time are you really spending with these kids?
But this is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I had the same thing with my father. He worked as an electrician in the mines. So he could be working any time of day. It could have been like in the middle of the night, during the day, any of that. And I had a healthy relationship with my father, but he was around. That was the difference.
Yeah. Dad being around is a big deal. Don't get me wrong. But the reason why I make this point, though, Phil, is that like the guys have a romanticized view of what fatherhood and marriage is, just like the women do. When you ask guys about marriage and kids, the reason why a lot of these guys want marriage and kids, Phil, listen to what they say. I want kids tickling my feet and running in on, jumping on me when I'm in bed with my wife and everything. They have this idealized view. And Coach Greg Adams talked about this. He said, seriously, next time you're out and about, right, and you're with a married couple who's been around for a while, right? Let's say at least 15 years. Just pull out your camera and just video them and just how they interact with each other, right? There's no real passion.
Oh God, no. I mean,
there's nothing there.
To be honest, if they're not sniping it at each other, they're doing well.
Yep. Yeah. You consider that a win. And the reason why I bring that up is I look at guys like RPM when he talks about the meat sack, right? And I say that for this reason. I want you to contrast your couple who's been married 15 plus years, guys. Pull out your phone, record it, and then look at that. Like really, really look at it, right? Like let that phone sit there for about, let's say, 3 good minutes, right? Like kind of sit around, make sure they don't really see you recording for 3 good minutes. Just see how they interact, right? Do they even have any love or affection? Okay, got it? Got it saved? Good. Now watch this. Go see a younger couple who's recently in a relationship, let's say within, what do you think, Phil? 3 to 6 months, right? See how they interact with each other. It's lots of touching, affection, oh, babe, oh, hugging. Okay. You think that couple who's married wasn't once these people that you're seeing in front of you who have been together for 3 to 6 months? They used to be this. What happened? Okay. What happened?
Off. Reality kicked in.
Hey, RPM, can you let these guys know what that reality is? Like, let them understand what is reality. Like when you say reality kicked in, tell them what reality is.
Oh, reality was when you finally started living with said woman, and you saw her without her makeup. You saw her burping. You heard her farting. You saw those just ungodly period panties. You saw everything behind the facade.
Yep. Now, RPM, do you know why I asked you that question? I addressed this earlier before you hopped on when I was talking to Phil. I said, look, the reason why I bring this up, guys, is it's not like some hater shit. It's just simple cause and effect. It's simple analyzing the situation. Phil knows this. I've told him. When you're the side dude, RPM, I don't ever see any of this. None, ever. I've never seen any of it. I've never seen period panties, right? I don't see women dressed in regular clothes. Phil, they're always in lingerie, bro. They're always dolled up. They're done up. They're
when you're the guy on the side, you only see the best. You don't get to see the dross.
And it's great. I can't stress to you guys how great it is to be the side dude, because you only get the best part of the show. You don't get the makeup part where she's behind the curtain putting on a fake face. Here's another thing. You don't get the bitching because she's there to perform. It is a performance, Phil, because this is not the real her. This is just the best version of her. And let me ask you this, Manic. Have you seen that in high school where girls put on different faces, right? Like they put on a hat and they're bitchy. They put on a hat and they're the girl cheering at a football game. Later on, they're a feminist in class. Then they're a nerd. Have you seen that where they change hats?
You know, now that you mention it, possibly. Now that you say that, I'm definitely probably gonna notice it going back in. But yeah, I've definitely seen like how like girls can be like kind of two-faced, just five-faced in this case.
I've seen this where you've got like a group of girls. Let's say there's 3 of them, and they're all behaving in a certain way because there's a guy in the group, and then another girl joins the group, then the whole dynamic changes.
Yep.
It's like it, and then another girl can join, and all of a sudden, like the popularity then swings from one girl to another, and all of a sudden, the dynamic changes. So I just stopped listening to women. It's like I don't care. I'm just going to be me, and they start respecting you because you're the guy who actually speaks the truth, or you're just a straight talker or something like that. Because like women are surrounded by other women who speak with forked tongue all the time. So they're like a guy who just talks the way he does. They know how he's always going to be. Or would you say differently, Drex? Or
I saw a dollhouse thing. Oh, look at that. It was just letting me know that you're now a manager. Nice. Yeah, so the reason why that's important to say that though, Phil, is when I've gone and hosted parties, right? I'm going to tell you what the number one request is after these chicks talk about getting ran through. Do you know what the next thing they say is, Phil? Right after I want X, they always say what they want, right? Do you know what they say next? I want to be the only girl there. I want to be the only girl. I want to be the only girl.
That is everything that a woman wants.
It is
to be the only woman in the world that everyone wants. That is the absolute epitome of what a woman wants.
It is pure narcissism. Like, whereas dudes would be like this. Oh, Phil. So prime example, Phil. Next month, I'm headed to Miami with Miss Columbia, right? So we're headed to, there's a couple of swing clubs out there, Trapeze and Velvet, right? I think Trapeze is in Lauderdale. Velvet is in Miami. Not once did she say something insane like, I got to be the only woman there. Because at a swing club, you can't be the only woman there, right? However, Phil, when I say, so she sent me pictures of what she's coming to be dressed in, right? And let's just say she's dressing to impress, right? They all go out there they're competing against other women. They're not competing, against us. They're competing against women.
Yeah. That's always the case. I mean, even you go back to school, women who dress a certain way, or let's say girls dress at school a certain way, even if they're in a uniform, they're trying to get that extra sexiness appeal against other women. It's not to be better than men. Men do not matter in this respect.
Nope.
It's just the attraction. That's the only thing that they're there for.
Oh, I did see some Lord of Simpson Cucks posted a thing. O'Shea Duke Jackson, shout out to him, by the way. He posted a video, said, black men are simping, getting robbed and drugged in Colombia. Watch out. At black men travels. Now, I will say this about Black Men Travel Group, right? I was invited to that group, and I clicked join because I click join anything. If you ask me to join something, yeah, sure, why not, right? I'm going to tell you what, man. Black Men Travels is one of the biggest dens of simpery I've ever seen in my whole life, man. It is not. I'm going to be honest with you, Phil. 10% of the dudes on there are there for the right reason, right? Travel, let me know what kind of things to see, eat, and let's make money and connect on a business level. The other 90%, all simps. Look at this girl I'm talking to. Look at this girl. Look at all valid, dude.
Well,
simping.
You'll know, right? I tried this once or twice, and I just realized the folly of it all. Now, you're trying to do this to try and tell all the guys, look, this is the way to be. Don't simp. Don't do this. Do this instead, and it will work better. And no one listens to you, right?
Nope. They won't. Now, here's the funny thing, though. This is the best part. The same guys who never listen to me, right? And they refuse to, right? They will fight me for it. I show them, and this is what I was talking to Manic about before you got here, Phil, when Chronic talks about this. When you do the exact opposite of simping and you get all the results, these guys are like this, bro, how do I do it? And then you tell them, right, Phil? And then what do they say? After you tell them to be...
No, that can't be right.
No, it can't work. No, it can't work. Look, this is the best part. You show them your text messages. Look, this is you remember that chick that was screaming at me that you saw at that restaurant? Yeah, man. She hated you, bro. Yeah, this is her.
And then you're showing your friend all the nudes that she's just
all the nudes,
stuff like this.
All the pictures, the news. Look, I have shown this I'm talking time and again. I wish my girl NCAA Cat was here. I've shown her endless texts because she asked me about that. She goes, Drex, is it really like that? And of course, women have to know because they're women, right? And I said, Kat, it's exactly like that. So I started showing her pictures. I started showing her the text messages, right? All the screenshots. And I kid you not, Phil, chicks were sitting there, saying I'm an asshole, blah, 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 blah. I shit you not. Same day. This is hand to God. She would, if she were here, she would vouch. The same day, the same chick, Phil, in the same text thread was talking about, yes, daddy, here's what I want. And, tie me up. Phil, in the same thread, so she said, I hate you or you're an asshole.
I know, but we've talked about this before, though. The one man in her life who has never given her like a thread of just space to do what she wanted and loved her unduly was daddy. So It's always the daddy issue. So
no, she's chasing it.
Yeah, so you behave like the complete asshole in the world, and you just look like daddy to her.
Yep.
So she wants it. I'm not trying to be like an asshole about it or anything like that, but it's just that's what she's been brought up to like.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the I've talked about this even when I had RPM on. And RPM, we're going to re-record your Thot Girl Summer story because Tim did some douchebag shit and the recorder broke down. Something happened. But, RPM talked about this when you're in the military, right? And, and this kind of goes to what Phil was saying. Guys, when they're around other guys, are very masculine. And yet you'll see dudes do simp shit around women. You're like, wait, what? Like, dude, I thought you were like a manly man. And you're like, well, what? You were the toughest, baddest, dude. You were literally shooting people. And all of a sudden, but my lady, it's like, oh, fuck. It just doesn't stop.
You can't save these people. That's the thing. Even if you try and tell them, like, expose what they're doing, they say, no, this is what I was told to do. And even if you ask, can you tell me why this works? They don't understand. I was told, therefore I do. Do as you're told, never understand. And that's what I hate about this.
It's so sad, man. It just, but it is what it is. And my thing is this: as the manosphere evolves, I do, Phil, you and I have talked about this, right? What is the next step? Because talking about simps and cucks and all this stuff, yeah, we got it. There's simps, there's cucks, the feminazis. Yeah, we got it. Okay, what's the next step? Is obviously walking away and then making plans with what you're going to do next, right? Like how to invest, where to move to. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, Manic. This place doesn't have much longer, bro. You ever read history books and you always think to yourself, like, this happened. Why did these people see this coming? Trust me, not everybody's going along with the collapse of anything, right? Like, with Enron, right? Do you remember when Enron went belly up? Phil, RPM especially would know that, right? Because that was right out closer to him. That was out in Texas, I believe. When Enron went belly up, you got to remember, there were people within the company who were like, "Yo, man, something's off. This doesn't make sense." Like, look, okay. Enron was the only Fortune 500 company that could not tell what they sold, right? Let that sink in. If you went and asked an electronics store, right? Like, hey, Best Buy, what is it that you guys sell? They're like, oh, we sell consumer electronics, and they can show you. Enron could not answer that question. They were a Fortune 500 company. Let that sink in. Hell, even OnlyFans can say, yeah, we sell Thots. We sell foot pics.
They don't want to say it, but they do.
Yeah, even though they denied it, they've had to come back and say, no, that's 99% of our revenue.
Yeah, well, you know what did you think, RPM? I know you talked about that. What, obviously, some cooler heads prevailed over at OnlyFans. Is, we didn't get the thought apocalypse we may have hoped for. But let me say this, though, RPM. Going forward, do you see not only another OnlyFans, but like, do you see a kind of almost like a re-up, almost like a boom, and then a collapse in the thought culture with OnlyFans or not?
It's going to eventually happen. It's going to happen.
Well, I have a reason why I believe it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen because I was talking to Manic about this. I believe that the whole thought culture is going to collapse for a different reason. It's going to be because, like in Venezuela, it's going to be pay for play, right? Now, for all the incels out there, all these guys, guess what? Phil, if it becomes pay for play, why would a guy be on OnlyFans, right?
Indeed, but then I don't understand why OnlyFans exist when there's so much free porn out there.
So
perhaps I'm a tight ass, but
it's the connection they feel between the two.
Oh, I know, but you have to pardon Drex laughing like a maniac there, because there is no connection. We know this, right?
Yeah, it's transaction.
It's the placebo.
Oh my God! I got a text from one of the girls who's been on the show, and we have a Californian on, a fellow Californian on the show.
It's okay, Drex. Tell her I'm not available.
Yeah. One of the things that I feel is so important to have these discussions is because, Phil, we've talked about this, which is the lack of male spaces and how that affects men, which is why I push for segregation. I've openly pushed for segregation.
And I've said for a long time, I know I'm always the proponent for this one, and it always sounds like a conspiracy theory. But guys, if you want a brethren and a ready-made network, the Masons are it. No women allowed. And you will be shown the door if you want to start talking about religion or politics. So it makes for a great place to actually be with fellow men.
I just think that's great that they block out the religion and politics, because it's one thing to have a group of guys saying no to women, but by just blocking out religion and politics and just because think about it, if no one in here talks about religion and politics, think about what we talk about, guys: dolls, women, sex, beaches, travel, video games, hobbies. Guys get along. It's why do guys constantly have to keep reverting back to politics and religion when all it's going to do is divide, right? It's all it's going to do. If you just leave those things out and you just have guys, no women, guys from all walks of life get around. Doesn't matter what color they are, what their financial status is, they just get along. If you just take those two things out, religion and take out politics. Oh, a couple of chats here. Wolfgang Deo says for $5, marriage is supposed to work. It must be economically by comparative advantage. We can do everything, but I do one thing, she does the other. Can't do everything. That was the idea. But see, once women enter the workforce, they just became lesser men.
Well, they just wanted to be us, though, didn't they? Because they think that this is what I love in a man, so therefore I need to be that. Yep. If men wanted to be what they loved in women, then you get all of these effeminate women. Effeminate men, and no one's happy. So
women don't want them.
We have to stop doing that.
Yeah, women don't want effeminate men. And we got a $2 super chat from Solvis. He says, "Have you shown Phil the mom who met her son's dolls?" Phil, I think did we watch that one? Maybe.
It's not ringing a bell with me.
I think I might have watched it with Nick. You know what? Here's a random little aside.
I mean, with that, I mean, I know young men who have dolls, and their mother has found out, and you know what? The mothers have always been okay with it. It's the fathers who've had an issue with it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, RPM, you've known, as a father, you've seen that like the first and last line of defense is dad, right? Like dad is the person who stops all the weirdo stuff. Booty shorts, girls twerking, boys cocking hats to the side and getting face tattoos and buying guns. It's dad who stops all that, right? They join in a gang. Like, you know what? RPM, have you ever actually been around anyone in the penal system and talked to guys, like at-risk youth and all that stuff? They always have the one mitigating factor. It's the lack of the father or father figure, right? The positive male role model.
Which, in my humble opinion, has been by design, because I don't remember who said this. I wish I could remember, but they said essentially jail and the penal system is nothing more than a warehouse for men.
Agreed. It is, and that's where single moms sin there. Well, here's the thing: it's basically, if you guys actually think about it, it's a flesh offering. The first flesh offering that women offer willingly, and black women did this first. Shout out to every one of you ratchet ass German shepherds that need to die off. They offer the man, the father. That's the flesh offering, right? The state says, hold on, let me dangle something. The state dangles a carrot, right? Dangles a carrot and says, what is that carrot? That is Section 8, WIC, medical assistance. It's all these things. Just so what? Ooh, I want it. This is what the women did. She jumped for it, right, Phil? She reached for the welfare, and the state says, I don't just give it to you. You get to give me something in return. Well, what do I got to give you in return? The man. Give me him, and I'm going to chew him up and spit him out. And in return, I'm going to give you all these freebies. Without hesitation, Phil, due to female hypergamy, without hesitation, they jumped at it, right? They jumped. And I find it hilarious. I find it hilarious. Oh, look, sure enough, there goes the person I literally just talked about, Miss NCAA Cat. And she's the one that, she talked about the thottery going on at these universities. And, Manic, you're going to see this within the next 2 to 3 years. Chronic, I'm sure, has told you, Ribby has told you, if you think it's bad in high school, bro, listen, I want more college kids to come here and start telling the truth and start being like, yo, man, this is what's really going on. Because there's too many guys lying to people saying, just find a Christian Molyneux. Just find a good, nice Christian girl with good family values. Christian Molyneux, shut up. Stop all this simp language. Christian girls that claim to be Christian, they are the ones with the highest body counts. True or false, Phil?
As a Catholic, I can only say that's true.
So why are guys like Sniff and Molyneux lying?
Well, what they will do is they will say, no, it doesn't count because it was anal.
Oh, okay. You know what? Now, I'm not going to troll a particular somebody, but I know she's listening. Manic, we need to address this because we talked about this before the show. We need to transition this to something that's a little kinky. What is it with all these girls, Manic? Talk to me about butt stuff. Why does butt stuff keep coming up, bro? Talk to me.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's more of like a submission thing, and that seemed to be more taboo, and basically all shame and all taboos have been taken away in our society. So that can explain a bit of more prevalence. Also, masochists are the one where they like being tortured, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, masochism. That's definitely another part of it.
Yeah, because the sadist is the one doing the torture, the masochist is the one who enjoys it. And these girls are all about butt stuff. I mean, they just can't get enough. And in fact, Phil, you and I have talked about this. When as a man, it is the woman who's coming to you with all the degeneracy, right? Like the guy is not walking up saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna tie you up, punch you in the face." That's not what the guy is saying.
Yeah, no, if you go back into my youth, let's say I was sort of like 16 years old and trying to get into the panties of various girls. Man, you had to jump through fiery hoops to just get a blowjob, let alone fucking anal sex. Whereas now it's like, oh no, I don't want to have full sex, so let's just have anal instead. And it's like, the fuck happened here?
Phil, hey, Manic, let me ask you this. I have addressed this very topic. Girls are, true or false, Manic, from what you've heard in high school, girls are quicker to give BJs than to French kiss, like actually like romantic, intimate kissing. They're quicker to give a BJ. True or false?
Not in my experience. Gay dudes, definitely yes.
Wait. Hold up. Wait. Soundboard.
I'm sorry, where did that come from?
Wait a minute. Hold up. You're in high school and there's dudes blowing dudes, bro. Hold on. Come on.
Oh, dude, that was true in 7th grade, bro.
But wait.
Fiction on this.
Wait. Whoa. No, we need to go back. You got some explaining to do.
Let RPM just say what he's saying, because he's saying exactly what I'm feeling.
Wait, RPM, go ahead, man.
In his button. Just when you thought you heard it all.
You're roboting.
I said, wow. Just when you thought you heard it all.
Indeed, right? I mean, it's like back when we were kids, right? Oh, yeah. Like that shit was never said. Never.
Or done.
Yeah. I know a dude. He was blown by another dude in 7th grade in a Office Max bathroom.
What by accident or was this by purpose?
Purpose.
Jesus.
Yeah, and
where's the in-stream button? Is this what it's come to? Wait, hold up. Hold on. Manic. This is what the world has come to. Dudes blowing dudes in an Office Max bathroom. Are you serious, dude? This is what it's come to?
I mean, like now it's more when in high school it's more in the school bathroom.
Where did this come from?
Is it okay if it's in the school bathroom, but not okay if it's elsewhere?
Oh, yeah, just like during the day, like not even like during some like special occasion, just like gay dudes will just be on the prowl.
Hey, man, I got some people in the chat that just said something that is very not okay. Leximus and Shaftesbury said, apparently guys are saying, you correct me if I'm wrong, guys are saying it ain't gay if you say no homo. Bruh, and it says can confirm. Oh, wait a minute, dude. Wait.
If you can say no homo, you know what homo is.
Wait, let me get this straight. Dudes are getting blown going, no homo. It ain't gay. No homo, bro. Like wait.
Now you say that, Drax. It's like, oh, no homo.
No homo. Like all facts, no printer. Dude.
Yeah. Okay.
It ain't gay if you don't look the dude in the eyes. Wait, hold on. So one of the guys said, I did a guy who was wearing a maid dress, the sissy guy, and he was wearing stockings, so it wasn't gay.
Of course.
If you're wearing socks, it ain't gay.
Wait. What?
What, on your penis or on your feet?
Not on your feet. It's not my opinion. Okay.
Dude. It's halal in the school bathroom, haram and
winding Drax up now. I'm sure this can't be true.
Look, Phil, this is unacceptable. Okay, this is unacceptable. Listen, I told you dudes out here to listen. When I said bust nuts, not caps, I didn't mean with other bros, man. I meant to go ahead and clap the cheeks of these damn females, these thots. Listen, God put thoughts here for us to use and enjoy to release tension.
Well, the thing is, though, if the traps are better looking than the thoughts, what do you do?
I addressed that. I addressed that when I had Cress on, because Cress is trans. And, Phil, you and I talked about that because I think you said it was like someone you knew or a buddy or something, and that question came up like, am I gay? But I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I think even before the dolls really take hold, I think within the next 5 years, tranny is about to clean up the dating market. They're about to like.
In what respect, though?
Okay, here's what I mean. I should say in the hookup culture. So what's gonna happen is, and you're starting to dude, you're starting to see that now. Like you've heard about all these guys who are getting with the trans chicks on the down low, right? That's very well known, right? And look, Phil, I bet you if you and I went somewhere in England and asked whoever the most let's say passable trans woman is, right? If we ask them how many straight dudes, like guys who are masculine, they normally go to for chicks, how many of those dudes come to you for sex? What do you think they're going to start telling us, Phil?
It'd be huge. I happen to know a guy who knew a guy. This was 20 years ago, right? Who was a trap. And he had said, you would be surprised, my biggest demographic are all business guys who just, they've been married for 20 years and they just want something a bit different. And that's what they're going for.
I've heard that. The reason why I say that is because there have been videos and stuff, and like I was watching an O'Shea Duke Jackson video once, and Jeffree Star is this. I don't even know what to call Jeffree Star. And Jeffree Star was saying that he or she or whatever was doing stuff with Kanye West. Turned out that this person was lying, right? But Jeffree Star talked about hey, I've been with famous people, right? Famous athletes, rappers, and stuff, and you started hearing this like Young Buck got caught, right? He was a member of G Unit. So here you got this super thug looking dude, and you keep hearing these stories that these dudes are out here that they're presenting themselves as hyper masculine, violent, aggressive, and then behind closed doors. Look, DJ Envy from the Breakfast Club, they exposed his text. The chick is pegging him. Yeah, did you hear about that? Yeah, Manic, Google DJ Envy pegging text. It'll pop up on Google. Okay. He got exposed by his mistress. So she was so the dirty talk that guys talk to women like, yeah, you ready to take this D? She was saying that to DJ Envy about a strap on. True facts, man. Look, dude, I can't make this up. And I'm sitting there looking like, dude, because this came to light when DJ Envy was criticizing Kevin Samuels, like, Kevin Samuels looks like he's closet gay or blah blah blah, and then they leaked these texts, and I'm like, this is why people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, right? Like, if you're accusing somebody of being on the down low, usually, and Phil, we've talked about this, it's usually a projection, right? Okay. When someone starts talking about like the guys who are anti-gay, there was that guy in Europe, he was in like Parliament or something, right, Phil? He got caught in a 25-man gay orgy. Remember him? He's
well, that's most of the Conservative Party, but let's carry on.
Yeah. These same dudes who are all anti this, anti that, and they always get caught, and it's, oh shit, caught my pants down. Now, I did not know about all of this shit. RPM, you were in the Navy, and we know the reputation of the Navy. Can you elaborate on all this dude on dude action, bro? What was really going on?
One of the most famous, should I say, infamous stories came out of the books.
Go ahead. Now I can hear you.
There was a guy who was using ether on his roommate.
Oh no.
That's all I need to say on that.
Oh no. That's basically like using chloroform, bro.
Yeah.
Oh no. Wait, hold on. Wait, but seriously, if a guy is passed out, that means the dude was doing the receiving. So he took the dude's cheeks then.
Yeah, he was taking the cheeks.
Oh.
There are some willing cheek bending over, but of course, just like jail, there was some taking of the cheeks.
Oh man, look, you don't want to be on the wrong end of Fleece Johnson, man. You don't want to get your cheeks took. When Fleece Johnson goes ahead and goes, now RPM, I'd like you and I want you. And he says, the choice is yours. When you get your cheeks took, man, that's not a good look, man. That's not a good look.
If he gave me that choice, I'd say, hey, let's go down to the deep mag real quick and have some good old fashioned counseling.
Dude, fuck. Man.
And naturally,
dudes are getting blown. Like, wait, hold on. When did this catch on? Manic, I'm curious. When was this a thing, man? Like, dude, I'm not joking. There wasn't one dude, and I would have known. I would have heard that, right? Like, I would have heard at least one. Like, Drex, did you know about this? I'm not joking. Not middle school, not high school.
This story, the Office Max story, that was like half a decade ago at this point. Okay, now, just think of this: 60% of middle schoolers identify as LGBTQ.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah, that's great, but I don't believe them. It's just cool to do that.
But Phil, it doesn't matter if it's cool or not. They're bunker busting other dudes, man.
You can't.
It doesn't matter what they identify as. Their genitals look the same, and they're bumping uglies. That's not a good look, man.
You can't unsuck the cock.
Yeah. Once you go down that path, well, here's the thing: is this something that? Okay, here's the thing: are these dudes just confused and they're experimenting, or is it like they're like, "Oh, I'm committed to sucking this dick"?
Okay. So, I'll just say the guy receiving top was experimenting, which is normally the case. The guy receiving the guy giving it normally has to do some convincing to allow to munch on it.
We didn't have that at school when I was back then.
Dude, I'm not joking, man.
Era.
Dude, it was literally 0%, man. I promise you. If this was going on, dude, this had to have been the best kept secret. Because, here's the thing. Someone would have known, right? Stuff. Someone would have, dude, when you were going to school, school was too small. Someone would have known, right? Like, someone would have been like, hold up. Where are these two guys going?
Remember, this was Office Max when they were, like, this was out of school. This was, like, after school ended. But so one of them told me, and I'm pretty sure neither of them would have denied it.
So you can tell by the fact that their penis is kind of brown.
Let me get this straight. So this has become a thing. Here's a question.
This was a one-time situation.
How is this both perceived and received at school, right? Because Phil, if someone had done this back in your day, they're done, right? Like you're done in school.
Game over. You're moving school.
You can move school. So Manic, how are these guys perceived out there?
So it was not many people knew. I was just new because I was like friends with one of them. The dude receiving it, okay? Yeah. But like I don't think too many people knew. One of them did get ran out of school basically because for other reasons with an encounter with a girl.
Wait. He got ran out of school for an encounter with a girl, but he was welcomed with open arms for sucking a dick.
Just
he wasn't the one sucking. He wasn't the one sucking. He was the one getting sucked. Yeah, but it was he got suspended for what happened with that relationship with the girl later. That was like a year plus later. I don't know. Do you want me to go in depth on the story on that?
I mean, you might as well.
I mean, so they date, break up or whatever, and then like the dude's like literally like cuts her name in his arm. And then he gets suspended and arrested.
Oh shit!
For what?
Yeah,
exactly. What? Just for cutting himself?
Because it was her name in his arm, so it was and he showed it to her, I guess. So that was
really. But fucking another guy's perfectly all right. Let's carry on with that. But let's cut the girl's name into my arm. No, you can't have that.
That's where we're at. Man.
Wow.
So man, you gotta understand how far this has gone, man. So back in our day, you would have been done. Like Okay, here's the thing. Not only would moving schools might not even help, because at some point, and Phil, you remember this, at some point that would have come up. Like, why did you move away from Lincoln High School? Someone would have been like, oh no, I just wanted to get away. Those people were they were, it's a better neighborhood. Somebody would be like, okay. And people would do research, right? They're like, because here's the thing. People should be grateful. Anybody who was doing this kind of activity before the internet.
Before you even got to the second school, it would have been said, oh, and here's Phil Bass, gay.
Yep. Yeah, well, and his thing is, Phil, then you had to basically defend it. That's not what happened, right? Like, no, that's not why I left. I left because of the rumor. That's what people would say, right? I didn't leave because I did it. I left because people said I did it. I didn't do it, though. I wasn't on my knees. And people go, okay, I can see how that, because that made logical sense back then, right? Since it wasn't something that was happening, you could go, okay, a guy was getting bullied or whatever, and because people said he was on his knees in an Office Max. Because that sounds so unbelievable that like nobody back in the day would have believed it, right? They're like, that's fucked up. He was accused of being
back in the day, you would have had to have been training to be a priest to get away with that sort of shit.
Yeah, right. Who else got away with it, right?
Like, yeah, people are just like proud of it now. It's like they basically advertise. Yeah, I mean, there is a gender sexuality alliance, and I would assume it's in middle school now too. But like, I had that in high
for the
school.
kids. They're coming for the kids.
I don't know why that thing just did that. What the hell?
I mean, like with that, and bearing in mind, like, being Migtown, I'm not a parent or anything like that. So I don't think I would have the same sort of visceral reaction to this that like a parent would. But anyone who is a parent, say like such as Drex and RPM, I expect that I would want to kill someone with that sort of ideal. And they're openly coming for the kids. They're not even hiding it now.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely.
And by the way, the fact that they're not hiding it should scare all of us, because they know, like every institution, they know we're gonna, like, it's not an easy climb to get it back. These institutions are gone.
Oh, absolutely. That's why, I told Phil, I mean, you need to have segregation, because like, here's the thing, only men are going to fix problems. Like that's just the way it's going to be. Like the burden of responsibility will always fall on the shoulders of those who have a penis between their legs. That's just you just have to accept it. Like, yeah, it sucks. You're like, well, why aren't they doing it? I'm sure most guys, and Phil, this, RPM, this, most guys got out of the whole why aren't they doing anything a long time ago, because they realize they cannot and they will not, right? Women cannot do it and they will not do it. So once you can accept that, you're like, well, there was a hurricane that just came through. If you think a bunch of women are going to go clean up the wreckage of a hurricane, think again.
Yeah, they'll bunch together and say, "Oh, we need to do something," and they need to be seen as though they're going to do something. But when it actually comes down to actually doing the thing, they're not there. They want to like ask a guy, they'll suck a guy's dick to get the thing done, but they won't actually do it themselves. Because, and I'm not being awful, they just don't do shit. They can talk about it, but they can't do shit. That's the difference.
Yeah, dude, this is the way it is, though, right? Like once guys just start accepting this, and this is just the way it should be. Like, rather than like one of the things I think that needs to get purged from the manosphere and from just all men in general is idealism, right? This whole like, but Phil, I have this dream, I have this vision. Stop. Just focus on reality. Your dream can be what you want to be. Like saying, yo, Phil, I want to see more masculine men, right? I want to see boys become more masculine. Okay, what are we going to do? We need to have male-only schools and have male-only teachers. Got it. What you don't want to do is going, but I dream. Mm-hmm. This is my issue with a place like 21 Studios.
Yeah, right? Like let's have like a focus group and talk about.
Yeah, let's talk about. No, you have to do it. Like, I mean, even when I first started the channel and everything, like even when I was on Nick's show, I was letting these guys know the real, because when you're the side dude, you see things from a whole different perspective, right? You're like, I'm hearing guys say things, Phil, that didn't make sense to me. I'm like, wait a minute, like, what reality are you living in, right? So when guys were saying, no, Drex, you're wrong, and I'm like, bro, I'm out here. Like I know I'm not wrong. Like, and the blue pill simp guy is sitting there saying like, oh, I'm happy with my wife. Yeah, good for you. Are you sure you know what she's doing? Because I bet if you went ahead and grabbed her phone, she would freak out, right? They always keep all their secrets in the phone.
Even if you ask those guys, if you had your time again, would you do it exactly the same way? And every one of these guys says no. Every one of them.
Agreed.
Because they know they're wrong. They're just trying to say, well, it's working for me. I'm doing the right thing. Isn't that right, guys? Because they just want a pat on the back from the other guys to say, yeah, you're a good guy. You're doing the right thing, even though life is shit for you.
They know it's shitty. Oh, quick super chats here. Hopefully I didn't miss any. I had to reboot my phone because this piece of garbage. From WMMA Scene Now. Say with me. My booty is mine. It belongs to me. You can't have my booty. Yeah, that's all messed up. And Almond John 1 for $2 says, you're going to make us decide between you and Flashcast? Oh, that's right. Flash is coming on tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Nick sends me the little link. I'm sure Nick will probably pop in and send me the little Flashcast link. It's wild.
Should I tell them that the 7th grade story to them on Flashcast?
Oh, are you going on Flashcast tonight?
No. Well, no, I don't know anyone on there. Like literally, like it's pretty much only you so far, and like we have like mutual friend, or I don't know. One day, that's my dream. That got me through.
Guys need to know.
Through college.
Guys need to know that dudes are topping off other dudes in middle school, bro. Because I want you to fully understand, man. When I tell you that none of this was happening growing up, dude, I'm not being facetious. None.
No, seriously, like when Drex and I were at school, and there's a bit of a difference between us. You would have gotten the shit kicked out of you just for the rumor of that.
Yeah, the rumor alone would have. You'd have been done based on the rumor. Like, I'm trying to think what was the. I can think only of a couple of rumors that were going around that like harmed people, and I'll tell you what, not one guy was ever accused of being gay. However, there was a rumor of a couple of chicks that were considered lesbo, right? And I'm sure both of them are married with kids now, right? And we all know what probably happened, Phil. They may have kissed another girl or something. But here's the thing about female sexuality. Women's sexuality from the male perspective is the polar opposite. If a guy walks in and sees a girl with another girl, a guy goes, "Hey, this is awesome." There's nothing awesome about a woman walking in and seeing her husband topping off a dude or getting topped off. But divorce.
But the thing is, with the female sexuality, I don't think there is such a thing. They will just do whatever it takes to actually get what they want.
Yeah, dogs.
It's not they're thinking, oh my God, that man's so masculine. I really want some of that. They don't feel it the same way that we do when we see like a really feminine woman say, I got to dick that down hard. Yep. They don't feel that.
Yeah, dude. Even with men, a lot of it is conquering, right? Like I was telling you, Phil, my dick gets hard every time a feminist starts yapping about something. I just can't help myself. Like I try to control it.
It's as soon as the mouth opens, you say, "Oh, I can see an open hole."
I can see it.
Let's fill it up.
I just feel I see it in something. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so on a base level, men are problem solvers, right? So by that definition, if we consider all feminists to be a problem, which they are, then they need to be solved. The way that you solve the problem is to dick them down, slap on the ass, and tell them make me a fucking sandwich and iron the shirt. So therein lies the challenge. If a chick is already going to be willing to do that, you're like, oh, well, you don't need to be fixed. You're on the right path. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just like walking down the garden path. I mean, you might dick them down, but you're not fixing anything.
Fixing it. Look,
you don't feel any fulfillment from that. You're just doing what needs to be done.
Well, now on that note, though, that kind of goes back to what Manic was saying. The whole issue, Manic, you just said, it's the guy trying to convince the other dude that this is what he needs. He needs to get topped off by another bro. Like,
yeah, yeah. There is some very complicated, like, I forgot what it was about. Like, there is definitely some condition that needed to be met before he was gonna suck him off. But it happened.
What condition? What condition?
And the world is a much more complicated place today, isn't it, Drex?
Dude,
Wait,
Drex, can I?
He needs bro top off condition. What condition? Hold on, watch this. Hey Phil, hey, what conditions do you need for a dude to top you off?
Okay.
So he has to get the
Be a
level
woman?
3 in the game first before he can do it.
Okay, so what were these conditions? I gotta hear this. This is ridiculous.
I don't remember. Remember, this was like a long time ago, and it's not exactly something I bring up when we play Fortnite.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, we brought it up when we were playing Back for Blood once, but it was as a joke. Anyways, it was yeah, it's just a running joke. But anyways, it was something like complicated. That's why I don't remember it. Was like it was and I just like to say that Office Max now it's gone. There's no more Office Max.
Oh,
You don't know. You don't know what happened there. It got burned down after he realized what he done.
dude, look, man, I gotta go
okay,
ahead and get some body bags ready if I ever do some shit like that. Like, I mean, like people got to go ahead and get yeeted, man. I'm sorry, but like, here's the thing. I know it'd be my choice to go ahead and go ahead and be standing up and going, "Oh yeah, Brad, you're doing a great job." But after that, when I think about what I've just done, it's like, you know what? I need to clean up my mistake.
Okay.
And then
and by the way, okay, something I should also mention. Remember, this 7th grade, he lost his virginity to the dude. They might have done it to each other, but I know the guy receiving lost his virginity.
It just gets better and better, doesn't it?
Oh my.
yeah. When you were growing up, did you ever hear a guy say, "I lost my virginity," and you're like, "Oh yeah, man," you know what I'm saying? You know, you're giving him dap. You give him a condom. He's like, "What do I need these for? I'm bending over." You're like, wait, what? Did you ever hear a dude getting bunker busted say, "I lost my virginity," but he was referring to himself getting bunker busted?
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, I
he's
love.
muted. Oh, he's muted.
Okay.
Yeah, RPM, you're muted. I don't know if he knows he's muted. He's flashing, but not. Oh, there you are.
No, I hear you. That's just crazy.
Have you, RPM, do you ever remember hearing some shit like this back in the day? Ever? Like a guy like, "Yeah, man, I lost my virginity, man. Tyrone, man, he went in deep." It's just like, bruh, like, are you serious?
That's some shit that I ain't never heard nothing like that.
Somebody, man, Cooper just
Even
said Colombian men are losing it to fucking, do you say donkeys? Yeah, Colombian men are losing their virginity to female donkeys, bro. Like, dude, can you guys stop? Look.
Even with that, Drex, if your best friend turned up to you and actually said, "Yeah, I got dick down," that changes the friendship immediately, right? The whole dynamic of your friendship is like completely changed. It's not the same. And that's your best friend, right? And you just feel like good guys in the class. Oh yeah, I lost my virginity to like another guy. I've got my brown wings already, and I've never even touched a woman.
Hey, Phil, you know what's crazy about that? You know what's funny about male sexuality? You have to already be whatever your sexuality is when we meet you. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, so watch this. Hey, Phil, you know gay guys right now, right? Right now, you know gay guys, right? It has no effect. Cool, dude. No problem. The reason why there's no problem is because when you met them, they were like, "Yo, Phil, this is who I am," and it was like, oh, "Okay, cool."
Yeah. So there's no lying. There's no
lying. There's no deception. There's nothing that can like. It's not like some like blow to your heart and your soul and your testicles. But when your main dude tells you, "Yo, bro, man, can we have a talk?" You're like, "Oh man, this must be real serious." And he's like, "Yo, so Trex, now you remember when I said that I was gonna come over and we were gonna play Mario Party?" But yeah, man, what fucking man, you weren't there, man. You said you you had a date. Yeah, so it was a date. Oh well, damn. What's her name? You pull out the yearbook. Well, the name is, and then the best part is, God forbid it's an androgynous name, right? Taylor, Shannon, Dana, Stacy, right? You have androgynous names. It could be a man or a woman. And you're like, "Oh shit, I can't wait." And then you see, like,
even if that happens, it's a guy.
Dude, the friendship is over. Okay. Anyone out there who says, "Oh, Drex, you're a homophobe, you're a bigot," look, man. When I was young, we used to use the word gay to describe something that like wasn't cool, right? Like, hey, Phil, how's that new
We still
album?
did
Oh, man,
that.
that shit's gay, man. That shit's whack, man. That shit's gay.
We sometimes
So-
did that.
Oh, yeah. So if your best friend came to you being like, "Yo, man, this dude, man, he clapped me from the back." Hey, come on, man. Look, here's the thing. Hey, Phil, I want you guys to understand this though. Like, I want to show you guys something. This is how bizarre our world is. Hey, Phil, best friend comes to you and says, "Phil, I have to confess something. I'm gay." Is that a bigger blow or a lesser blow than your best friend saying, "Hey, Phil, I got something to tell you. Yeah, Diana pegs me. I'm into getting pegged."
Oh, the gay thing's much easier to deal with.
It's easier to take. I can respect you, dude. Look, here's the thing. So Manic, we've talked about this, right? When I had Richard on, the guy who I'm going to have on, he's going to be on my Black Pill Disabled show. He talked about, we asked him, like, "Yo, you claim you're an incel." We're like, "How do incels view simps?" He said incels hate simps, right? Phil, because no one likes simps, right? Women don't like them. Men don't like. So I'm looking around like, who's still simping? Like, dude, no one likes you. In fact, I don't know if you guys heard this story. I think RPM might know, because unfortunately, RPM as black guys, we got to hold this L. You saw the video of that guy. I'm not gonna say a brother. I don't like saying brother when dudes do simp shit. There's a black dude who was on Love After Lockup, right? He was dating a bottom shelf Becky who just got released from prison, right? And he spent like 30 grand on her. A simp. Oh, Phil. Oh, this guy was, man. Oh, man. I gotta find a picture of this simp. You're gonna take one look at him and go, "Oh, no."
I don't care if she's the best looking woman in the world. I mean, how many whores can you get with 30 grand?
Hey, look, man. Look, I gotta say this. One of the guys just said something that's hilarious. He said, "I can have and will bunker bust men, but if you get pegged, I will cut you out of my life."
Oh,
Gay
yeah,
men don't like guys who get pegged, bro. If you're gay or bisexual, they can't even accept you if you get pegged, dude. It is the lowest form. Dude, I respect gay dudes. I'm like, "Yo, you are what you are. Look, man, it's cool. No big deal, right? No big deal." But once you say you're getting bent over by a female, bro, we're done, man. We're done. It's over. The friendship is over. Don't ask me for nothing. If I left something at your house, man, you keep it.
Well, as you said, though, like, people may call us like homophobic and all the rest of it. And it's like, fuck you. I don't care. This is how it is. Oh, but that's bigoted. Yeah, okay, so I'm a bigot. I don't care. Fuck you. And that's the attitude.
They hate men who are short, right?
Now, a lot of men won't do that. That's the thing. Like, we'll get called misogynist for various things.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes me a misogynist, fuck you. Yes, okay, I'm a misogynist. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Right? And that's the attitude that most men should have, but most men are too pussy to do this. And they're all frightened of being called horrible names.
Yep.
And that has to change.
I love it. Well, what's great, Phil, is I was talking to Kat about this, and I told her that, I get called oftentimes a misogynist and a chauvinist and all these bad words. And she's like, "Well, Drex, honestly, after like talking to you, I don't see that at all. I've told you this, my biggest defenders, right? Not detractors, my biggest defenders are women. Women defend me more than, dude. Most of the people who defend me are women.
In fairness, though, like, women don't say what they want. They'll say something and they mean something else. That's the thing. So, like,
what I mean by that is this.
I just want some guy who will just stand up for what he wants. And she actually means she wants to get, like, dick down and get dominated.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Standing up and dominated, it means the same thing to them. And they think it means the same thing to men. And, like, men, we say what we mean.
Yep.
Not the other way around.
But when people have talked bad about me throughout my life, it's been women who have defended me, right? Like, I was on that show with Nick, and there were some people in the comments section, and they were, saying some things, and Nick stopped, like, "Yo, bro, that's some harsh words," right? And then, of all people, it's Lady Rackets watching the live stream, right? And she comments, because you can see it's her little admin wrench, right? and it says the real Lady Rackets. And so she starts praising me. Like, Drex is great. Our kids love him. They call him Uncle Drexel. All of a sudden, the whole, all that, the vitriol aimed toward me, Phil. Oh, Drex must be a cool guy because Lady Racket says he's a great guy. You see what I'm saying? Women are quicker to defend
social
me.
proof, right?
It's social proof. Drex is a scumbag until a woman says otherwise, especially a woman that I'm attracted to. Once an attractive woman who is not sexually active with Drex gives him validation,
and even if you go about this the hard way, right, and there's no woman to give you any social proof, so you dick her down, and you're out at the restaurant or something like that. Another woman who knows this woman, sees you two out together. Oh, he must be all right because she wouldn't be out with him otherwise. Yep. And that's where it begins. That's the focal point. But then when women start to talk, then that's when you get kind of blown up out of all proportions. Drex is the biggest thing ever in the world because all the women, it's like Chinese whispers from one girl to another.
Yep.
And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then all of a sudden, like, you are like Dr. Dre.
Yeah, right. Well, one of the things that I find hilarious is that you say that, Phil. And I would tell guys who are younger, like Manic and people in his circles, if you really want to get laid, and like by attractive women, Manic, the easiest way to do it, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to be a millionaire. Just have women around you. Just have attractive women around you. And I promise you, you want to get a threesome? Oh, if you want a threesome and you think you're going to get a threesome by walking up to girls trying to get, not going to happen. All you need to do is just have females validate you, right? Social proof. Other chicks women want what other women want, period. That's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like Phil said, he must be okay then, right? I must be a good guy.
Okay, can I bad timing probably, but I have more details to the story, the 7th grade story.
Oh shit!
Oh god, here we go.
Here goes.
In the Office Max bathroom, they did try anal. It didn't work out though. He was too tight.
So he was too uptight to have the anal sex. That's worse than actually having anal sex.
And
he told people this, yeah?
Okay, wait, somebody...
Why is that okay? Phil, if anyone would have done that back in the day, they take that to their grave, right? They're like, I tried it once. It wasn't for me. They say it to themselves, like in their own head, right? Like they would never admit that to literally anybody.
That is something you would take to the grave.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody at me in chat. I'm looking at dolls. Do I go for Tifa or Chun-Li? Are we talking remake Tifa or original PS1 model Tifa? Because if it's not PS1 Tifa, then go with Chun-Li. All right. I just had to I had to answer the chat. Okay.
Oh goodness. the places that we've gone. Oh goodness. I always hope that it doesn't get that bad, but then it does get that bad. Oh, I see that there's a couple of super chats I missed. Let me make sure I get them. Wait. Damn, I hate when my phone does that.
I'm laughing at the one that says, I can't feel my penis. Stop whacking it every time you hear Phil.
Alden John 1 says, for $2 says, do you ever think of fart noises when you see twerking? I don't. I just kind of go like, this is where we're at. Oh, look, Yellow Flash, what up? He says, hail for $20. Shout out to my man, Yellow Flash. We got thick anime thighs from New Zealand, $20. Wow. I enjoy your streams with thumbs up. Thank you, sir. And then we got a Xeno bit for $2 says, there's Yellow Flash with the Biden maneuver. Yeah, he must have gone in, done something, and pulled out what he's got his show to get ready to do. But it's wild that.
Well, if he pulled out, that means he went in first. So
right?
That's a win, right?
Manic. Let me ask you this. What do girls think of dudes who are like, oh yeah, man, I'm out here smashing dudes or getting topped off by dudes? Like, well, how do the girls perceive this behavior?
I mean, it's
or does anyone care?
I don't think it's something that's you'd want to advertise to women. That's That's definitely one for sure. But like, it's more of like, you know, obviously women are looking for gay friends. They're not trying to. But like, I doubt that's like, oh yeah, I fucked a dude. I doubt that they're gonna allow that. Let's just say.
So you don't get so
not
many guys walking around like going to the girls. So look, I've got my brown wings. If I'm one of you.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to. If you want pussy after that, you have to hide it.
Yo, Drex.
What up?
Well, first of all, I'm 14 shots on the night.
Well done.
I've also got some more. I've got some Streamlabs chats for you.
Oh, nice.
All right, give me a second there, because I can't see like 3 feet in front of me right now. So give me a second.
Hey, Phil. This is what the other guy said, right? I can't see 3 feet.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Moist John says, went through infantry basic recently. Women weren't a mistake due to strength, but because of orgies and prostitution.
Yep. I mean, I'm not surprised.
All right. Next up, Guy says, I'm at a stage where I just pay for pros and won't date normally. Coach Greg Adams is right about hiring pros. Stay safe, fellas.
Yep. A fistful of 20s, man.
Hashtag just get a doll.
Just get a doll. Yep.
All right, one more from our boy Sneed.
Hey, shout out.
All right, Sneed. Sneed says, I hope you guys are looking forward to the acceleration to the collapse of the Western world. Hope you guys are stocked up on all the fun toys to ride through it.
Hashtag just get a doll.
Phil, I love you, man.
As the war band takes over.
Yeah, man, it's about to get rough. Yeah, Sneed knows. Like, here's the thing. I do want people to understand, though. A bunch of weapons doesn't do you that much good, contrary to popular belief. Getting away from cities is the first thing you have to do. Major cities, get as far away from cities. Because Phil, I've talked about this numerous times, man. I'll tell you something that I have a strong distaste for. Right, unpopular opinion. I have a strong distaste for guys who are these like gun enthusiast dudes who think they're so hot shit and tough, because the reason is none of these guys have ever been in a fight, right? Oh, what the hell?
Yo, hey, is RPM still there?
Yeah.
RPM, man, love HMT one. What was it? 183.
He might be mute. Oh yeah, there he is. I think he can hear you.
Hey.
Maybe. Hey, you might be muted.
Oh,
yeah,
did we lose
muted.
RPM? Oh, we might have lost RPM. All right.
No, he's here. But I think he's muted.
We'll fucking love the HMG, man. Keep it up. Man, hey, Drex. A man can only take so much disrespect.
That's the HMT motto. And
then he puts on the mask.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. There you are. Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, RPM, shout out to you, man. Thanks for running that story on 183.
I had so much fun on that one.
I mean, RPM, he's chasing chicks down, man, in the street. And you know, I told Manic about the HMT series. I said you're going to see more and more like so. Manic, the media will not report on these stories, man. They will not. You know, when guys are out here doing savage shit, like they're not going to report on that because Phil knows it puts them in a bad light. Just like Phil, lately I've been getting a lot of messages from guys showing me some of the horrible things that these women are doing. Right? You hear about that OnlyFans chick that they found like bodies at her house? Did you hear about that? Dude, Phil, why is this not a national story, like an international story? We know why.
Because we can't have that sort of thing going out in the national press and people listening to it or reading it, can we? That would be wrong. Well, in exactly the same way as HMT, whenever that goes down, because RPM will echo this, it's happening more and more and more. It's not just like an occasional thing anymore. It's like almost an everyday thing, but you don't see it in the national news, do you?
Absolutely not. Well, because once you change that narrative, right? Coach Greg Adams talked about this. He was like, the Fed did an investigation on domestic violation, right? 70% is initiated and perpetuated by women. We know this, Phil, because if you've ever been in a situation, you guys have seen who's getting in whose face. It's the chick egging him on. The dudes aren't just walking in the door beating chicks down.
Because she feels that she can behave with impunity. That's the problem.
Yep. Because let's face it, Phil, guys know real early on in life, everything they do will have a consequence, right? Getting up in a dude's face right now will have a consequence.
Well, if I behave with female rules, right, I can get right up into Mike Tyson's face and call him whatever name that I want. There's nothing he can do. That's how women feel. Yep. And then all of a sudden, when Mike Tyson snaps and breaks your fucking neck with one punch, it's, oh shit, how did that happen? He's not allowed to do that. It can be as illegal as you want. Doesn't mean it's never going to happen. This is what women don't understand. And men will operate within the law as best they can. But when shit goes like really sideways, it's like, no, the law can go and get fucked.
Well, RPM talks about this often, which is, ladies, guess what? When the time comes, there's no one between you and that crazed psycho that's got all the rage, right? When he puts on the hockey mask, RPM, there are no cops there to stop him, right? She's alone. Like, so a chick, and Phil, we talk about this, right? It's what you just said. If you get up in Mike Tyson's face and say something crazy, the cops aren't just sitting right next to you going, Mike, we're right here if you try to do something. No. It's either at the house, it's at a restaurant, it's somewhere where there's a police response.
10 minutes away.
10 minutes away. So you are left alone with this dude. Prime example. Phil, I think it was before you came. We were talking about Christy Mack with War Machine, right? When War Machine did a number on Christy Mack's face, body. Well, guess what? Christy Mack thought it was okay to have sexual relations with another man. And then War Machine shows up and he's not having it, right? Well, guess what, Christy Mack? Cheating or provoking him has consequences. And she learned what those consequences were. Basically ended her porn career. I mean, who knows what she's doing now? She's probably an advocate, right? But violence against women, right? Even though she's the one that provoked it.
Yeah, that's always the thing.
RPM, let me ask you this. What do you think about the media's portrayal? Like the media's reporting, right? Like they always want to report things a certain way, right? Like, they don't give us too many details. Like, Phil, she passed away. She was such a great, amazing woman. She was the ultimate wife and mother. And yet, when you start reading the details, so she was cheating, she was stealing money, she hired a hitman. So when you start to see the full story, she was doing drugs, she was doing OnlyFans behind his back, she was an escort. Like,
POS starts to spring to mind.
Yep. Phil, they never give the whole story. Oh, we have a couple of super chats here. I read that one from Xenobit. I got Goku Ultra Instinct for $2. What up, Drexel? Love the channel. Thank you, Goku. Appreciate that. And we got JXXM Triple X. We got for $2. What would Legal Eagle's Drexel be like? Legal Eagle. I've heard that name, Legal Eagle. Oh, he likes to fillet himself? Wait, hold the fuck up. Hold up.
He's tying into earlier in the chat.
Yeah, hold up. Let me see who Legal Eagle is. I've heard that name, Legal Eagle. Let me see this guy. Legal Eagle. Oh, I've seen this dude. Yeah, he's like the YouTube. Wait,
friendly Ricada.
This guy. He's a literal cuck. Are you being serious?
Oh yeah, like remember that deleted scene from Captain Marvel with the newspaper, and she like pulls down the newspaper of the dude because the dude was like hey there, sexy or whatever.
You're talking about the end credit scene, right? Like little end credit scene.
It was like a full on deleted scene.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Okay, so he made a whole video saying how it wasn't assault.
Oh Jesus! And that's exactly what it was. Exactly the epitome of the opposite of what a superhero should ever do, and take advantage of someone who was beneath them, which is exactly what she did.
Well, Phil, if we
Yeah.
go back to like the superheroes that we actually care about, and I've always said Batman to me represents the ultimate superhero because without having powers, what he has to do is going to be because here's the thing, being Superman isn't that hard, right? Oh my God, I got laser beams and
if
super
you're
strength.
born that guy, you can
Yeah,
just be
you're
Superman.
born with these superhuman abilities. That's easy.
Now, I know Bruce Wayne was kind of born into like a lot of money, but like there's a lot of people born into money and they don't do shit, whereas he actually made a difference. And that's where I think you're coming from on that one.
Well, I would say with Bruce, I would say being the guy who's born into money and does something is actually harder than the guy with nothing. And here's why. He has no reason to go do it, right? Think about it. You're born a billionaire. Wouldn't it be easy to just leave Gotham? Oh, yeah, Gotham's shithole. I'm out.
Just spend your time in like the Indian Ocean or the Pacific or something like that.
you got model chicks, you got private security. You don't see the worst of Gotham, right? You know Gotham is rotting, but you don't care because you're a billionaire. Well, guess what? Bruce Wayne said, I'm going to build myself up as a man. Phil, you and I talked about Batman Begins. That is the path of a man, right? It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. Remember, he lived as a poor man, even though he's rich.
Well, that was the thing. I mean, like, yeah, he was rich. He had no reason to become this particular man that he was, but he forged a life for himself to do the right thing, as opposed to, which was synonymous with the most difficult thing for him.
Yep.
Because he had the easy life just set right in front of him with the red carpet rolled out for him, and he could have just walked along that and no one would have hated him. And yet he had to take the life of anonymity and do the hard thing to be the man that he was. So that's what made him the superhero.
Yeah, it's why I always loved him. And plus, he had the best rogues gallery. We all know, everyone here knows that the villain makes the hero, right? So if you show me Superman, dude, watch this. I want you guys to start naming off Superman's villains, right? How cool are they really? Lex Luthor's that cool? Is he? Brainiac? Really? Yeah, you and I both know Darkseid was only created. The only reason why they created Darkseid was they realized Superman was too OP, right? They're like, wait a minute, we created a hero who's so OP that, and let's face it, this is literally what happened to Superman. Kryptonite. Oh my God, he's too strong. Kryptonite. Because, Phil, if you make an omnipotent hero, where's the drama, right? He's basically God.
There's nothing to overcome.
There's nothing to overcome. So they had to create a built-in cheesy weakness called kryptonite. And somehow there's always kryptonite. Everyone knows that if kryptonite were that plentiful, right? Superman would just go, the first thing he would do is go destroy all kryptonite. Oh, let me get rid of my weakness, right? That would make a logical sense.
This is why we had Tony Stark. I mean, everyone loves Tony Stark. He's kind of the guy that we'd all like to be, but he does have his own weakness in that, he could be taken down by any piece of pussy that walks past him because he just can't say no, right?
Yep. That and his heart. If he doesn't have his little his repulsing thing in his heart, he's done, right? Tony Stark goes down. This is why, man, when we look at heroism, I always tell guys, man, I don't know about you, Phil, but like I always like looking at the villains because the villains offer much more depth into the human condition.
Well, they're the mirror image of the superhero themselves, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, like think Sandman from Spider-Man 3.
Yep.
Like he made that one event from the first Spider-Man like much more morally complex.
Yep. Yeah, even though the movie was terrible. Yeah. Sandman, his story arc was actually good. And I mean that's what makes a villain, right? Like cuz when someone asks you what are the best villains, one of the big things is always, Phil, how much can they push the heroes, right? No one likes a weak villain, right? Like no one wants to watch a movie where the villain's just kind of there, like I want to take over the world.
What makes them worse as well is that you've got this villain, right? But in terms of charisma, he's got everything that everybody wants, and he makes everyone want to be like them, to be the villain, and yet he still has to overcome that. Now that's twice as hard.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: the best villains are usually seductive, right? The Joker is seductive. If you like, dude, seriously analyze the Joker, right? Just the nature of the character. So the Joker represents the dark side of our own id, right? If we dip too far into nihilism, right? Dip too far into nihilism, and you realize, yes, you would come to the same conclusion as the Joker, right? Everything in life is a joke. Religion's a joke. Media is a joke. morals or everything is a joke because they can always be modified when something goes wrong, right, Phil? Oh, I would never, Phil, women of Venezuela, I would never become a prostitute. As soon as shit hit the fan, what happened? Oh, look at that. All the doctors and lawyers became prostitutes.
That. But like
it's a joke.
The Joker has just taken things perhaps further than we would like to take them, but he's come to the logical conclusion, and we would also come to that same conclusion. And that's what appeals to us in our heart. As an evil villain.
As an evil, if someone said, I'll give you a prime example. Ask any person, right? Man, of all of Batman's villains, right? Let's say you were a world-class actor. Of all of his villains, who's the villain that you would most enjoy playing? That you think you'd have the most fun?
I'm gonna say Clayface.
Really?
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Why is that?
Okay, like just Clayface was just the most memorable to me from Lego Batman back in the day. Is I don't know, it's very I don't know, we haven't seen him in live action yet, right? I would assume there would be a bunch of CGI.
Yeah,
but still would be pretty fun.
But what would make it fun? Because the only time I remember Clayface was in Batman the Animated Series, right, way back in the day, and I liked his episode. But like as a villain, one of my issues with guys like Clayface is that like there's something about them. Like I said, I think it's what Phil said. They lack the charisma, right? Like Clayface is a decent villain, I guess. He's there. He's an obstacle for Batman to overcome. But if you were to give him a charisma grade, I just don't think he adds up, man. I think that Clayface just as a villain doesn't quite hit the mark. Whereas
I don't know. Have you played Lego Batman?
He's pretty yeah. I'm basing him on like comics and his Batman the Animated, like the cartoon. Yeah. I'm sure that the Batman game probably makes all the villains very funny. I'm assuming, right? They're funny. They're maniacal, things like that.
Yeah.
And plus, they move funny because they look weird. Like that's part of like the whole allure of the Lego games. Because I saw kids playing that years ago. Like I think it was Lego Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah,
and
one or
they
two.
just have a certain thing. I can't remember which one they were playing. I remember seeing I remember when those Lego games came out because I remember I had subscribed to Game Informer back then, and they were like, "Oh yeah, the latest Lego." Yeah, I remember when Lego Batman came out. I had actually seen the Lego movie, which actually was surprisingly great. The original, I don't know about the other one, but you look at villains in general, right? We tend to, like Phil said, they are a mirror image, right? Like look, even psychopaths, right? If you watch No Country for Old Men, Anton Chigurh, even though he seems to be like subhuman, right? He's devoid of emotion. He's a complete sociopath. There's still something very charismatic about him, right? Like because Phil, he's a man doing his job, right? With his own interests. Think about it. He doesn't really follow orders, right? He kills his own bosses. Anton Chigurh literally just does what he wants. And like, that's the reason why a lot of, with the Mob movie, right? All guys love the mob story, right?
Well, with that, men want to be him and women want to be with him.
Yep.
Just because he doesn't take any shit from anyone.
I can't allow this to happen.
Are any of your viewers in 7th grade? Then you don't have to worry.
But I gotta be honest with you, and this is also a double standard, Phil, and we know that we all have them. If you walked into if you were in a nightclub and you were like, oh man, I gotta go take a leak real quick, and a dude was smashing a chick, you're like this, it is what it is, man. I'm just here to get a leak. If you walk in on a dude bunker busting another dude, bro, no, security's getting called, man. Nah.
Is that before or after you vomit into the urinal?
Yeah, dude. It's a bad look. I'm gonna tell you guys like this, man. It's a bad look. Let me show you guys why it's a bad look.
Okay, to be fair, this was a bathroom where you needed a key to get in.
Oh, okay, that does make sense. Like the gas station bathrooms in California where you're like, hey, can I use your bathroom? Oh, well, here's the key. You have to buy something.
It shows how old I am.
Yeah.
I used to have, when I was running some bars back in my day, and we had a key for the disabled bathroom. And of course, the only people that ever really asked for that was the occasional, like once every couple of months, disabled person who wanted to use the disabled bathroom, and everyone else who wanted the key for that bathroom to do some coke in the bathroom.
Ooh,
that was always the case. So like I always a bit suspicious when anybody ever wanted the locked up bathroom. And these days, well, I guess I know what it would be for now.
Oh, Phil, they said the same thing. Nick Sex said he loves your pronunciation of urinal. What did you call it? Urinal?
Urinal.
I wish I could be British for a day. I would just go like, dude, I would literally just read the dictionary and just like listen to myself say words like glacier instead of glacier.
Well, would you do that, or would you just try and be Emperor Palpatine for a day?
I
just do it.
Do it. Dude, Palpatine just works, man. And let me ask you this. How sad has it been to see the things that you love most just turn to shit, man? Has that been sad for you? Like, Star Wars, video games has gone woke. You know what I'm saying? Like Phil, there was a time Star Wars was it, right? Like when you were growing up, it was it.
I was OG, right? Because I mean, like I was a kid when Star Wars came out. I wasn't one of these people who caught it on the rerun or anything like that. And I heard a lot of the internet chatter that was going on about like the Kathleen Kennedy Star Wars shit. So I just didn't. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of like the interim trilogy.
Oh, the prequels,
like Jar Jar Binks and stuff. I was like, I can deal with it. It's okay. I can live with it. But then when I heard what was happening for the new ones, it was like, no, I'm just not going to spoil it. Just let that one die all of its own accord.
Well, it's sad. Let me ask you this, RPM. RPM, you're out in California. What is the thing that you miss the most about what California used to be versus what it is now? Like what has gone woke that has been destroyed that you miss?
Oh, wow. I would say just the live and let live atmosphere. You know, people just used to go and just do their own thing, and everybody was more tolerant. If you can understand what I'm saying.
I know. I remember going to California back in the day, and RPM, you would know this. If you went to Venice Beach back in the 90s, early 2000s and stuff, that was like the volleyball capital of the world. You went over there and you were, beach volleyball was it. They had a boardwalk. It was gorgeous. Now it's all homeless people and everybody's woke saying that you're toxic. And you're kind of like, wow, this place changed.
It used to be just, live and let live. You do your own thing. I'm going to do my own thing. We can just have the happy medium.
You know what I find? RPM, would you argue California used to be, even though they were, considered left, I would argue California of old was not only liberal, they were libertarian because they weren't really trying to dictate everything. They were kind of like, oh yeah, you do, like you said, you do you, I do me. And so that's why if you think back 20 years ago, if a guy said he was into getting bunker busted or getting topped off in an Office Max bathroom, even if that wasn't your bag, you're like, well, you do you, sir. And you just kept on going your own way, right? Now it's, you need to love this. This is what real masculinity is. And it's like, wait a minute, something changed.
If that's real masculinity, count me out.
Count me out, man. Look, man, I'm not getting bunker busted, man. Or doing the bunker busting. Like, the fact that the fact that Manic is telling us what's going on, that this is where things have gone. Culture as a whole, Phil, we've talked about this. Where's the culture going?
Yeah.
Phil, it's done. When you've reached this point, it's like, I mean, hey, you got Desmond is amazing. Once you reach Desmond is amazing, it's over.
Yeah.
You can't come back from that. You can't, I mean, watch this. Hey, Manic, how would you come back from Desmond is amazing? Well, as like a society, as a culture, how would you say, oh, this is how we're going to come back? What would you say?
Oh, okay. So, I'm assuming his dad isn't there, right?
Yeah, we're assuming.
All right. Okay. I'm just going to say battle royale on an island. Let's just say everybody who tipped that guy. Because remember, he was like doing like some mock stripping and like people were like throwing the dollars at him. Yeah. Like all of them. Battle royale and then You know, what should be the special punishment for the mom?
The heretics claw is a good one. I know Phil knows about that, being in British.
The heretics
Being in
clause?
British.
You ever heard of that? Yeah, Google heretics claw. It was an old torture device for women who shamed, who did great shame upon themselves. They were treated with, let's say, they were being unwomaned via the breasts.
Do I really want to do this, or is this going to like make me want to vomit?
Oh no! It'll be described to you. You'll probably see that like a little picture, but it won't be the real thing because this is in the ancient world. The heretics claw, old torture method, ladies and gentlemen.
I thought you were saying like a clause, as in like a legal thing.
Oh no, claws in like talons, like wow. Yeah, the heretics claw, brutal.
And just to make it even more excruciating, they used to heat them up.
Yep. Oh yeah. RPM knows. It was no joke. It was like the Judas cradle. It was no joke.
I'm getting a load of stuff which are Space Marine based.
Really? Hold on. Let me make sure you. I have to have Legal Eagle on my damn phone right now. Let me see. Heretics claw. Oh wait, heretics fork. Oh no, the heretics fork was for the guys. You had a claw for the woman. Of course, yeah, it's bringing up other garbage. Yeah, the heretics fork was put in like this, and would be ripping you up top to bottom.
Nice.
Oh, dude, there was some. You know what I loved about the old medieval torture? If you guys were to really think about this, what else did kings have to do, right? Other than just sit there saying, "Man, how am I going to eat people?" Right?
And then they did The Man in the Iron Mask and all of that sort of thing.
Oh man, what that movie? Well, you know what the thing is, like, you know, we talk about, you know, even with movies, Manic, what are the young guys talking about when they look at movies? Like, what do they look for, and are they seeing the agenda in movies?
So like you know, like at the lunch table, we'd make fun of that the woman scene in Avengers Endgame when that first came out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm so glad I only saw the
was-
clip. I never actually saw the movie. I saw the clip though, where they all suit up and they're ready.
Oh yeah, they they just teleported across the battlefield to you know, get in the shot to take down Thanos.
That's so.
It was
man.
Yeah, I'm like just yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of how should I say this, like fembots that are like that, like they simp for Harry Styles, they simp for
Are you serious?
Yeah, they simp for who played Brie Larson. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Dude simp for Brie Larson.
No, not dudes, like women. I haven't seen a single
chicks.
dude, but women do. Yeah, chicks.
Ugh.
Yeah, like, you know, these
is
these
that
chicks
just
may be
women
mentally ill.
wanting to be like sort of like very masculine, therefore in control and shit like that, and then get really surprised when they're all alone and die with cats biting their faces?
No, don't forget though. Even Brie Larson has a boyfriend. Trust me. Even Captain Marvel.
For now, let's see how long that lasts.
Yeah, we'll see how long it lasts. But here's the thing: at the end of the day, they cannot overcome and overwhelm their own biology, right? They can't.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Manic, you're gonna enjoy living and just seeing the collapse, man. Like you're gonna enjoy seeing these chicks when they hit the wall at warp speed. Trust me. Like, here's the thing: guys like me, Phil, RPM. Look, I don't even feel I'm that old, but I'm like, in terms of like life experience, I'm like, damn, man, it feels like I've lived like 400 years. Like, I've seen shit go south.
Did the booty blasting make you feel older?
Oh man, dude, like that's so far removed from what could have happened in my entire school.
I sort of get this with my dad. My dad tries to give me advice, and it's like, Dad, you don't have the first idea about what women are all about.
Yeah.
You just do as you are told. That's all that you do.
Yeah,
and you think that's cool?
Do you want to? Okay. And also, you know how like some like there's a bunch of like Tumblrites, like, or they would have been in Tumblr if this was like 5-10 years ago. That like, you know, they draw fan art is like all cutesy Kylo Ren or like, you know, stuff like that. And then it's just like, it's kind of cringe. But like, you know how indicative that is. It's like there's people are still like way too into the Disney movies, and like I only see that when I go to school, basically. Like oh yeah, they're gonna watch the new Marvel movie, Shang-Chi. I didn't even know that came out yesterday.
Wait, something came out? Wait, what came out?
Shang-Chi, the new Marvel movie.
Clownfish TV has been talking about that because they're like, basically, Disney kind of knows that that's going to be a bomb, and they're just getting ready to blame everybody and play the victim. As RPM said, it's the victim Olympics out there. So that movie's gonna look, dude. I didn't know he was coming out, bro. Did any of you guys, Phil? Did you know about Shang-Chi? I didn't.
Dude, it was completely overshadowed by Spider-Man within 2 weeks of it coming out.
You could have given me $1 billion question, like, you know, who wants to be a billionaire? Dun dun dun, and he'd be like, Drex, when is Shang-Chi releasing? I don't know.
In fairness, though, is anyone waiting for anything to come out these days?
I can't think of anything.
I mean, if you're making content on these movies, I bet you're waiting. You're counting down the days.
True. That's true.
You have alarms on your phone, like Yellow Flash. I bet you he has alarms on his phone, like when the news drops.
Well, I remember when I was actually over at Nick's house, and we were about to. I can't remember. We were doing a live watch stream thing, and Nick goes, "Oh yeah, Flash is watching something." He goes, "Let me see." He looks. Phil, he was watching Terminator: Dark Fate. And, oh, dude, he was like, "Dude, fuck this movie."
Okay, do you know what I am waiting for?
Oh, dude,
do you know what I am waiting?
Oh, you're saying
Cobra Kai season 4.
No. Oh yeah. You know what? I just saw the first couple of episodes of that. It actually is a good show. Everyone's told me to watch it. But here's the thing, you understand, Manic. I always grew up as a movie guy because a movie is something that I can invest 2 to 3 hours and then I'm done, right? A show means I have to be like, I mean, you're talking season after season. Like, go look at the runtime, right? Okay, let's say a show is, you know, obviously there's no commercials on Netflix, right? Let's say each episode of a show is like 44 minutes, right? Well, damn. I mean, you're talking 44 minutes times how many shows per season? Phil, how many movies could you have watched in that time, right? Especially if it's a long-running show.
Indeed. I mean, I was kind of ahead of the game in the UK when I would start to like download like an entire season of something rather than catch it every week when it was on and then just binge watch. Which everyone's starting to do now these days.
I'll be honest with you. I think that's the smarter bet. I remember a show like so I never had Netflix, and then like obviously my dad came to visit. And he put Netflix on the smart TV. I didn't have Netflix, but I was aware of certain shows, right? And one of my favorite superheroes is Daredevil, right? And people, guys I know told me, "Oh, Drex, you would love the Daredevil show." And when I was dealing with this chick out in California, I was at her place. She had to work. And I remember she was like, "Are you sure you can, because you know how women are, Phil. They project, right? They can't imagine being content while you go to work, right? But, you came to visit them from out of state, and they're like, "Yeah, I couldn't get the day off." I said, "No problem," because, guys, we don't care, right? Everything is easy. So I was using her vehicle, dropped her off at work. I went back to her place, binge watched Daredevil season 1, right? So when I went to pick her up, she's like, "What the hell did you do all day? Like, how'd you stay entertained?" I'm like, "Oh, I watched Daredevil." Even though she herself has binge watched, Phil, her brain couldn't fathom just being like, remember, I wasn't texting. It was literally push play, sit back and watch.
Because you phrased it wrong. If you had said, all of my guy friends were really jealous of the fact I managed to stay indoors all day and just binge watch Daredevil, then she would go, I get it.
Yep. They always try to, push the other one to jealousy. And I'll be honest with you, when it comes to people watching, I don't get any enjoyment at all watching dudes do anything. I mean, I mean, I know
unless they're,
Shaftesbury's waiting for
unless
the
they're
bunker bust.
performing something, like say they're building
unless they're
something
doing
where you could learn something.
Yeah. When they're doing, but we're saying that, like, in general, if you're out having a meal and you're people watching, you don't learn anything watching dudes, right? Like, think about it, Phil. You're on the Las Vegas Strip. You're at Lake Como in Italy. If dudes are there, what are they doing? They're just like eating and talking. They aren't doing anything because they're content. It is the women where you start to learn all this duplicitous behavior, man.
Okay.
You just
I actually
see it.
there is one caveat to that. I just recently saw a film threat clip, it was a clip, and he was talking about, like, as a writer, if you went around and saw like 10 different people eating, let's just say, I think it was sunny side up eggs, they all eat it differently.
I see.
Like,
yeah, dude, I can only eat eggs one way. It's either got to be, well, I should say 2 ways: fried or scrambled. Nothing else. I don't do yolk. Yeah. I don't do, I don't want anything runny. I just, no.
I only do it one way, and that's through the mouth.
Yeah, like somebody
You're starting to sound like somebody. Oh no, Phil. It was actually just called the breast ripper. I swear it was the hair. I got it wrong. So I was the one that got it wrong. Thanks, Shaftesbury. So it's the breast ripper. And yeah, man.
Is Shaftesbury the guy who would know?
Yeah, it's the breast ripper. Yeah, and you know what? You guys are starting to see, they're talking about all this, cancel that. Koopa posted a guy who I believe was the guy that, like, just men resonated with, and that's Frank Castle, right? The Punisher. Oh. That series on Netflix, he is savage, bro. Frank Castle is savage.
Because he is what we want from a guy. Like, I mean, if you imagine the police, that's what we want the police to really be. Just go totally fucking savage, sort it out, job done, finished.
Yep. Well, and the thing is, he has a moral compass. Oh, say it again.
Didn't the Punisher fall off after a few seasons?
No, so it only had 2 seasons. So you had season 1, season 2, and then that was when Netflix and Marvel did that weird thing where they axed everything, got rid of Punisher, was it Jessica Jones, Daredevil?
Yeah, that was the one that fell off.
Oh, Jessica Jones?
Yeah, like after
it was good in season 1 and it was terrible after that. Yeah, that's what I heard too. I never liked Iron Fist though. Like, Daredevil was my hero. That was the one I enjoyed the most. I watched every episode, all 3 seasons. I liked the Punisher also, obviously because he's always been connected to Daredevil. He just has that arc, right? You're looking at a guy who his family gets brutally murdered, right? And he was set up, and now it's his path, right? So once he gets closer to solving that riddle, okay, what else is left for him? Right. Okay. One of the things that I find interesting about the Punisher is that by not having the rules that Daredevil and Batman have about, not killing, same with Superman for the most part, he just gets to just let go, right? He can just go out there, and if he has to murk 100 dudes, then that's just what it's got to be. And that's beautiful.
In a similar sort of fashion, what I would like to see in terms of a TV show would be Deadpool. Because I think, again, he doesn't have to be held back by anything. So he can be the tragic anti-hero.
Well, Phil, that's funny that you say that, because one of the things that we, all heroes tend to have, like, these tragic backstories and all this. And yet the thing that seems to really stand out is when our heroes are allowed to, like, be who they are, right? They don't got all these restrictions. They just get to kind of go out there and do their thing, right? Like, Blade, in the Blade movie. Wesley Snipes is just out there just murking cats, right? And we like that as an audience. We're like, fine, like a Bruce Willis in Die Hard, right? John McClane. We tend to like these heroes that just get to kind of, like, be the hero without all the nonsense. But RPM, when you were growing up, who was your hero? Like, who were the guys that you looked at in movies and TV were like, that's my guy?
That's kind of hard. But I would definitely say, going back to the old movies, Death Wish.
Oh, Charles Bronson. Hey, he had no chill, bro.
And for TV, it would have been The Equalizer, the old one with Edward Woodward.
Oh, God, I remember that.
I only know The Equalizer for one reason. When you watch The Wolf of Wall Street, that's a key scene in there that his dad makes it a point to watch The Equalizer. Like, and you know what? And that goes back to what Phil said. Phil, you said that there's nothing that we really look forward to in the movies now. Phil, do you remember when like certain programs were events. Do you remember that? Like it was like,
oh god, you had to be in at a certain time, otherwise you missed that.
You
shit.
missed
You couldn't record it. There was no
recording
back in the day.
Oh man, there was a time, bro, that you had to. I'm like, in fact, for us as kids, the one thing that we made sure that we watched, it was a Saturday cartoon. It was the X-Men show, right? The X-Men Saturday morning cartoon show. Phil, we did not miss a single episode, man. We taped it, and like if we liked it, we kept it. If not, we deleted it, right? Like, yeah, we'll just over tape it, right? That show was our show, man. The X-Men Saturday morning cartoon show was it. You know, I mean, you go back and rewatch it. Most American TV shows back then sucked.
I've been asked by younger men, usually online, and so like, Phil, you must have some sort of waifu that you're into. And I was like, not really. Now, if you actually go back to some like cartoon female that I was kind of turned on by as a young man, it would have probably been Rogue, actually, because she had that sort of Southern Belle accent.
Yep. And she would always be talking to Gambit, talking about Cajun. Yeah. Well, Rogue was sexy. She had the sex appeal. And, I'm sure you've seen now, someone was telling me about, was it Verizon? The Verizon, is that Horizon. Horizon Zero Dawn.